Welcome to the audiobook of Reckoning Down Under by P.A. Mason, Book 6 in the Trouble Down Under series. Chapter 1. I was beginning to think my toxic trait was leaving anything requiring my credit card to the last minute. It was clear, as I scrolled through the list of flights heading to Arkansas, that this wedding trip was going to cost me a small fortune. I couldn't blame Marissa. The planning for this shindig had been going on almost since that rock was on my cousin's finger. I sighed as I finalized the flight booking, resigned to the fact that my next bill would have a few extra zeros on it. The earthy scent of potting soil and fresh greenery wafted through the office of the Garden Gate Nursery, and I took a deep breath, drinking it in. It could be worse, I reasoned, as I turned my attention back to the pair of customers fussing over their plant selections out front. If I'd been in a position to take a +1 with me, I'd have been up for double. But that line of thinking was a little too close to a pity party for my liking. Besides, I was excited about taking the trip home to be a part of Marissa's big day. Sure, there was the tiniest pang of envy in my gut when I thought about how my bubbly cousin was so deliriously happy with Jake. But she deserved it. Even if Jake was going to be staring at a much bigger credit card bill than me next month. I busied myself by checking off the orders my employee Bill had already delivered that morning. But it didn't do much to plug the swirling thoughts clouding up my brain space. It just would have been nice to show Travis my magical hometown. If anything, it might have convinced him that he wasn't hallucinating the day I fessed up and showcased my green witch abilities. I caught myself fussing with the glossy leaves of a peace lily on the counter, my fingers tracing their smooth texture as I reached out with my magical senses to check on its growth. Then the door to the office swung open, and I blinked to snap myself out of it. I flashed a warm smile at the older couple as they made their way to the counter. "I think you've got a great mix there. Dahlias and rosemary always look smart together, and if you pair them up, the rosemary should keep snails at bay." The woman beamed back at me. "We think so too. Hopefully the weather holds up today. We're looking forward to getting them in the ground." After ringing them up, I waved as they headed out, the bell over the door tinkling cheerily. It ushered in the fresh scent of all forms of plant life just beyond my reach, which beckoned to my green thumb sensibilities. Just as I was considering getting out into the nursery with the watering hose, my phone buzzed in my pocket. A glance at the caller ID made me grin. It was Ash. "Hey you," I answered warmly. "How's it going in Adelaide?" "Not too bad," came Ash's familiar voice. The background noise suggested he was calling from his car. "As far as family reunions go, anyway. Zoe's doing okay, all things considered." I settled onto the stool behind the counter, tucking my feet up. I knew Zoe had been estranged from her family back when she had to flee an ex-boyfriend involved with the magical mafia. "Oh yeah? Things are on the mend with her mom?" There was a slight pause before Ash replied. "They're getting there. It hasn't been easy, to be honest. There's still a lot of hurt, but I think getting a chance to clear the air helped. Even if it didn't fix everything." I could picture Ash's pensive expression, even if I couldn't see him. I'm glad she was able to take that step now that Matt is locked up. She deserves to have her life back. Exactly. The fondness in Ash's tone was unmistakable. I guess sometimes, to truly move forward, you have to face your past. Even the parts that hurt the most. "That's very sage of you," I said, letting Ash's words sink in. "She's lucky to have you there to hold her hand. Taking that first step is tough." There was a thoughtful pause on the other end of the line. "Well, I guess it's never too late to make things right." I smiled wistfully, wondering if Ash had taken those steps himself. He had to have family out there somewhere. The same mafioso ex had been gunning for him too. But that was his business, so I didn't pry. "So when are you guys planning on heading back home?" "We thought we'd stay an extra week. But that's why I called, actually. I got a notification about a package I've been waiting on. It should be sitting by the back door at the shop, and I'm hoping you can pick it up for me." "Ah, sure," I said. "The nursery's pretty quiet today. Is it something expensive? I can head straight over once Bill gets back from his delivery. Have you got a spare set of keys anywhere? I could leave it inside the shop that way." Ash snorted. "And what about the wards? Even if I did leave a key somewhere stupid like the meter box, you wouldn't be able to set foot inside without setting them off." I groaned at the tech illusionist's paranoia. Of course there'd be wards, and likely some high-end security system which would start blaring without some super complex code. Picking the delivery up and taking it home sounded just fine, in retrospect. You know, one day you're going to give a regular burglar a mighty fright. And then you'll have to explain yourself to the police. Ash barked a laugh. Like the police would believe them. I specifically designed it so the ward would set off a complex illusion which plays on their greatest fear. Sort of like. Yeah, I said. Magical bogeyman. I get it. I'll take the delivery back home, and you can pick it up when you get back, okay? Thanks, Kat. No worries. And hey, give Zoe my best, all right? Of course. Ash's response was a little quieter. She sends her love, too. Once we hung up, I wondered why everything always got so convoluted with Ash. It wasn't like it was the Pentagon or Fort Knox. It was a computer repair shop, for Pete's sake. I slid the phone into my back pocket and considered how long it would take for Bill to arrive back from delivering sand to the local golf course. I should still have time to water some plants and check on things, I reasoned. Then my phone buzzed again, and I startled as I pulled it out. The name flashing across my phone screen did nothing to ease the tension in my chest. Travis Larkins. The ringtone sliced right through me as the abrupt intrusion to my thoughts took a second to register. Panicked that it would ring out and I'd have to call back, I took a shuddering breath before answering the call. "Hey, Travis," I said, my voice overly bright. "Hi," he replied. "Hoping you can get a delivery out to a new job this week, please. I just measured up the schoolyard at Myrtle Glen, and I've got a list of supplies I'll need." The school. I'd heard he was talking to the education department about an upgrade back when we'd been... I swallowed, wishing I could just hang up right then and there. "Yeah, sure," I managed, grabbing a pen and holding it over my order book. "What are you after?" "Right." Travis cleared his throat. "I'll need 20 cubic meters of that red wood chip mulch, another 5 of builder's sand, and 500 of those gray pavers I used on the Barclay Street job." My hand stayed stuck on the line for the pavers, the scratching of the pen against paper suddenly deafening in the quiet store. 500 seemed like a lot for a schoolyard. Had I heard him right? "Ah, okay," I said, quickly marking down the figures. "Any plants?" "Nope. I'd like them delivered Friday if possible, please." The pen point dug into the paper, tearing the sheet in half. I quickly pulled out a fresh one and scrawled down the figures, trying not to let my hand shake too much. "Kat?" Travis asked. "You still there?" "Yeah, sorry," I bit out. "Just doing the sums. So, pavers, mulch, sand, can you give me the numbers again?" I felt my face burning as Travis sighed on the other end of the line. I wasn't sure if I was torturing myself more, or him. "Sure," he said slowly. 500 pavers, 20 cubic meters of red mulch, and 5 of the builder's sand. "Right," I said, as I crossed out my chicken scratches and started again. "Got it. Anything else?" Travis cleared his throat. "That's it." The silence stretched out between us, and I swallowed down a lump in my throat. "Okay, well, I'll charge that to your account and email over a receipt. If I can't get it out there on Friday, I'll text to let you know," I said, my voice clipped. "Cheers." "Thanks, Kat," Travis said in a forced tone. I hung up the phone, feeling like I couldn't breathe. The pen slipped from my fingers, leaving a thick black line across the fresh page. I pushed the book aside, burying my face in my hands. It had been the same ever since our budding romance had been cut short. always phone orders, without a whiff of anything real in those short conversations. And the truth was, I didn't know how to break through the awkwardness. I'd offered to answer any questions he had about magic, and the circumstances which led to the Inquisition mind-wiping him after he'd stumbled into my magical double life the first time. But so far, Bupkis, maybe in time we might get back to the place where he actually came into the store to place orders, even if it was too much to hope that we could... Well, the relationship was over. I just had to deal with that. I began punching the order into the system, then gave up as the numbers seemed to swim across my vision. Of course, I rang up 5,000 pavers instead of 500, which I didn't notice until I saw the eye-popping price on the invoice screen. I grunted and deleted the entry, deciding I needed a cooler head to process the order. The last thing I needed was a conversation with Travis about overcharging his card and the nightmare of sorting it out with the banks. Bill's arrival in the office broke my concentration, the familiar scuff of his work boots on the linoleum floor out the back bringing me to the present. I quickly shoved the crumpled order book into a drawer. Looking up with a strained smile as he came into view, I tried to wash gloomy thoughts from my mind. "You're back. How'd the delivery go?" Bill gave a dismissive wave. Jerry had me driving all round the course, dumping sand in the bunkers, then complained about the truck ripping up the green. I told him he needs to sort out a bobcat next time, or he can barrow the sand himself. "Sounds about right," I sighed. It wasn't the first time Jerry had expected Bill to do the heavy lifting around the golf course. I'll make it clear to him next time he calls in an order. I have another order from Travis for Friday. We'll need to check and see how many gray pavers we have out back." Bill's eyes narrowed slightly as he shifted his weight from one foot to the other. The concern on his weathered face was impossible to miss, and I felt a pang of awkwardness in my gut. We hadn't spoken about my relationship status with Travis, but he had to know something was up. "No worries. I'll count 'em up and let you know." He went to turn, and my mind snapped back to my earlier conversation with Ash. "Oh, I also need to head out soon to run an errand. It's pretty quiet here today, so I was hoping you could hold the fort for me." "No worries." Bill stepped closer to the counter and pulled his wire-rimmed glasses from his shirt pocket. When he spoke, his gruff voice was laced with unspoken understanding. "I'll keep an eye on things here." Ugh, he must have thought I was emotional and needed to take some time. But I nodded anyway, not voicing any protest. Bill was always looking out for me, in his own Aussie bloke way. Grabbing my purse and keys, I set off to the back of the store to search for Gus. I found him curled up on the windowsill, basking in the warm sunlight, his eyes closed in a contented purr. I gently stroked his head with a small smile. "Come on, sleepyhead," I whispered. "We've got a delivery to pick up." Gus opened one kitty eye and blinked at me before speaking directly into my mind. "You really do wake me at the worst moments." I only snorted and scooped him into my arms as he yawned widely, conscious that Bill was in earshot. I didn't need to worry my employee more than was absolutely necessary by having an involved and apparently one-sided conversation with my cat. As I headed out to my beat-up truck, I hoped I wouldn't encounter anything unusual about this delivery for Ash. While I was pretty confident that my tech illusionist friend would have told me if there was something magical afoot, it wouldn't be the first time that we'd landed ourselves in a supernatural catastrophe, and these days I figured trouble was always just around the corner. Chapter 2. It turned out the delivery in question came from a regular courier and looked as ordinary as could be expected from the taped and labeled cardboard boxes. Computer parts, most likely. And on the plus side, they fit in the cabin next to Gus, even if he did complain about being cramped on the bench seat. I pulled into the grocery store parking lot and found a space. After taking a deep breath, I killed the ignition, trying to recall all the odds and ends I needed to pick up. Grocery trips were among my least favorite errands to run. This was an in-and-out job. Don't forget to collect a freshly roasted chicken, Katerina, Gus said, sitting awkwardly between two boxes. Really, Gus? I reached for the cooler bag and pulled it onto my lap. How am I supposed to forget a chicken? Seriously, I am thinking ahead. One must always be vigilant when it comes to chicken. I scowled at him. I suppose I better grab a case of beer for Billy, too. Should I get two? Billy has embarked on his seasonal migration upriver, Katerina. Your credit card shall be spared the water spirit's thirst for at least a few weeks. Right, I said with a small laugh. I forgot. One less thing to lug around today, thank goodness. I headed inside quickly, armed with a shopping cart and making my way straight for the aisles I needed. After loading up with enough frozen meals to get me through the week, I went through the checkout and loaded up the back of the truck. I'd just made that precious window of time between the school rush and people knocking off work, and I chuckled to myself about what constituted rush hour in the sleepy town of Myrtle Glen. When I got back on the road and through the pretty little town I called home, the houses along the main road soon gave way to open fields. The lush green stretched out for miles, punctuated by sheep and cows, enjoying the afternoon sun. I glanced at Gus, who was now sitting up and sniffing the air with an expression of pure bliss. You're going to make yourself sick, I chided him, chuckling as the aroma of roast chicken filled the cabin. Nobody ever fell ill on account of the scent of roasted fowl, he replied, his tone serious. I rolled my eyes. Leave it to Gus to turn a simple roast chicken into a matter of grave importance. But the smell was something else. I really should have grabbed a carton of cream to make a pasta bake. And maybe some salad. Lost in thought about the mountain of paperwork waiting for me back at the store, I pulled into the driveway and parked by the back door. I'd crack the laptop open after dinner and get some work done, I decided, feeling a little guilty for finishing early. Running one's own business sounded like a dream for most. But the sad reality was that your boss was usually a lot more demanding. I stretched as I climbed out of the truck. First, dinner and a hot bath. But as I hefted the grocery bags from the passenger seat and rounded the side of the house, I halted in my tracks. The sliding door was wide open. Frowning, I edged closer, my pulse quickening. That wasn't right. I could have sworn I'd locked up this morning. Gus, did you... I began, my voice trailing off as I stepped into the combined kitchen and dining room. My blood ran cold. Lying in the middle of the living room floor, sprawled amidst the faded floral patterns of the shag carpet, was a body. I dropped the grocery bags in shock, the thud and the clatter of cans barely registering over the sudden thump of my heart in my ears. The roast chicken tumbled out, rolling across the tiles as Gus yowled and darted after it. My chicken! Why, Katerina? I pointed a shaky finger at the body. Why is there a body in my living room, Gus? Gus skidded to a halt underneath my glass-topped dining table, his tail standing on alert. I watched him, rather than the body, my hands trembling. A female, Gus said. Who is it? My legs felt like lead as I inched around the dining table closer to the prone figure on my living room floor. The silence in the house was deafening, broken only by my pulse hammering in my head. I swallowed hard, my mouth as dry as sandpaper. Approaching warily, Gus crouched to sniff a heeled boot. Gus, I whispered, my voice choked. Is she? I'm afraid so. The acrid smell of something burnt tickled my nostrils as I drew nearer. My eyes darted around the room, searching for any sign of an intruder or struggle, but everything seemed eerily undisturbed. A cloud of frizzy, gray-streaked ginger hair obscured the woman's face as she lay on her side. But that, along with an oversized purple linen dress, sparked something in the back of my mind. As I crouched down beside the body, my breath caught in my throat. The shock hit me like a gut punch. An immediate wave of nausea left me lightheaded. Minerva? I gasped, recognizing the gruff potion maker's weathered face. Minerva Flagstaff? Her eyes were open, staring blankly at the sofa. A thin trickle of dried blood ran from her nose, stark against her ashen skin. My gaze traveled down her body, looking for any obvious signs of injury, when something caught my eye. Clutched tightly in Minerva's right hand was an ornate teacup. My heart skipped a beat as I realized what I was looking at. There should have been a hand-painted eye at the bottom of the cup, except that a blackened muck obscured it. Aunt Tabby's Dreamwalker's teacup, the Crowe family relic that should have been tucked away in the cupboard in the hallway. "What in the light?" I muttered, running a shaky hand through my hair. "What the heck were you doing here, Minerva?" "Explain who this woman is, Katerina." Gus moved to circle the body and sat on his haunches beside me, staring at the teacup. "And how she has knowledge of the teacup." "No." Burying my face in my hands, I retreated to the kitchen where I didn't have to look at Minerva or the darn teacup. No, Gus. This can't be happening." Gus followed and jumped onto the dining table, his roasted chicken apparently forgotten. "This? Katerina, you must collect yourself and tell me what is going on at once." It took me a second to remember that Gus hadn't yet arrived in Australia when I'd met the potions witch. She was known to the Inquisition for selling questionable brews to the highest bidder on the witchy web. In fact, she was the witch responsible for brewing the poison that Aunt Tabby used to take her own life. But I hadn't seen the woman since taking the trip with Inquisitor Amelia Ward to Woodford to question her about it. Back when I thought we were dealing with a murder case instead of... "Katerina Crowe, snap out of it at once. There is a dead body in your house, and we must take action." The volume in which Gus screeched into my head caused me to take a step backward and scrunch up my eyes. "You're right. I need to call Constable Lewis." "And not the Inquisition?" "The murder weapon appears to be the teacup. Tell me, how will that wash with the local constabulary?" "I'm not waiting for a team to come up from Melbourne to get rid of..." I waved a finger at the wall that separated me from the dead body. "That? Nope. Chris can get this sorted out a lot quicker, and Amelia can take it up from there." I plucked my phone from my purse on the floor and scrolled to find the officer's number. Then I stepped outside to take healthy gulps of fresh air out on the patio. I was more than glad that Constable Lewis picked up, and I didn't have to call emergency services, and I babbled into the phone until he agreed to come right over. "Now." Gus pricked my leg through my jeans with his claws. "You'll answer my questions before this constable arrives." Sinking to a patio chair, I took a deep breath and gripped my hands together. She's a potions witch from Woodford. Back when I got to Australia, I rode along with Amelia, questioning suspects over Aunt Tabby's death. Amelia's tech people identified Minerva as a lead after locating a suspicious transaction on her witchy web account. She was known to peddle unsavory potions from time to time. Amelia carted her off for an involuntary reading. It turned out she brewed the poison Aunt Tabby took, but she wasn't aware of who she was making it for. It was sent to a dead-end address and rerouted to Myrtle Glen. That's it, Gus. That's all I know. My fuzzy ginger familiar climbed onto my lap. "How does she know about the Dreamwalker teacup?" "How should I know?" I scoffed. "I haven't seen the woman since." "You must remove the teacup. It shouldn't fall into mundane hands." "No." My nose wrinkled. "You can't really want me to..." "Perhaps you should have called Amelia first, no?" There was a hint of mockery in Gus's tone, and I manhandled him off my lap to stand. I took a deep breath, desperately casting around my mind for an alternative. Anything but prying a magical item from the cold dead hands of a witch who'd expired on my living room floor. An absurd notion passed through my mind uninvited. At least I hadn't gotten around to replacing the carpets yet. But now, I reckoned I'd have the 70s shag ripped up before the weekend. But Gus was right, I conceded, as I paced the paved patio. We couldn't let the police see the teacup. "I can't believe I'm even considering this," I muttered, tucking my hands into my armpits. It's tampering with evidence, isn't it? What if I make things worse? The consequences of leaving magical artifacts for mundane authorities to find are severe, Katerina, Gus said. You know this. I groaned, torn between my instinct to leave everything untouched and the knowledge that exposing magical items to non-magical law enforcement could lead to a different kind of trouble. My stomach churned with guilt and indecision. But what if removing the teacup destroys some clue about what happened to her? I asked, more to myself than to Gus. What if I'm interfering with justice for Minerva? Justice for Minerva may very well depend on keeping the magical world secret, Katerina. You must act now. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and made my decision. The magical world had to remain hidden, even if it meant compromising the integrity of the crime scene. I would catch Amelia up on the situation, and she could take the teacup business from there. The thought made me feel sick, but I knew it was necessary. Fine, I muttered. Let's do this quickly. I crept back inside, my stomach churning. The sight of Minerva's body coupled with the scent of roasted chicken caused bile to rise in my throat. I hesitated at the edge of the living room. Hurry, Katerina, Gus urged. Your constable will arrive soon. Swallowing hard, I inched closer. I crouched beside Minerva, my hands shaking. Her grip on the teacup was tight. I reached out, careful not to touch her skin. A shudder ran through me. This is so wrong, I whispered. I'm sorry, Minerva. I hope you'd understand. Slowly, painfully, I worked the teacup free. It came loose with a soft scraping sound that made my skin crawl. I stumbled back, clutching the cup. Dark residue coated the inside. I couldn't begin to guess what it was. I darted to the hallway, yanking open the cupboard door. Despite having warded the cupboard against nosy, mundane intruders, I shoved aside jars and pouches to find a space at the back. I wrapped the teacup in an old scarf and tucked it away. Slamming the door shut, I leaned against it. My breath was ragged. I felt dirty, tainted. I'd tampered with a crime scene and potentially destroyed evidence, but I'd also protected the magical world from exposure. I was so sick and tired of these two conflicting realities. Some days, it felt like I was being torn in two. I busied myself grabbing my forgotten groceries from the floor and shoving them away, the lingering scent of roast chicken now making my stomach curdle. The battered bird in question had rolled across whatever grime had gathered under the dining table, and I held my breath as I took it outside with a dustpan and set it on a bench far enough away that I didn't have to smell it. I paced the patio, my thoughts a jumbled mess. Gus watched me from the outdoor table, his tail twitching back and forth. I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd stepped into some twisted nightmare. Minerva Flagstaff, dead on my living room floor. It was too much, too strange. And here I thought I'd dealt with enough magical investigations to last me a lifetime. Perhaps she sought you out for help, Gus eventually offered. The teacup may hold some clue as to why. Help with what? I ran a hand through my hair. And how did she even get here? There's no car, and her shop was all the way out in... The rumble of an engine cut me off. I looked up, my heart leaping into my throat. A police car pulled into the driveway. Constable Lewis. I gulped a large breath and ran my hands across my scalp. Gus hopped down from the table, his ears perked. He padded towards me, rubbing against my legs. Remember, Katerina, no talk of teacups. Yeah, I muttered, already moving towards the edge of the patio. I plastered a shaky smile on my face as Constable Lewis climbed out of his car. Afternoon, Kat. He gave me a nod, his brow furrowed with concern. I've got the station in Rutherglen sending some units up, but I wanted to get over here right away. Tell me what happened. It's, I said, my voice catching in my throat. I gestured vaguely toward the house. It's Minerva. She's... I trailed off as a figure beyond Constable Lewis emerged from behind the fence line, her brow creased with concern from under her grubby baseball cap. My neighbor, Kelly. She hurried towards us, her gaze darting between me and Constable Lewis. "Kat, is everything okay? I saw Chris pull up and..." Kelly stopped short as Constable Chris Lewis turned, her eyes widening as she took in the officer's tight expression. Her gaze settled on me, a question in her eyes. I came home after work and, well, I threw up my hands. I found her dead in my living room. Kelly's jaw dropped, and Constable Lewis peered through the glass sliding door, scratching the back of his neck. "You both better sit down. This might take a while." Chapter 3. "I can't believe this is happening," I muttered, more to myself than to Kelly. Constable Lewis had gone inside to take a look, leaving us on the patio. I sank into a chair and buried my face in my hands. She squeezed my arm, worry etched on her features. "What happened, Kat? Who is that inside?" My mind raced. I couldn't tell Kelly that Minerva was a potions witch. But I didn't want to lie to her either. Again, with the half-truths. A lump formed in my throat. Not again. "It's Minerva," I said, my voice catching. "Minerva Flagstaff. I met her a while back. She sold herbal remedies. I bought some stuff from her shop once." Kelly's brow furrowed. "Minerva Flagstaff? I don't think I've ever heard of her." "She wasn't from around here," I said quickly. "Her shop is in Woodford. I can't believe this happened." The sliding door rattled open, and Constable Lewis stepped back outside. He was frowning, his gaze distant. I braced myself. "Right," he said, his voice tight. "I'm sorry, Kat, but this is officially a crime scene. It's going to take some time before the investigation crew is done here. We'll need an official statement from you, but that will come later. First, I just want to ask a couple of questions if that's okay." I swallowed, my mouth dry. Official statements. Dang it, she died in my house. This wasn't my first rodeo when it came to suspicious deaths, and frankly, I didn't have the energy for becoming a murder suspect again. "What do you want to know, Chris?" I squeezed my eyes shut and shook my head. "I was at work all day. Bill can vouch for me, and Megan was there until she had to take off for classes after lunch. I had to leave a little early to run an errand and grab some groceries. And after I got home, well, you were the first person I called." Constable Lewis pulled a notepad from his pocket and began scrawling as he sat across from me, his face carefully neutral. "I heard your ute pulling up from the greenhouse," Kelly said, jerking her thumb towards the warehouse-sized structure partially obscured by gum trees growing along our shared boundary fence. "Couldn't have been more than 20 minutes ago." "And the deceased?" "A herbalist from Woodford." "Her name is Minerva Flagstaff. I met her once shortly after arriving in Australia." Constable Lewis's brow furrowed. "Any relation to Simon?" Kelly snapped her fingers. "I thought that name sounded familiar." "Yeah." I cleared my throat, recalling the inferences I'd drawn between Minerva and Simon back then. For a hot minute, I'd been convinced that the slimy realtor had been responsible for Aunt Tabby's death. It was a weird coincidence at the time. I think they're distant cousins of some sort. "And when did you last have contact with her?" I shrugged. "As I said, I only met her once. Would have been about 1.5 years ago." "And how did you come into contact with her? Were you introduced? A recommendation?" I blinked. I couldn't just tell them that she was a lead discovered by the Magical Inquisition. I guess. My late Aunt Tabitha knew her. She'd made some purchases from her in the past." "Right." Constable Lewis tapped his pen on the notebook thoughtfully. "Do you know how well your aunt knew her? Were they friends or something?" If by friends, you counted brewing the fatal potion which Aunt Tabby chose instead of a dubious battle with cancer. Tears pricked my eyes, and my lower lip trembled. I just don't know. I don't know a lot of things about my aunt's life here. Every year I promise to visit her someday, but, well... Hey. Kelly placed a hand on my shoulder and gave the constable a stern stare. It's not up to you to have all the answers, Kat. You just found a dead body in your house. I think you should come over to my place and stay the night. If Chris needs an official statement, it can wait until morning. Isn't that right, Chris? The younger officer flipped his notebook closed and tucked it away. I've got enough for now. And I can't make any promises about how long this will take, so making plans for the night is a good idea. Of course, you're within your rights to stay, but, he shrugged, it can be hard watching this kind of thing. I suppressed a grimace as I recalled the time when my property had been searched for castor plants, back when I'd been under the microscope for a ricin poisoning. That's probably for the best, I said, my voice small and shaky. I could really use a cup of tea. Don't let me keep you then. Constable Lewis stood and gave me a reassuring nod. I'd tell you to try not to dwell on this. But it'll probably be a rough night. We'll sort this out, though. I'll call you in the morning. I managed a weak smile and stood, my legs feeling like jelly. My gaze lingered on the glass sliding door. Should I ask to pack an overnight bag? But I wasn't sure I could stomach setting foot back inside again. How long would it be before Minerva was removed from my living room floor? Would they find anything I'd missed? Kelly had already grabbed my purse and put a supportive arm around me as we walked toward the fence separating our properties, leaving Chris to his duties. Come on, Kelly said softly, sensing my unease. I don't have a guest bedroom, but the couch folds out. I'll see if Mum can come pick up the kids for a bit so you have some space while I make a start on dinner. Are you hungry? I made a non-committal sound as I placed a hand over my churning stomach. Dinner was the furthest thing from my mind at that moment, but the mention of food brought one thought simmering to the surface. I glanced over to the back patio where I had left the rotisserie chicken, now attracting the attention of my feline familiar, Gus. He was nosing at it, and I was under no illusions that he would spend the better part of the evening picking it apart. The sight only made my stomach turn more. Thanks, Kelly. So long as it's got nothing to do with chicken, I'm happy. Jostling a black tea bag, I stirred the mug, the gentle clinking of the spoon against the ceramic the only sound in the house. I'd tried to be as quiet as I could, but every sound made me wince in the pre-dawn after I'd given up on sleep. Please, let them stay asleep, I thought, wincing as the floorboards creaked under my weight. I tiptoed across the kitchen, careful not to bump into the dining table where I'd left my handbag and car keys. I figured I'd get out of the Walters hair as soon as I'd finished my morning brew, hopefully before the kids bounced out of bed. The image of Minerva, her lips wrapped around a delicate porcelain teacup, flashed before my eyes. The Dreamwalker's teacup. I couldn't quite recall if that had been a dream or not. I supposed it was only natural that my subconscious was trying to process it all, dredging up random details like some macabre puzzle. I pushed the image from my mind as I let myself outside into the cool morning air. It was the shock, that's all, seeing Minerva like that. It's no wonder that I was a little jumpy. Up already? I jumped, sloshing tea over the concrete patio floor. Casting around in the faint light, I spotted Gus sitting in a planter box, his tail flicking back and forth. You scared the life out of me, I hissed, holding the mug in two hands as I crept over to the patio set. How long have you been there? The constabulary finished their work in the early hours and then left. I believe they will return today. After inspecting the house, I decided to check on you, except these humans have not afforded the simple decency of having a fitted door for felines. I settled into a padded seat and scoffed as I took a sip of tea. They don't have a cat, Gus. I'm sure they don't feel the need to install a cat flap for vagrants like you to march in whenever you like. Gus made a dismissive telepathic grunt and hopped from his planter box into my lap. What do you propose to do about this situation? I scratched my feline familiar under the chin absently and heaved a deep breath. I guess I'll see what I can do about work today. Megan might be able to cover for me, depending on her class schedule. But I'll need to call Amelia first thing, then down to the police station, I'm guessing. You should inform your coven at once, Gus said as he leaned into the scratch. It is always wise to be prepared for further threats. Threats? I made a face. I don't see how this is a threat. I don't see how this has got anything to do with me at all. Perhaps. But I should think that enough has occurred since arriving in this place to be ready for anything. Taking a long, steadying sip of tea, I figured I couldn't refute that. But I'd barely known the woman, and I just didn't have time for— "Oh no," I groaned. "What is it?" "Marissa's wedding." I rubbed the bridge of my nose. "I promised to be there, Gus. It's in 2 weeks' time." "Dang it. I just booked the flights yesterday. She'll have my hide if I don't make it." "She would likely have to beat your grandmother to it." Gus licked a paw absently. My mind reeled with the implications. Just how long would it take for the authorities to wrap up their investigation? If I told them I needed to leave the country, would they insist I remained within their jurisdiction? Maybe I do have some skin in the game. I set my mug on the glass table and scooted Gus from my lap. Once it's a decent hour, I'll call Amelia and then clue the others in. I looked out beyond the covered patio, where faint light bathed the landscape in hues of murky blue. It was good enough for me. No more sitting around or trying to sleep. It might be too early to be rousing people from bed, but that didn't mean I couldn't make a start on some work in the greenhouse back at my place. The hours seemed to blur together as I worked, a strange combination of distraction and forced focus. I brushed the last of the potting mix from my hands and surveyed the cheerful array of blooms I had planted. The early morning sun cast long shadows across the greenhouse, illuminating the vibrant colors of the petunias and snapdragons. Normally, that kind of puttering would have put a smile on my face, but the events of the previous night clung to me like a bad smell. I glanced at my house, its silhouette stark against the brightening sky. My stomach twisted with unease. I couldn't face going back inside just yet. Not while the ghost of Minerva Flagstaff lingered in my mind. And certainly not until Chris Lewis told me that his people were done with whatever forensics they needed in there. Instead, I wandered over to the old park bench nestled by the edge of the swamp. The murky water was still and dark, reflecting the emerging sunlight as gentle ripples lapped at the shore. Taking a seat, I fished my phone from my pocket and dialed Amelia's number. It went straight to voicemail. "Hey, Amelia, it's Kat Crowe," I said, my voice raspy. "I'm not sure if your people at the Inquisition have already caught wind about Minerva. I found her yesterday in my house. Dead. Give me a call back when you get a chance." I hung up and tried Cheyenne. I wasn't prepared to ruin Ash and Zoe's vacation, but Gus's warning to let my witchy pals know what was happening wasn't bad advice. She picked up on the second ring. "Kat, hey, listen, I can't talk right now," she said, her voice breathless. "School run. Can I call you back in a bit?" "Yeah, sure," I sighed, my shoulders slumping. I shoved my phone back in my pocket and stared out at the water, my mind swimming. Folks were just going about their everyday lives while I was twiddling my thumbs. I could picture Amelia lining up at some swanky coffee shop in the city, business as usual. Cheyenne in a mad rush to get her boys out the door and the salon open for business. It just felt weird. My gaze drifted back to the house. What if there was something there? Some clue that Constable Lewis had overlooked? Could I risk poking around a crime scene? I didn't want to go back inside. But the more I thought about Marissa's impending nuptials, a rising sense of panic told me that I had to do something. But instead of going in like a bull rampaging through a china shop, I willed myself to reason and called my part-time employee, Megan. She at least picked up the phone and was available to talk, so I gave her the rundown on what had happened and asked if it was possible for her to come into work. "Oh my gosh, of course I can. I've only got one class today, but don't worry about it. They record them these days so I can catch up later. Can I do anything else for you? This is just so awful." I pressed my lips together, waiting for Megan to take a breath so I could interrupt. "Thanks, Megan. Usually, I wouldn't ask you to skip a class. But I don't know if the police might swing by the store to ask some questions. I told them that you and Bill were in yesterday." "They think it was you?" Her voice took on more of a shrill tone than usual, and I grimaced. "Well, no. I don't think they do, anyway. But they have a process to follow, and I was the one who found her. At my house." Ugh. It sounded even worse when I said the words aloud. But I tried to shove my wallowing aside as Megan chittered on and gave her some admin tasks to focus on for the day. Once I finally got off the phone, Kelly came wandering over, clad for a day's work in jeans and a t-shirt. I tried to summon a smile but fell short as I strode over to meet her. After some coaxing, I ate some breakfast at the Walters house. Then I'd promptly shooed Kelly off to her work in the greenhouse, promising that I likewise intended to keep busy at the house of my other neighbor, Beverly. I'd been meaning to do a little pruning for the elderly woman who was still recovering from a head injury. But I also didn't relish the idea of explaining what had happened to her. She was something of a grouch, and I was sure she thought I was trouble, despite my efforts to help her since she'd returned from hospital. But after grabbing some tools from the garage and putting them in a wheelbarrow to cart over, rising dust and the sound of an engine approaching on the gravel road out front gave me pause. A van, marked as a crime scene unit, rolled toward the end of the lane toward my driveway, and beyond it was another couple of police vehicles. Biting my lip, I folded my arms, unsure what to do. Would Chris be with them? But another vehicle followed close behind. A shiny new red truck. When the van pulled in to park, leaving the other vehicles to find space on the lawn, the truck was close enough to see through the windshield. Travis Larkins. I gulped an anxious breath as he pulled in alongside the marked cruiser, which looked like Constable Lewis's usual ride. I hadn't seen Travis for weeks, and after all the awkwardness, he pops over for a visit now? I ran my hands through my hair, wishing I'd just agreed to follow Kelly around in her greenhouse for the day. But I forced myself to tuck my hands into my armpits when Travis got out of the truck and his eyes found mine. He probably didn't want to hear that this was likely something to do with magic, but I'd also sworn never to lie to him again. I guessed it was time to broach the subject and hope that he took it better than last time. Chapter 4. Kat. Travis halted a few feet from the wheelbarrow and licked his lips. "It's just... Well, I saw Chris at the servo this morning and he told me what happened. Are you okay?" I opened my mouth, and all that came out was a hysterical bark of laughter before I clamped my hand over my mouth. Then my eyes welled with tears, and my face crumpled. Travis crossed the distance to envelop me in a hug, and I sobbed into his shoulder. Mortified that the only thing I could manage was tears, I clung to him, letting the feel of his arms steady me. Travis was there for me at the hospital when Beverly had her fall, and he'd been the one to call Chris when I'd spoken about my misgivings about the accident. The officer probably thought we were still an item. Had Chris thought it was weird that Travis didn't know about the murder that morning? "Hey," Travis murmured in my ear, his voice a low rumble against the chaos in my head. "It'll be okay. You've got the right people here. Are you sure you want to hang around while they're doing their thing?" Reining in my emotions, I loosened my grip on my ex-boyfriend's shoulder and stepped back to wipe a sleeve over my face. Well, I'm not going to work today, that's for sure. And once the rumor mill gets wind of this, I'm sure I don't want to be hanging around in Myrtle Glen either. Travis frowned but nodded. You can come over to my place if you want. I don't even have to stay if you want some space. It's sweet of you to offer. Really, I said, my voice thick with emotion. I sniffed and swiped at my cheeks again, hoping I wouldn't need to resort to finding a rag in the garage. But I think I'd rather keep busy if I can. I've been helping Beverly with the garden while she's recovering, so I thought I'd start there. Travis glanced at the wheelbarrow piled high with gardening tools, a wry smile playing on his lips. I can see the appeal, but maybe that can wait? I brought some coffee on the way over. Hold on a tick. He turned and jogged back towards his truck. You didn't have to do that, I called after him, but a grateful warmth spread through me. I could use a coffee. He returned a moment later, 2 steaming takeaway cups in hand. I accepted one graciously and peered at the house where a swarm of activity had begun. Some folks carried cameras and other equipment into the house, and it felt oddly voyeuristic to be sipping a latte while watching them work. Glancing back at the garage, I waved for Travis to follow me under the roller door into the cool, dim interior. I flicked the switch to illuminate the space and grabbed 2 molded plastic chairs stacked against the wall. It's a bit of a mess in here, but better than watching. I waved vaguely toward the house. I've seen worse. Travis offered a half smile and sank into a chair. Can I ask what happened? I swallowed. Dang it. It had just felt so nice to see him again, to hear kind words from his mouth and feel the strength of his arms around me. I didn't want to break the spell so soon. I sat and took a sip of coffee to buy myself a moment to figure out where to start. I came home yesterday after work, and the back door was open. When I went inside, I found her. Her name was Minerva Flagstaff. I only ever met her once. She was, a potions witch. Travis's grip on his coffee cup tightened, and his eyes widened, even if it was apparent that he was trying to keep his features neutral. So this was to do with that stuff from last time? That stuff from last time. Like he couldn't even bring himself to say the word magic. But if he was referring to the showdown with Sorsha, which had ultimately revealed the string of lies I told him to hide my magic. It's not related, no. I cleared my throat. I have no idea what this is, actually. I don't know how she got this address, or what she wanted from me. Heck, I don't even know how she got here. It's not like there was a car parked out front when I got home, and it's a long walk from Woodford. All I know is that I can't go more than a few months without something crazy happening, and I'm so darn sick of it all. I closed my eyes and made a face, hating that I sounded like I was making this all about me. A woman had died. I had no right to be crying around about how much my life sucked. I'm sorry. That sounded selfish. It's just, I understand. Travis placed a hand on my arm. I'm guessing I only know the half of it, but between Justine's murder, Steve's disappearance, Beverly's accident, and your aunt's death, it's a lot. I snorted. Don't forget bringing Matthew Clark to justice for framing Ash Stevens for that string of arsons. That was the one that got your old truck mangled. Not that you'd remember that. The new one looks nice, by the way. I'll bet you were happy to hand back the loaner car. Travis blinked and rolled his shoulders while focusing on the cup in his hands. Ah, yeah. I'm pretty happy with it. But what happens from here? Do the cops report back to, your people? I appreciated that Travis was prepared to ask, even if he looked like he would rather discuss anything else, especially after I reminded him about his truck. It's not quite like that. I took a slow sip of coffee, my gaze drifting toward the sound of activity outside. The Inquisition monitors police databases. They'll know about Minerva's death soon enough and start their own investigation from there. Travis's brow furrowed, his fingers drumming against his coffee cup. So, what? They'll just Swoop in and take over? Not exactly, I said, pushing down the familiar twinge of annoyance at the thought of the Inquisition's methods. Amelia, she's the Inquisitor I usually deal with, likes to have a handle on things before she gets involved officially. I left a message on her mobile earlier, so I'm expecting to hear back from her today. Will she think you had something to do with it? Travis leaned forward, his gaze intent. Well, I took a deep breath, trying to figure out how I'd explain the teacup, if I should even mention the teacup. But honesty was my new policy, so I shrugged. I guess she will. But that's only fair. I'm sure I'll only be off the hook with the guys out there once they confirm my whereabouts yesterday. With magic, well, things are a little more complicated. And when I found Minerva, she was holding a magical relic that belonged to my late aunt. I couldn't let the police find it, so I took it and put it somewhere safe. Travis recoiled, and I couldn't say I blamed him. Was I somehow making the poor guy complicit in my efforts to be as open with him as I could? I rubbed the bridge of my nose and tried to grasp the words I needed to explain. You messed with... Travis spread his hands and lowered his voice to an urgent whisper. That's enough to get you in all kinds of trouble with those guys out there. So would leaving it there for them to find, I said, likewise keeping my voice low. I told you this was the world's best-kept secret. That means every witch in the world has a responsibility to keep magic from falling into the wrong hands. I didn't make the rules, Travis, but I'm bound by them. Travis pressed his lips together, his eyes hardening. Like the rules that say you shouldn't have told me about your secret world? Fair. I puffed out my cheeks. But there's a lot of folks out there who know. Family members without the gift. Husbands and wives. Partners. I uttered the last word awkwardly given our situation. Really? We'd only been dating for a matter of weeks. Perhaps I might have waited months or years to come clean if I hadn't tangled myself so thoroughly in a web of lies. But I didn't regret telling the truth. Travis sipped his coffee with his eyes staring off into space, but my phone buzzed in my pocket before I could figure out my next words. It's her. I chewed my lip and met Travis's eye as I held up my phone. Do you want me to... Travis nodded toward the door. Nah, hold on a second. I picked up the call and put it on loudspeaker, with a finger to my mouth to indicate that he should remain quiet. Hey, Amelia. Katarina Crowe. Amelia's voice was clipped and professional, but I could hear the telltale rumble of tires over asphalt in the background. What have you gotten yourself into this time? I winced. It's not like that. It's just, well, it's kind of a mess. Don't tell me. Let me guess. You tripped over a stray cat and accidentally unearthed a portal to the demon realm? I shot Travis a look, hoping my grimace conveyed how unhelpful Amelia's sarcasm was. Worse. There's been a murder. Amelia sighed. I know. I've already read through the case file, which says precious little at the moment. Are the police still at your property? Yeah, they're here now. Crime scene unit just turned up again. So I'm guessing that means you're on your way? Just about to take the turnoff to that sleepy little town of yours, actually. I'll handle the police when I get there. I met Travis's eye and grimaced. Okay. See you soon. I hung up and shoved the phone back into my pocket, my stomach churning. I stood to pace the length of the garage. Of course. I should have known she would have gotten an alert last night. Travis stood, his expression concerned as he placed his fists on his hips. He shifted his weight from one foot to the other, as if uncertain about the next step. Want me to stay while she speaks to you? What does she mean by handling the police? No. I grabbed his arm before he could move away. Travis, you can't. Please. I couldn't bear it if she what? If she wiped your memory again. I looked away, my cheeks burning. After last time, I swore I wouldn't let them do that again. But it's protocol. He stared at me, his gaze hardening and the muscles in his jaw tightening. So she was the one who did it? I closed my eyes. I promise I'll explain everything later. Just, please, go. Kat, are you sure you should do this alone? I'll call Cheyenne. She can hang out until Amelia clears off, okay? I gently took his elbow and steered him toward the garage door, hating that his eyes had taken on a note of suspicion. He seemed to hesitate, a slight furrow forming on his brow, before nodding silently. It was as if a wall had come down between us, a sudden and undeniable barrier. He had every right to be concerned that I was spinning tales again. But he cooperated with my request and got back into his shiny red truck to leave. There was no farewell hug, or even a promise to speak soon. But despite my eyes once again prickling with emotion as I watched him pull out of the driveway, I was glad he was safe from the Inquisition. Amelia paced back and forth across the concrete floor of the garage, her heeled boots clicking rhythmically. Cheyenne and I sat perched on molded plastic chairs, watching her circle. I shared a look with Cheyenne, and she offered a reassuring smile, her brow furrowed with concern. Amelia paused in her pacing, the dream walker's teacup dangling from her fingertips as she peered at the bottom of the delicate porcelain. So, let me get this straight. She tapped a finger against the rim. You haven't seen Minerva since we caught up with her in Woodford after your aunt's death. That's right. I crossed my arms, trying to project an air of nonchalance. No orders on the witchy web? No other online communications? Nothing. I shook my head, my stomach twisting with a fresh wave of unease. Amelia's brow furrowed. How did she know about this relic of yours, then? I shrugged, my pulse quickening. I have no idea, honestly. Obviously, Aunt Tabby at least knew of her, but I doubt they were buddies. Amelia let out a frustrated sigh. Can you give me a full account of how this item works? Not really. I hesitated, my gaze darting around the garage. I don't know where Gus has gotten to, but he would be a better bet to answer any questions. He once told me that it's dangerous, so I never used it. I paused, my mind racing. How long do you think it'll be before this investigation is finished? I've got a family wedding back home that I can't... Amelia snorted, cutting me off. You know as well as I do that an investigation will take as long as it takes Katerina. Unless... She paused, her dark eyes fixed on me. Unless you're willing to undergo a voluntary reading? I grimaced, my stomach churning as I recalled the last time I had been mind-scoured by the Inquisition. It wasn't high on my list of experiences to repeat. But unless the Inquisition pulled a proverbial rabbit out of their hat and came up with all the answers in the next couple of weeks, anything that will get me on the plane in time to get home. I'll be in for worse than a reading from my grandma if I miss this. I folded my arms and sighed. I promise I'll do everything in my power to cooperate with the investigation. That you will? Amelia's eyes narrowed as she paused from her pacing. Which includes not sticking your nose into this case. I held up my hands in supplication. Hey, I said I'd cooperate, okay? Now what's the next step here? Amelia pouted her glossy red lips and eyed me like she wasn't sure she should trust me. And I suppose she had every right to take my words with a grain of salt after all the times I'd butted in on her work. We'll have a diviner look at the body, she grunted after a moment. And I'll be taking this teacup with me so our people can identify the burnt stuff. Unless I get a clear line of inquiry over the next couple of days, I'll ask you to come into HQ. With the cat, too. Deal, I said, catching Cheyenne's eye briefly. The hairdresser swallowed nervously and gave me a shaky smile. While I was glad she'd dropped everything to support me, her experience with the magical authorities was nada. Heck, her experience with magic was minimal. Amelia muttered something about a long drive back and ducked out of the garage, and for a moment I wished Ash and Zoe were back in Myrtle Glen. But I'd promised myself not to disturb their vacation for my sake. And I wasn't sure that Ash's tech illusionist skill set could offer much in this situation anyhow. Chapter 5. I pushed open the door to the Garden Gate nursery, the familiar chime of the bell doing little to cut through the fog of exhaustion that clung to me. A tired sigh escaped my lips as I dragged myself inside. The welcome scent of plants and damp soil contrasted with the sterile, unsettling aroma of disinfectant that had permeated my house. The police had finally given me the all-clear to return late yesterday afternoon. It had taken one of Aunt Tabby's stronger sleeping drafts to knock me out for a few hours. The ones that left you with a fuzzy head in the morning. But even that hadn't been enough to chase away the lingering unease that had taken root in my gut. It felt like waking up from a bad dream, the details already fading around the edges. Snippets of conversation, Minerva's voice urgent and insistent, flitted through my mind, but I brushed them aside. Just my overactive imagination, I told myself. Stress dreams. "Good morning, guys," I said, plastering a smile on my face that felt about as genuine as a plastic fern. Inside, my stomach was doing backflips. My house might not have been a crime scene anymore, but it still felt tainted. I felt tainted. "How are you holding up?" Bill asked, his bushy eyebrows furrowed over his wire-rimmed glasses. "Rotten business, I hear." Megan, bless her heart, just gave me a sympathetic nod and chewed her lip. She hadn't been around long enough to experience all the weirdness that seemed to follow me around like a stray cat. Bill should have come to expect it by now. "It's, well, I don't know what to say exactly," I said, wishing I'd splurged on a double-shot latte on my way to the shop. I stowed my purse under the counter and shrugged. My house isn't a crime scene anymore, which is something. I paused, trying to gather my scattered thoughts. I'm just hoping the police will get to the bottom of this soon. "Well," Bill grunted, pushing his glasses further up his nose. "Shouldn't take too long at the clip they've been working at. Chris came by yesterday, asked a whole bunch of questions about what time you left and all that." My eyebrows shot up. "Oh? That was quick." "We showed him the camera footage from the front. It shows your ute parked out there all day." Megan piped up. "He said they would need a copy, so I've already saved the file." I wasn't sure whether to send it or not. The cameras. I took a relieved breath. I'd mostly forgotten about those, with the crime rate in Myrtle Glen being almost non-existent. Murders aside. Ash had installed them for me after I'd suggested putting dummy ones up to deter any would-be plant thieves out in the nursery. I supposed I already had something to thank the tech illusionist for. And he wasn't even in town. "Of course we send it." I nodded. "I've got nothing to hide, and the faster they rule me out, the faster they'll figure out who was responsible." "True," Bill said, nodding reassuringly. "Don't you worry, Kat. We've got your back." A wave of relief settled into my bones. It was one thing to know I had nothing to hide, but having the people closest to me corroborate my story, well, it helped to ease the knot of anxiety that had taken up residence in my stomach. "Thanks, guys." I appreciate that I glanced at the clock on the wall. "I'm going to see if I can head down to the station later this afternoon and give my statement. Hopefully that'll be the end of it." Bill nodded, already grabbing his keys off the hook by the door. "Good idea. I'll get that delivery out to Wombat Marsh. Be back after lunch." After he left, Megan leaned against the counter, her gaze drifting towards the nursery. "Anything you want me to get started on? I'm happy to take care of the office if you wanted to do some potting up." "You sure you don't have any classes today?" I quirked an eyebrow. "I don't want you falling behind on my account." Megan held up a hand. "I swear, I'm up to date on everything. I'm more than happy to help out this week. I don't have anything due until the end of the month." I narrowed my eyes. That hadn't exactly answered my question, but I was glad for the offer. There was always work to do out back, and it was always more enjoyable when I wasn't routinely interrupted by customers. "Thanks, Megan. If it's getting slow in here, Make sure you do some catching up on those lecture recordings." Megan only smirked as I let myself out the back to the kitchenette where I prepared some tea and headed outside. The wind was a little dicey underneath the covered area where I left the plants that weren't ready for the nursery yet, but I paid it no mind as I cleared some space on my potting table. Then I bit my lip, hesitating before I threw myself into the work. I brushed a stray leaf from my jeans and sighed. As much as I loved puttering around in the fresh air, I needed answers, and I needed them now. For Marissa's sake, more than anything. "Right," I muttered to myself, grabbing my phone from the table and scrolling through my contacts. Constable Lewis's number was right there at the top, and I tapped it without letting myself overthink it. He answered on the second ring. "Hi, Chris. It's Kat Crowe here. I was just wondering if there was an update on the, situation." Not a lot to report at this stage. His tone was professional. "The station in Rutherfield is doing the follow-up work now that we've handed over the crime scene." "Right, of course." "Detective Dwyer, I assume?" I made a face at the memory of the detective who tried to pin the murder of Justine Shaw on me and Kelly. I hesitated, unsure how to phrase my next question. "And what about me? Am I still—" "It's early days yet. I came around to see Bill and his niece at the shop yesterday, but we still need to get your official statement. It will take time, though. We'll need to wait on the autopsy results to determine the cause of death." Autopsy. The word hung in the air between us, heavy and unsettling. The image of Minerva lying on my living room floor flashed before my eyes, unwelcome and vivid. "Autopsy?" "Right. Of course," I echoed, my voice catching in my throat. "Well, I'm free to come down to the station this afternoon if that works for you. I'm actually booked on a flight out of the country next week for a family thing, and I'm really hoping I won't miss it." I could hear the rustle of papers through the phone. "Ah, how about 3 o'clock this afternoon? I'll need to check with Detective Dwyer, but I'm assuming he can make that work. You can ask him any questions you have about the process after the interview." Statement? Interview. I sighed, figuring that Detective Dwyer would be about as gentle as he was last time. If it were up to Chris, I would be confident about getting to Marissa's wedding. But would the detective make my life miserable until I solved the damn case for him again? "No trouble. Just shoot me a text and let me know. I can make myself available whenever it suits." I ended the call and ran my hands over my scalp, irritated that the conversation had been about as enlightening as one could expect given the circumstances. But Gus leaped onto the potting table and fixed me with a stare before I could take out any frustrations on pot-bound stock. "What was that about an autopsy?" Gus asked, his telepathic voice a low rumble in my head. "Well, that's the next step as far as the police go. You know, cause of death and all that." I frowned at the stack of plastic pots behind my ginger familiar, begging to be put to use. Gus grumbled, pacing across the table. "Has the Inquisition not assumed responsibility for this case? What if Minerva isn't dead?" "Excuse me?" "Pot's forgotten." My eyebrows shot up to my hairline. "I have been considering the situation at length. I believe it is possible." "That she's alive?" I stared at Gus, my mouth agape. "Gus, she was stone cold on the living room floor. There was blood coming out of her nose. She was, perhaps in a deep sleep, trapped in the dream dimensions by the teacup, too far away from her faculties to maintain body warmth and a heartbeat. So dead then." I folded my arms. "No heartbeat, no life. Perhaps, perhaps not." Gus licked his paw thoughtfully. "Do you recall my tale of Cousin Mildred? She lay in sleep for weeks after experimenting with the teacup. She eventually woke, but her mind was thoroughly addled thereafter." "No, I don't recall Cousin Mildred." "Who even is Cousin Mildred?" I threw up my hands. For a fleeting moment, a disturbing thought crossed my mind. Sorsha would have known about this. My undead ancestor, with her centuries of necromantic knowledge, would probably have understood exactly what was happening to Minerva. But I pushed the thought away as quickly as it came. The last thing I needed was to wish that particular problem back into my life. Whatever answers Sorsha might have offered would have come with far more trouble than they were worth. Besides, she was gone for good. Gus, Minerva is lying in a morgue as we speak. If there was a chance that she was alive, that was information I could have used when we found her. Ahem. Gus's tail flicked. My memory isn't as it was, and this happened centuries ago. This woman's body should be in the Inquisition's safekeeping. That way. I'm calling Amelia. My hand shook as I snatched up my phone. What else hadn't he told me about that darn teacup? Should I call Grandma? I dragged a hand over my face, my pulse quickening. Gus, what if we're too late? They could be opening her up right as we speak. Gus made a non-committal kitty noise, as though he didn't give a whit one way or the other. After dragging a hand over my face, I made the call to Amelia and left a long and rapid-fire message on her voicemail. After reiterating my message via text, I paced the undercover area, hoping Amelia would call right back. But as the minutes passed, I figured I needed more than some vague tale of a long-dead cousin Mildred to pass on to the Inquisitor. I dialed again, this time calling my hometown, where I hoped Grandma was sitting up downstairs instead of sleeping. She answered with her usual no-nonsense bark, and my shoulders sagged with relief that I wouldn't have to spend the next day in a game of phone tag. Grandma, it's me. I'm in a whole world of trouble. Again. I took a deep breath and rubbed the bridge of my nose, then continued to talk quick until I'd recounted all that I could about the past few days' events and Gus's bombshell assertion that we might not be dealing with a murder at all. It was a wonder that I got to the end of my deranged monologue without Grandma butting in, and I had to stop to catch my breath once I was done. Katerina, Grandma grunted in her thick southern drawl, I'm starting to think that this Australia of yours is like watching one of my stories. You were always one for trouble, but on my word, it was never this bad when you were here in Tumbling Springs. I know, Grandma. I closed my eyes with a pained expression. Trust me, I'm not out there looking for it. Things just happen, okay? I need your help with this teacup. I don't know much about it, and Gus clearly isn't too troubled by the fact that there's a witch in a morgue who might very well be alive. I thought that once I got my alibi in place, I'd be free to get on a plane next week for the wedding. But if magic is still afoot and it's our relic, we need to scrounge up as much information as we can. Marissa is going to be madder than a wet hen if you're too busy gallivanting around solving crimes to get to her wedding, Grandma warned. I know. Which is why I need you to help me, okay? Grandma sighed on the other end of the line, and I chewed my lip as I waited for her to offer something up. Some nugget which would help get me out of this mess, with bonus points if that meant Minerva could be roused and the memories of murder washed away. I can take a poke around in the stacks and let you know what I come up with, she said. At least I've heard a thing or two about this one, which should make it easier to get started. But don't you get too accustomed to me playing your little assistant every time one of the relics causes mayhem. While you're home, I expect. The phone buzzed in my hand, and I saw Amelia's name flash up, waiting for me to accept the call. Grandma, I gotta go. I've got the Inquisition on the other line. Call me back when you found something, okay? I didn't wait for Grandma's assent before picking up the call, concerned I might miss Amelia again. You've got to be kidding me. Now you don't think she's dead? I winced at the clipped tone and shifted from one foot to the other. Hey, this isn't my theory. But my familiar Gus thinks that there's a chance Minerva might be in a deep sleep. I'm assuming the Inquisition has the resources to pull a body from a mundane morgue for safekeeping. Amelia groaned, and I sank to an overturned pot, bracing myself to tell the story of Cousin Mildred again. I was getting pretty darn tired of repeating myself. Chapter 6. As I let myself out of the police station, I checked my phone and saw a message from Marissa waiting for me. Grandma clearly hadn't told her about our conversation, with the text babbling on about bridesmaid dresses and flower suggestions. Giving my official statement to Detective Dwyer with Constable Lewis watching on had drained any positive energy that I'd managed to hold on to throughout the day. Even after Amelia had promised to do her thing in the background to prevent Minerva's mundane autopsy from occurring. My cousin deserved to be happy, though. She was clearly burning the midnight oil with her wedding planning, and I figured I should give her a call when I got home. As much as I didn't want to worry her with my situation, I didn't want her to think I was ghosting her either. I strode down the sidewalk toward my truck, which was parked further down the street, the quandary of my mixed feelings drowning out my surroundings. "Kat!" I pulled up short and glanced around, my heart leaping into my throat as I spotted Travis waving at me from across the street. A surge of conflicting emotions washed over me: anxiety, longing, and a touch of panic. He'd parked his truck and trailer on the edge of the school grounds, and for a moment, I considered pretending I hadn't seen him. But my feet were already moving, propelling me across the road to meet him by the chain-link fence. As I approached, I struggled to compose myself, forcing down the cocktail of feelings threatening to bubble over. I plastered on a smile, though I knew it probably looked as brittle and fake as it felt. "Hey, yourself," I managed, hoping my voice didn't betray the turmoil beneath the surface. "I was wondering whether I should call today." He nodded past me toward the police station. "I'm guessing that was a statement?" "More like an interview. But it's fine." I sighed and thrust my hands in my pockets. I've given the official account of my movements that day, and they've already checked in with Bill and Megan about it. "So this is the school job you're working on?" It appeared the school was having some kind of courtyard put in, and from the looks of the muddy hole Travis had dug with his excavator, they were making good progress. "Yeah, they want a new covered area." He leaned against the fence, his gaze sweeping over the construction site. "I've got a prefab gazebo arriving next week." "Makes sense." I pushed open the gate and stepped inside, careful to avoid the muddy patches. My eyes were drawn to the yellow excavator, and a wave of guilt clawed its way up my spine. The sight of the machine brought back memories of the lie I'd told Travis, the one that had ultimately led to our breakup. My throat tightened as I forced out the words, "The excavator seems to have cleaned up well." "Yeah." He scratched the back of his neck. "It took a bit more work than I thought it would, but so far nothing has been too expensive to fix." I shifted awkwardly from foot to foot. "I'm glad." "So," Travis cleared his throat, "what does this mean with that Amelia woman? Are you in the clear with them as well?" I took a deep breath. Maybe. Maybe not. How could I explain any of this to him? That the teacup might only have put Minerva into a magical coma, and that I'd spent the day concerned about the regular police opening her up at the morgue. It sounded absurd. "I might try to go to Melbourne tomorrow to see if I can set things straight," I said finally. "Gus thinks that Minerva might not be dead at all, but in a deep sleep. I've got my grandma working on a bit of research back home, which I hope can resolve this before Marissa's wedding. I've got flights booked for the end of next week, and if I don't get on that plane—" I trailed off, chewing on my bottom lip. "Well, I suppose I'll be in even deeper water than I am now." Travis frowned. "I think I remember you mentioning her. But isn't Gus your cat?" I said, my cheeks heating. "Yes, but no. I suppose he's more rightly an ancestor of mine. A family familiar. Or a guardian, I guess." Travis's mouth hung open, and he cast around like someone might be hiding in the bushes listening in on our conversation. "So he's not a real cat?" "Well, I mean, he is a cat now." I shrugged. "But he was human back in the 1800s. I suppose if you think about reincarnation, that's how it works in magical families." Travis blinked and shook his head slightly, as though he was having trouble getting my words to stick. It was only fair. I'd thrown a lot at him over the past few days. Then his features sharpened, and I pressed my lips together, telling myself to be patient with him. So this Minerva woman might be alive? That's good news, isn't it? Yeah, I said noncommittally, then realized that sounded harsh. I mean, of course it is. Supposing she ever wakes up. But I guess that also means I have a responsibility in figuring out how to fix this. This teacup is older than Gus. I don't really know how it works, but if there's a chance that I can make it right. Sounds like a tall order, if you only have a week before you head to the States. Travis offered a lopsided smile. Is there anything I can do to help? My heart ached at the offer and his earnest features. How had we gone from barely talking to this in the course of a few days? It was almost... No. He was simply being kind. He was probably just feeling sorry for me. A cool breeze rustled through the trees, carrying with it the first hint of moisture. I shivered slightly, glancing up at the darkening sky. Not really. It's okay. This isn't your problem to deal with. I'll work something out. Travis opened his mouth to respond, but was interrupted by a low rumble of thunder in the distance. We both looked up, noticing the ominous clouds that had gathered overhead. Looks like rain, Travis said, his brow furrowing. I nodded, feeling a strange mix of relief and disappointment at the impending end to our conversation. Yeah, I should probably get going. As if on cue, a few fat droplets fell, pattering against the muddy ground around us. The air filled with the earthy scent of clay, and I found myself taking a deep breath. You sure there's nothing I can do? Travis asked again, his voice softer now. If the rain doesn't let up, I might have to sit tomorrow out. I could drive you to Melbourne. The rain started to fall more steadily, creating little dark spots on our clothes. I hugged my arms around myself, both from the chill and the conflicting emotions swirling inside me. I appreciate that, Travis. Really, I said, trying to inject warmth into my voice despite the growing dampness. But you don't have to do that. We stood there for a moment, the rain picking up intensity. The awkwardness between us was palpable, a reminder of all the things left unsaid. I'd better run, I said finally, gesturing vaguely in the direction of my truck, before it really starts coming down. Travis nodded, raindrops streaming down his forehead. Take care, Kat. And good luck. As I hurried back across the street, the rain now falling in earnest, I glanced back over my shoulder. Travis was still standing by the fence, watching me go. I raised a hand in a final wave before ducking into my car, my clothes already soaked from the short dash. I sat there for a moment, listening to the rain drum against the roof, and let out a long sigh. Wiping droplets from my face, I started the engine. It was time to head home. I'd call Marissa back, then scour Aunt Tabby's old grimoires to see what I could dredge up on the teacup. Not that my late aunt had been the most thorough witch in the family for keeping notes. I'd learned that the hard way. I wasn't sure if Marissa would pick up after I'd gotten home and into a dry set of sweats, but she certainly wasn't in bed when she answered, which I guess shouldn't have come as a surprise. My cousin had always kept odd hours as a barmaid in Tumbling Springs, and the excitement of her impending nuptials was clear as she grinned from half a world away on the screen. Did it arrive yet? I frowned and got comfy in my bed, having steered clear of the living room since finding Minerva. Did what arrive? I propped myself up against the pillows in bed, clutching my phone as Marissa's excited face filled the screen. Her grin was wide, and her eyes sparkled with the energy of a woman deep in wedding planning mode. The soft glow of her bedside lamp cast a warm light on her features, highlighting the flush of anticipation on her cheeks. I smiled back, even though I knew this conversation would take the wind out of her sails. The dress! I had it sent over last week so you could try it on. You won't have a lot of time once you get here to have alterations made, so I thought you could show me how it fits, and we can figure out what needs doing. Marissa gestured animatedly, her hands moving in sync with her words. Do you know if there's a decent seamstress in your neck of the woods? I could have Ness work on it once you get here, but I just want to make sure that everything is... I frowned, the crease between my brows deepening as I interrupted her. No bridesmaid's dress in the mail. Didn't we go through my measurements a couple of weeks ago? I don't know if I'll need to make any changes with the flight bookings, if I'm going to be lugging a big floofy dress on the plane. It'll be fine. Marissa waved a dismissive hand. And you'll thank me if the straps need adjusting. You don't want to be relying on safety pins to hold everything in place on the day. When Felicity tried hers on, I held up my hand, cutting her off. Okay. Marissa's enthusiasm was starting to grate on my nerves, understandable as it was. I needed to tell her what was going on. But can we park this for just a minute? I've been meaning to call for a couple of days. I don't know if you've had a chance to speak with Grandma? Marissa's brow furrowed in confusion. What do you mean? You've booked your flights, right? Of course I have. I paused, chewing on my lower lip as I tried to find the right words. It's just that something has come up that I need to take care of. I found a witch murdered, or maybe not murdered exactly, in my house a couple of days ago. I'm not sure if I mentioned... Murdered? What do you mean, maybe murdered? How is anyone maybe murdered? Her voice rose in pitch as panic set in. Kat, please don't tell me this means that you won't make it to the wedding. You promised when you moved out there that you'd be here. Who even is this witch? Don't tell me it's a friend of yours. Oh my gosh. I can't even. Marissa's words dissolved into a distressed babble, her hands fluttering in front of the camera. I closed my eyes, my irritation turning to a dread that churned my gut with guilt. A deep, shaky breath escaped my lips as I tried to steady my nerves. Mentally, I retraced the events of the past few days, determined to relay the details as clearly and concisely as possible. My heart raced as the memories resurfaced, each one like a stone dropping into the pit of my stomach. I knew I needed to be honest with Marissa, no matter how difficult the conversation might be. And I promise, I'm going to do everything in my power to sort this out before my flight home. I kept my features even as I stared at Marissa, who was fidgeting on the other end, her hand over her mouth like it was the only thing keeping her from blurting a dozen questions. I'm going to head down to Melbourne tomorrow, armed with everything I can get my hands on about the teacup. Gus will come too. I've even volunteered for a reading, and after giving my statement to the regular police today, that's the full account given to everybody who needs to hear it. But what if you get into trouble anyway? Marissa blurted, her voice trembling as she fought back the tears that were threatening her glistening eyes. Who knows how long it'll take to sort out? I doubt it. I shook my head, trying to be as convincing as I could. It's not like I haven't been in worse scrapes over the past year. As far as I know, there isn't anything illicit about the teacup, and once they can confirm I had nothing to do with whatever concoction she drank, that should be the sum of it. Marissa sniffled, shaking her head and looking away from the screen. How can you be so sure about that? Because I need to. I offered a sad smile. I promised my cousin I'd be home to see her hitched, and that's what I intend on doing, okay? I'm going to head to Tumbling Springs in the morning. I'll help Grandma scour every grimoire in that attic before you even wake up. At least that way I can take the laptop and email over anything you need. Grandma's got it covered. I'm sure you have a tight schedule with all the wedding planning. Marissa scoffed, and I wondered then whether telling her was a good idea. I might have left it for one more day after I'd been to Inquisition HQ and could give her some firmer details. But she had to know, and at least this time, I hadn't done anything to bring this on myself. I'm not going to rest until I know you'll be here. Then it was my turn to scoff. Everyone knows the bride needs her beauty sleep. Please, just trust me to get this figured out, okay? I'll call you tomorrow and give you an update. I've got some of my own reading to do tonight. Marissa didn't seem all that convinced, but she'd composed herself by the time I got off the call. She'd even yawned once or twice, so I'd grouched at her to get to bed, and then got up to heat up a frozen meal. The microwave whirred in the otherwise silent house, a sound that seemed amplified in the stillness. It might have been silly, but I couldn't bring myself to look at the living room, the place where I'd found Minerva. There wasn't anything in there that should have been disturbing. It was more a case of bad juju, I guessed. I took my steaming meal, which certainly didn't resemble what was on the box, and faced the glass sliding door at the dining table where I'd set up my laptop and box of things Aunt Tabby had left me. I wasn't sure what I'd find. Gus hadn't offered up more than his notion that Minerva might not be truly dead, but I'd never encountered a magical coma before. I needed to learn everything I could about the teacup. After seeing my cousin in such a state, I was committed to finding any scrap of information I could to be ready to face the Inquisition in the morning, with bonus points for finding anything that could wake a potions witch from a sleep as deep as any of the grim fairy tales. Chapter 7. My eyes flew open, my chest constricted, every breath a struggle. I bolted upright, heart hammering against my ribs. Panic seized me. Grayness stretched around me, a desolate, unending expanse. It pressed in, suffocating, cold, and empty. Where am I? This isn't my room. My fingers scrabbled against the surface beneath me. It was soft, yielding like a mattress, but not my mattress. Fear, raw and icy, shot through me. Minerva, I choked out, my voice a thin rasp in the stillness. The name echoed around me, swallowed by the oppressive silence. I pushed myself to my feet, legs shaky, the gray void tilting beneath me. Nausea welled in my stomach, and I swayed, bracing myself against the encroaching nothingness. A whisper, faint and chilling, slithered through the silence. Kat? Minerva. It was her voice, but warped, distorted, like it was being dragged through gravel. Minerva, where are you? I called out, my voice tight with fear. The whisper came again, closer this time, a ghostly moan. Lost. Kat, help me. I stumbled forward, desperate to reach her, to make sense of the disorienting haze that held me captive. The grayness swirled around me, pulling me deeper. A chilling wind whipped around me, tearing at my pajamas. I wrapped my arms around myself, a futile attempt to ward off the sudden cold. I'm here, Minerva. I'm here, I shouted, my voice snatched away by the wind. Where are you? The wind intensified, swirling faster. I shielded my face, my hair whipping at my eyes. Through the chaos, I saw her. A figure, indistinct, shrouded in the swirling gray, materialized in the distance. Minerva! I stumbled toward her, my hand outstretched. The figure turned, and a gasp escaped my lips. It wasn't the potions witch. Not exactly. Her form flickered, a shimmering silhouette of the woman I knew. But it was warped somehow, lost in the swirling gray mist that clung to her like a shroud. Kat, she moaned, her voice echoing all around me, a chorus of whispers. Help me. I can't. Her words dissolved into the wind. I strained to hear, to make sense of the jumbled whispers that swirled around me. Minerva, what's wrong? I reached for her, my hand passing through her arm with a ghostly chill. She drifted closer, her translucent form flickering, her features contorting like she was trying to remain there with me. The teacup, she wailed. Kat, you have to stop it. They'll destroy. Her words fragmented, lost in the growing roar of the wind. I strained to catch them, desperate to understand. She grabbed my hand, and her form seemed to coalesce, her grip surprisingly strong despite the ethereal nature of her form. What is it, Minerva? Who did this to you? The teacup, she gasped, her voice clearer now, but laced with urgency. It's bound to... dangerous. You have to destroy it, before it's too late. Why? I pleaded, What happened, Minerva? Just as Minerva leaned in, about to whisper something, a familiar weight slammed against my chest, the pressure of Gus's paws digging into my skin. The grayness receded, a jolt of static electricity prickling across my body and bringing me back to reality with a gasp. I landed back in my own bed. The familiar softness of my mattress and the warm, cozy sheets were both welcome and disconcerting as colors registered once again in my vision. My heart pounded in my ears as Gus sat on my chest, his amber eyes boring into mine. "Gus! What was that for?" I cried, shoving him off in frustration. My heart raced, the remnants of the dream clinging to me like cobwebs, the ghostly chill, the howling wind, Minerva's desperate pleas. Her almost revealed secret clawed at the edge of my consciousness. Did she say something in that final moment? Had I missed it? I sat on the edge of my bed, staring at my bedroom wall. The lingering chill of the dream clashed with the warmth of my anger. My mind felt about as addled as the weird dreamscape, with my subconscious already eating away the details. Gus wound around my legs, his purring a low rumble against my shins. "You were in peril. I had to bring you back," he said, his telepathic voice a soothing balm against the lingering fear. His tail lashed anxiously behind him, and he kept his eyes fixed on mine, pupils dilated with concern. "Your presence was fading from my awareness. Another moment, and I might not have been able to reach you." I glanced at my alarm clock. 6:16 a.m. I rubbed the sand from my eyes and shook my head. "You were right, Gus. She isn't dead." "Minerva," Gus said, his tone serious. "She is trapped within the teacup's magic." "Trapped?" I echoed, my mind already racing. But by who? What was she about to tell me? "These are questions we must unravel," Gus said, his tail twitching. "But not in the dreamscape. It's too dangerous." "Right," I said, pushing myself off the bed. "The teacup. I hid it in the..." My words caught in my throat. The teacup. The police. Amelia peering at the blackened grime before taking it back to Inquisition HQ for testing. It all came crashing down on me. "We need to get it back," I breathed, my stomach twisting. "We're going to Melbourne today, Gus. If she's alive, then we need to figure out how to bring her back." "I concur with the urgency," Gus said, his tail twitching anxiously. "However, I must advise caution. Dream magic is notoriously unpredictable, and if the teacup holds Minerva in some ethereal prison, the Inquisition is best placed to use it. Might I remind you that your green witch abilities do not lend themselves to dreams?" "We'll figure that part out later," I said, already pulling clothes from my dresser. "And what of the Inquisition? They will not simply hand over evidence in an active investigation." "I'll think of something," I muttered, though the knot in my stomach tightened. Gus was right, but I couldn't just sit here knowing Minerva might be trapped. It didn't take long to get ready and out the door. Gus continued to press me for a more defined plan during our preparations, his concern clear in the way he hovered at my feet all the way out to the truck. Eventually, he settled into the passenger seat, curled up but vigilant, in a coat I kept for rainy days. His amber eyes remained fixed on me, but he appeared to have given up his protests. For now, at least. By the time I got on the highway to Melbourne, I figured I'd be pulling into the city as folks were getting their morning coffee before work. "Katerina?" Grandma's voice boomed through the car speakers. "Wherever you are, it's noisy." "I'm on my way to Melbourne," I said, pitching my voice loud enough to be heard over the rushing wind that seeped into all the cracks of my old truck. I didn't have time to call first. "Listen, I know Minerva isn't dead. I think I'm somehow connected to her dreams." There was a pause on the line. "Slow down now. You had a dream about Minerva?" "Not just a dream, Grandma. It was different. Real. I was in this gray place, and she was there, trying to tell me something about the teacup. Dreams can feel mighty real sometimes, Grandma said, her voice gentler than usual, especially the haunting kind. No, this wasn't just... I took a steadying breath and tried to explain the fragmented dream in more detail, feeling more than a little absurd. I told myself the cold creeping up my spine was from the frigid morning and not the lingering effects of that gray nothingness. Gus peered at me from the passenger seat as the truck barreled down the highway, his amber eyes alert. "And you're certain this wasn't just your mind processing everything?" Grandma asked, her tone cautious. "What makes you so sure it wasn't an ordinary nightmare?" "Because Gus had to pull me out, Grandma." He felt me fading. His words, not mine. And the things Minerva said, about the teacup being dangerous, about being trapped. It wasn't like any dream I've ever had. There was silence on the line for a long moment, just the rush of wind and the rumble of tires on asphalt. Finally, Grandma sighed. "This is serious, Katerina." "I don't like it. Not at all." "You and me both, Grandma." But Gus woke me. He sensed that I was in trouble, even if he could have hung on for just a few moments so I could have gotten some answers. I said the last part with a little emphasis, and Gus's ears flattened with a kitty glare. I thought he might butt in on the conversation, but Grandma huffed. "Well, thank the light that he did. In fact, I'm not sure you should be staying at that house right now. This must be some lingering magic or some such." Maybe. I hadn't considered that the use of the teacup in my living room might have left something behind. But this means that Minerva can be saved, right? "Have you found anything about this cousin Mildred?" "I'm working on it. Of course, the woman couldn't write her own account of what happened. From what I understand, she didn't have the faculties for it once she finally woke. That means I have to take the word of the family members around her." "Uh-huh," I said, waiting for the rest. "From what I understand, she slept for weeks. It was a right argument among the Crows about when the caretaker should be called to put the woman to rest. Her sister, Penelope, refused to concede. Her diaries are the most comprehensive of the bunch. She didn't have the magic needed to handle this kind of trouble, though. She was a green witch like you, and she doesn't rightly say what it was that woke her sister." "Does that mean she managed it herself?" I wondered aloud. "Maybe so. But it's hard to say. She had healers come and look at her from inside the family, and those brought in through the council. It could have been any one of them that did something inadvertent which made the difference. I recall at the time receiving word of this," Gus piped in, "but I was too far away to be of much use. New York, I believe. For the summer. Not that kinetic magic would have been of use." "Gus remembers gallivanting around in New York while this was happening," I relayed to Grandma. "I was not gallivanting. Seeing to family business. Why—" "Oh, hush you," I waved a hand. "You can get uppity with me later." "You done talking to the cat?" Grandma asked flatly. "Sorry, Grandma." "What else did you find?" "Precious little. Mildred Crowe didn't record any plans on paper for her purpose in using the teacup as far as I can see. But I'll keep looking. I might need to go back further to find where the darn thing came from in the first place." "Sounds like a plan. Right now, I'll see what I can do with the Inquisition and let you know what the next steps are. They might have people who can figure this out with the teacup itself." Grandma made a humming sound of assent. "You gonna think about dropping in your resume while you're there?" "Grandma," I dragged a hand over my face. "We've been over this. I don't have a career in witch politics ahead of me, or with the Inquisition. All's I'm saying is that if you're going to spend half your life working on cases, you might as well be compensated for your time." "Haha. I need to stop and get some gas, Grandma. I'll call you back once I've got more information, okay?" Grandma snorted as if sensing that my need for gas was a convenient solution for dropping the conversation. But she didn't call me out on it, instead mumbling something about getting back to researching as she ended the call. It took another few minutes to get to the nearest gas station, and in that time my mind continued to whir with speculation about what the heck was happening. I hadn't thought much on what these dreams meant, why I was connected to them, or about the snatches of nightmare I'd brushed off in the days since Minerva's death as simply being spooked by the situation. But as I pumped gas into my truck in the whipping morning wind amid commuters, likewise going about their morning routines en route to work, I figured it had to be something more than just proximity to the not-so-murder which had me drawn into the dreamscape. There was something we must be missing in all of this, and I just had to hope that the Inquisition could pull through with some answers. That, or Grandma could pull a rabbit out of her hat in the next couple of days. Chapter 8. Inquisitor Amelia Ward puffed out her cheeks while sitting across from me in an interview room and took a sip of coffee. The interview room in question was quite unlike the ones I'd visited in the bowels of Inquisition HQ when I was considered complicit in Ash's so-called crimes just months ago. These were located on the ground floor for a start, and nothing which resembled anchor points for manacles was fixed to the tables. Gus sat next to me on a molded chair, cleaning a paw as I explained the morning's events. "Why, though?" she asked. "How are you connected to this, Kat?" "I haven't the faintest idea." I threw up my hands. "And that's the truth of it. I want you to do a reading so that you can see for yourself, and then you'll see that the teacup is Minerva's ticket out of this mess." Amelia tapped the side of her coffee cup with a perfectly polished fingernail and tilted her head to consider me. "You know, we don't usually get people volunteering for a reading. And certainly not twice. I have just over a week to get this situation ironed out before I need to get home for my cousin's wedding. Trust me, I'll be in for a lot more pain and suffering if I don't get on that plane." I dragged a hand over my face, as the adrenaline which had propelled me out of bed had long since faded. This couldn't have come at a worse time. And now that this isn't just a matter of getting my alibis established, I understand. Amelia nodded slowly. "But you know that an investigation is going to take as long as it takes, and that they aren't quite as straightforward when magic is involved. I've got a team looking at every magical item we pulled from Minerva's house and shop. For someone who didn't have all that many magical family members, she certainly had quite the collection." "And the body?" Gus asked. "On its way to Melbourne. We had to pull some resources to make that happen, and consult with a bunch of experts on how the divination will be handled." Amelia rested her elbows on the table to peer over at my feline familiar. "I don't suppose you can give me some clearer information on the history of this artifact?" "Nothing useful, I fear. My experience with its powers come from my former life. I was not nearby as Cousin Mildred lay in her stupor, so can only talk of my experience of her after she woke. The woman was never herself again. It was as though she was still there, dreaming while awake." Gus lifted his head. "And to be truthful, those days are somewhat fuzzy to me now." Amelia's perfectly shaped eyebrows drew together as she considered Gus, then she leaned back in her chair. Magic users versed in dreamscape magic aren't exactly falling from trees. We have one expert, and she's up in New South Wales. She doesn't hold out a lot of hope for Minerva pulling through whatever this is." I balked at Amelia's tone and sat up straighter. "What does that mean? Is she coming to look at her? Don't tell me you FedEx the teacup interstate?" Amelia pressed her lips together. "No, she didn't need to see it, apparently. She's made the call that it's too dangerous to meddle with for a rescue operation, and the time it would take for an enchanter to do a proper analysis would mean that Minerva would be too far gone to save." I gasped, my breath catching in my throat. I blinked a few times, parsing the words again in my head to see if they'd make any more sense a second time, but they didn't. Did this mean that the Inquisition were prepared to let Minerva fight this out on her own? To not so much as lift a finger to get her out of the dreamscape and back into her body? I knew the potions witch didn't have the shiniest report card with the Inquisition, but she was a witch who was literally screaming out for help. "You have to do the reading, Amelia. if only to show this expert of yours that Minerva's still fighting in there. This isn't a murder case. Not yet, at least. The inquisitor bit her lip, and while she had a steady poker face, no doubt born from her profession, I could tell my words had found their mark. She couldn't be comfortable with this. She was better than letting witches in danger fall deeper into peril while sitting on her hands. Your story checks out, Kat. We've looked at the notes and camera footage from your shop to confirm that you weren't at your house when Minerva turned up. Our tech illusionists have been right through all of Minerva's online correspondence, and we know you haven't been in touch with her. We don't have any legitimate reason to perform a reading, voluntary or otherwise. I slumped back in my chair as the flat words smacked me over the head. How in the light was it possible that I was sitting here begging to be mind-scoured by an organization responsible for solving magical crimes and being brushed off like this? I glanced at Gus, who sat as still as a statue, which I took as being equally baffled. Oh, I almost forgot, Amelia added, flipping through her notes. The lab identified that black residue from the teacup. It's just a tea blend, mostly black tea with some lavender and valerian root. Nothing unusual or toxic. Minerva likely brought it with her to your house. That seemed oddly mundane, but I filed away the information. So she wasn't poisoned or anything? No evidence of that, Amelia confirmed. I blinked and shook my head, dismissing the information as irrelevant. Minerva didn't invite herself over for a darn tea party, even if Amelia seemed to think it sounded perfectly logical. I'm telling you right now, Amelia Ward, that I have evidence in a magical crime that has taken place, and am volunteering my witness account to the Inquisition so that your organization can save a witch's life. I'm sorry, but I'm having trouble understanding how this isn't a legitimate reason to perform a reading. Amelia's eyes flashed with something before she glanced down at the table and let out a small sigh. I need to talk to Stella. I'll be back, okay? I nodded woodenly as Amelia let herself out of the room and then turned my attention to Gus. Did that make any sense to you? They believe this a lost cause. Gus hopped onto the table and stretched. A decision which is above this woman's delegation of authority to make, it seems. But that's bullcrap, I squeaked. And somebody is behind this, Gus. There's just no way that Minerva took it upon herself to turn up at my house and make herself a cup of tea using a Crowe family relic without someone driving her to do it. Someone who isn't you. It appears they agree you have nothing to do with this series of events. This is a good thing. Well, sure. I mean, I have nothing to hide. And if that speeds things up so I can get to the wedding... A lump formed in my throat. But can I honestly just ignore Minerva's calls for help, Gus? Could anyone? Plenty would. This isn't your concern, and you have delivered the information to those with the power to remedy the situation. But I suspect that you have enmeshed yourself in this. Enmeshed? I snorted and shook my head. You make it sound like I'm worming my way into this, and that's plainly not what's happening. The door opened, and Amelia returned with a tall woman in a charcoal suit. Her dark curly hair was scraped back in a ponytail, making her sharp features more prominent. Katerina Crowe, I'd say it was nice to see you again, but given the circumstances, I'd suggest that would be inappropriate. She didn't offer her hand, instead taking a seat and pulling out a slim tablet. I understand you're requesting a reading regarding Minerva Flagstaff's situation. Yes, I said with a sigh. She's trapped in the dreamscape and needs help. I don't know any other way to show you what I saw. I had a dream connection with her last night. In fact, I think she's been in my dreams every night since I found her. She's conscious in there, and asking for help. Stella's fingers thrummed the table. Dreams are unreliable evidence at best, and our preliminary investigation suggests that Minerva Flagstaff orchestrated this situation herself. What? That's ridiculous. Is it? Stella's eyes flicked up. A woman with a history of selling dangerous and sometimes illicit potions, who is known to have prior contact with your late aunt, shows up at your home to steal a specific magical artifact which she uses at the scene. With no sign of a struggle, the conclusion seems rather straightforward. I shook my head, heat rising in my cheeks. If that's true, then explain how she got to my house. Her car wasn't there. I would have noticed it when I got home. Woodford is over 40 kilometers away. Are you suggesting she walked? A flicker of something, regret maybe, crossed Amelia's face. Actually, Amelia said quietly, we found traffic camera footage from that morning. Minerva was picked up by a hospital worker named Jenny Albright on her way to work. Ms. Albright doesn't remember picking up any passengers, but her timesheet shows she was 30 minutes late for her shift. The triumph that had been building in my chest deflated. What? Memory modification, Stella said. The fact that Minerva arranged alternative transportation and left her vehicle behind only reinforces that this was premeditated. She knew it would be a one-way trip. This seems an excessive leap of logic, Gus observed, his tail twitching. To assume intention from circumstantial evidence. Exactly, I gestured at Gus. Just because she got a ride doesn't mean she planned to what? Magically coma herself? That makes no sense. What makes no sense is performing an invasive magical procedure based on a dream and speculation, when our expert advice is that any kind of interference would be too risky for our people. Stella's voice could have frozen water. The evidence suggests self-harm. While regrettable, it's not within our jurisdiction to intervene in such cases unless there's clear indication of external criminal activity. But there is. Someone had to give her that teacup. It belonged to my family. Aunt Tabby and Minerva weren't friends, more like acquaintances. She shouldn't have known about the teacup at all. My voice cracked with frustration. A claim we cannot verify without your aunt here to tell us more about her relationship with Minerva. Stella stood, smoothing her jacket. I'm sorry, Miss Crowe, but I'm not in a position to authorize a reading without probable cause. If you discover actual evidence of foul play, please contact Inquisitor Ward. I turned desperately to Amelia, but she wouldn't meet my eyes. The weight of bureaucratic indifference pressed down on my shoulders as Stella strode out, her heels clicking on the polished floor. I'm sorry, Kat. Amelia gathered her things. My hands are tied on this one. So that's it? We just leave her trapped in there? We'll monitor her condition. And see what the divination turns up, but without clear evidence of a crime. Amelia shrugged helplessly. I slumped back in my chair as Stella's words hung in the air. Gus padded over and pressed against my arm, his presence steadying. Amelia sighed, gathering her papers. Come on, I'll walk you out. We moved through the sterile hallways in silence, Gus trotting beside us. At the main entrance, Amelia paused, glancing over her shoulder before lowering her voice. Look, Kat, I don't have a lot of room to move here. But... She hesitated, her professional demeanor slipping just slightly. If you happen to find any information about how your cousin Mildred recovered from her dreamscape experience, or any other details about the teacup's history that might help. You want me to investigate? Off the books? I raised an eyebrow. Amelia's expression remained carefully neutral. I'm not asking you to investigate. I'm saying that if relevant information happened to come your way, I'd be obligated to consider it, especially anything concrete about Minerva's connection to your aunt, which might change Stella's mind. An interesting distinction, Gus observed wryly. Just be careful, Amelia added, and keep me in the loop. I nodded, a little miffed at the by-the-books Inquisitor's offer to help. As I let myself out onto the city street and found the parking garage I'd left my truck in, my thoughts swirled on how I could get Amelia the information she needed to get her organization on board. After getting the truck out of the tight space and down onto the street, I finally spoke up. There's no way Aunt Tabby was chummy with that woman and told her about the family relics. I tend to agree with you. Then how, Gus? How did she know about them? And if she did this on purpose, why? I heaved a deep breath as we came to a stop at a set of lights. And why is the Inquisition determined to close the case so soon? They are not entirely wrong about requiring evidence, he said gently, but perhaps they are looking in the wrong places. I scrubbed my hands over my face. What do you mean? The Inquisitor has given you an opening. A careful one, but an opening nonetheless. I lowered my hands, studying my familiar's serious expression. He was right. I might not have official backing, but Amelia had asked for my help. Someone had to figure out what happened to Minerva, and apparently that someone was going to have to be me. Grandma's not going to like this, I muttered. When has that ever stopped you before? Gus's whiskers twitched with what might have been amusement. I hit the gas as the traffic light turned green, the press of tall buildings around me feeling claustrophobic. Amelia might be constrained by Inquisition protocols, but I wasn't. There was more to this story than a simple self-inflicted magical coma, and I was going to uncover it and make it to Marissa's wedding. Chapter 9. I swore that amateur sleuths on the TV never had day jobs to wrangle, and with the time I'd already taken away from the shop, I couldn't justify calling Megan again to cover for me, especially with the wedding coming up and a whole list of things that needed doing. So Bill and Megan didn't run into trouble while I was away. Besides, I was at something of a dead end myself as I waited for Grandma to come through with any new nuggets of information on the teacup. Minerva had visited my dream again the night before, but even though I'd warned my familiar against waking me before I could find anything out, I'd still come up with nothing new. I'd sat bolt upright in bed before Minerva could offer any details, my subconscious clearly acting like a breaker switch. Perhaps Gus was right in his assessment that it was dangerous to remain there too long, but I wasn't sure how else I could secure the information I needed. It had left me tired, though, and a little cranky, if I was being honest. Bill had stayed mostly out in his shed for the day, and I'd been stuck with the admin tasks that were among my least favorite jobs in running the business. When Kelly came into the shop in the late afternoon, I was glad to shut the laptop and make her a cup of coffee. How are you holding up? She adjusted the grubby baseball cap as she sat on the stool across the counter. Has Chris come back with any other information? I told her about Detective Dwyer taking the reins of the investigation from Rutherfield, and that I'd been in for an interview to go over my movements on the day. It irked me that I couldn't share the magical details with my mundane neighbor, and stifled a yawn as I shrugged. I guess we won't know much until they've concluded the investigation. You poor thing, Kelly pouted. It must be so weird not knowing. You look exhausted. You sleeping okay? Not really. This time I yawned widely and blinked. But I guess that's to be expected, right? Kelly made a sympathetic face. When's your flight home? I glanced at the calendar on the counter before groaning. A week. The days are just slipping through my fingers at this point. But it's okay. I'll get everything straightened out before then. The last was probably more for my benefit than Kelly's, but my neighbor reached over to pat my hand anyway. Well, I've been thinking. This just seems too coincidental. The fact that Simon Flagstaff was so hot on getting you to sell your place, and then his cousin winds up dead at your house, yeah? Okay. Where are you going with this? Kelly leaned forward, her eyes bright with excitement. Mum's friend Liz lives in Woodford, right? And she told me that Minerva and Simon's grandmother passed away about 6 months ago. Apparently there's this huge drama over the inheritance. I lifted my mug and accidentally splashed some onto the counter. Tutting, I rummaged around to find something to clean it with. Oh? Yes. Apparently hoarding real estate runs in the family. Minerva was living in one of the Flagstaff properties, a little miner's cottage on the edge of town. Simon's been trying to get her out for months since their grandmother died. Liz said there were huge fights at the funeral about it. I dabbed at the spilled coffee with a tissue, fighting a yawn. The dream fragments from last night swirled in my head. Minerva's desperate face in that gray void, reaching out for help. The house was the least of her issues now, but I couldn't exactly tell Kelly about magical dreamwalking. And get this, Kelly tapped the counter for emphasis. Simon's been developing that whole area, representing clients who bulldoze old houses for modern townhouses. I took a long sip of coffee, willing the caffeine to kick in. Look. Kelly fumbled with her phone and thrust the screen at me. The cottage sits on over an acre of land, right next to Simon's newest development project. I squinted at the image of a weathered Victorian cottage with rusted iron lacework and a garden of tangled roses spilling over the fence. Despite its tired appearance, it looked loved. No wonder Minerva hadn't wanted to leave. Simon even tried to list it while their grandmother was still alive, Kelly added, swiping to another screen. Can you imagine trying to sell someone's house out from under them? I stifled a yawn. That's pretty low, even for Simon. Don't you see? It all fits. Simon arranges to have Minerva killed, dumps her body at your place to scare you into selling. 2 birds, 1 stone. Kelly sat back, clearly pleased with her deductive reasoning. I'm sorry, what? People do all kinds of crazy things for money. Kelly threw up her hands. And if he could frame you along the way, I'm sure the people who wanted to buy your place would suddenly be in a good position to scoop it up. I opened my mouth, then closed it again, while my tired brain conjured up the image of the dreamwalker's teacup clutched in Minerva's hand. If only I could tell Kelly that Minerva wasn't dead, just trapped in some magical dreamscape, and that Simon really couldn't have had anything to do with it. That's quite a theory, I said diplomatically. I really think we should tell the police about this. Maybe that detective who interviewed you? I set my mug down with a clunk. Look, Kelly, I appreciate you looking into this, but I'm sure the police are exploring all angles. If you found this out, I'm sure they already know about it. The shine in Kelly's eyes faded a touch, and she bit her lip. You don't think this is something worth following up? I folded my arms, not wanting to disappoint my neighbor, who had clearly spent some time on this, but equally not wanting to sick the police on Simon when I knew he was innocent. Well, of murder anyway. I mean, I guess. But honestly, I haven't heard from Detective Dwyer since the interview. I'm sure that I'm not under the microscope for this, but I do appreciate you looking into it. Well, just think about it, okay? Kelly gathered up her things, radiating satisfaction at having shared her insights. I'm happy to come with you if you want. I've got to go and get the kids, but call whenever you need. I smiled weakly and waved as she left, then slumped against the counter. If only she knew just how complicated this actually was. The property dispute theory was the least of my concerns when I had a witch trapped in a magical coma and a mystery of the magical variety to deal with. I waved to the last customer of the day as they carried out an armload of seedlings. I locked the front door and flipped the sign to closed, then gathered my things from behind the counter. Bill had already left an hour ago for his doctor's appointment and assured me everything was locked up in the shed out back. Rain pattered against the windows as I shouldered my bag and headed out to my truck with Gus slinking along behind me. I climbed into the cab and pressed my ancestral skeleton key into the ignition. The engine made a grinding noise, then nothing. I tried again. The starter clicked weakly. Come on, not today. I thumped the steering wheel. The last thing I needed was car trouble on top of everything else. I tried again with a wince, my fingers crossed as I hoped the truck would rev to life and I could be on my way. But it only made a pathetic puttering sound. I have told you, this conveyance is in desperate need of replacing. Gus's disapproving kitty eyes swept around the cab. I'm really not up for a lecture today, Gus, I snapped. Shoot. How am I supposed to get this fixed? Shoot, shoot, shoot. I pulled out my phone and scrolled through my contacts. A tow truck would be the sensible option, But how would I explain the lack of actual keys when the mechanic asked for them? The magical skeleton key wasn't exactly something I could hand over, and I'd been so stupidly pleased by the magical artifact I'd never gone to the trouble of getting another key made in the time that I'd been in Australia. Travis's name caught my eye. He knew his way around engines, and more importantly, he already knew about the magic. Even if things were still awkward between us, he was my best option right now. And hey, he'd offered to help with whatever I needed, right? "Hey," he answered on the third ring. "Everything okay?" "Not really. My truck won't start, and I'm stuck at the nursery. Any chance you could take a look? Maybe give me a ride home?" There was a slight pause before he replied. Yeah, I can do that. Give me 15 minutes. Thanks, Travis. I really appreciate it. I hung up and slumped back in my seat, watching the rain streak down the windshield. Nothing quite said humble pie like having to call an ex-boyfriend to bail you out of a mechanical problem. I hoped he didn't think it was some kind of stunt. Well, it was something I could quickly dispel when he arrived. Travis closed the hood of my truck and wiped his hands on his jeans with a miffed twist to his lips. At least the rain had let up, even if everything was decidedly soggy. "I reckon if we can get it to the shed, Bill will be able to go through it in the morning and figure out what's going on." I sighed and rubbed my eyes. "Not an option, I'm afraid." Travis's eyebrow quirked as he planted his fists on his hips. "I'm sure It's not that." I held up a hand, then fished the skeleton key from my pocket, then explained the magical key situation. "All this time?" Travis's brows furrowed. "So when you said I couldn't take the truck over to drop off my tools when—" I lied. Biting my lip, I swallowed as I recalled the conversation from back when we were dating. I knew I couldn't hand you a set of keys, so I made up a story so that you'd have to come up with another solution. His face hardened slightly, and I closed my eyes for a moment to still the twinge in my gut. I had to remind myself that honesty was my policy with the man, no matter how much it hurt. "I'm sorry. You have no idea how much I regret." "It's fine," he said a little hurriedly. "Come on. Let's get you home and think about how we can get this fixed." Travis's new truck smelled of leather and something woodsy. Was he wearing a new aftershave? I climbed into the passenger seat while Gus leaped into the back, his tail high as he settled onto the pristine upholstery. Travis had given my kitty Familiar a few coy looks, and I recalled that he was now aware that Gus wasn't strictly a cat, but he didn't say anything, so I didn't feel the need to try to introduce them. My phone buzzed. Marissa's name flashed across the screen, followed by a string of emojis and a message asking if I'd picked up my bridesmaid's dress. "Oh no," I groaned. "Travis, I hate to ask, but could we please make a quick stop at the post office? My bridesmaid's dress for Marissa's wedding is waiting there." "Is it that bad?" He smirked and adjusted the wipers as a fresh spattering of rain hit the windshield. "Don't tell me." "Bows and lots of lace." I snorted and shook my head. "Over Marissa's dead body. Honestly, if she told me I had to wear a sack to this shindig, I'd do it. But that girl's got much more expensive tastes than I do." Travis chuckled as he pulled out, but kept his eyes on the road. Now this is what I call transportation. Gus stretched out luxuriously across the back leather seat. "Perhaps if you invested in something similar, we wouldn't be in this predicament." "Hush you," I said telepathically as I twisted around to glare at him. "You'll keep your claws to yourself back there, and your trap shut. He already thinks I'm nuts. I'm not spending this trip having a one-way conversation with you about buying a new car." Gus harumphed into my mind as Travis shot me a sideways glance. "Everything okay back there?" Just making sure he isn't shredding the upholstery with his claws. "Right." He looked a little concerned as he glanced into the rear view, and I chastised myself for putting the idea in his head. When we'd left the town proper, the post office came into view, its weathered paint even more faded in the gray afternoon light. I hopped out and splashed through puddles to the entrance, emerging minutes later with a large garment bag. Need help with that? Travis reached across to open my door. Got it. I maneuvered the dress into the back seat, earning an indignant meow from Gus as it draped across his tail. I fail to see why this garment requires such extensive packaging. Because it's formal wear, you silly cat. And if anything happens to this dress, Marissa will murder me. I smoothed the plastic covering. I winced as I realized that I'd replied audibly, and Travis cleared his throat from the front seat. A little mortified, I gave Gus a stern look before jumping back in the front. Travis made a U-turn to head back to the lane leading to my property, and we sat in silence for a bit. Sounds like you're really looking forward to this wedding. Oh yeah. Nothing better than flying halfway across the world to wear uncomfortable shoes and make small talk with relatives I haven't seen in years. I sank deeper into the seat. At least the cake should be good. After arriving home, my phone buzzed again as Travis helped me carry the dress up to the front door. I fumbled with my bag, trying to decline Marissa's FaceTime call, but my rain-slick finger slipped and hit accept instead. Kitty cat. Marissa's face filled the screen. Did you get it? You have to try it on right now. I need to see how it fits. I shot Travis an apologetic look as he carried the dress into the dining room. Marissa, I just got home. Can I call you back? No way. This can't wait. The alterations lady needs photos by tomorrow morning. She squinted at the screen. Wait, who's that behind you? Hi, handsome. Travis raised his hand in an awkward wave. Hey. Perfect. He can hold the phone while you model. Marissa clapped her hands together. Come on, chop chop. Some of us are on a deadline here. I pressed my fingers to my temple, feeling a headache brewing. Between the truck breaking down, the rain, and now this impromptu fashion show, this day just kept getting better and better. And now Travis was going to have to wait around while I flounced around in this bridesmaid dress? This couldn't possibly get any more awkward. Chapter 10. I held the dusty pink silk bridesmaid dress against my body, studying my reflection in the full-length mirror propped against my bedroom wall. The dress was actually quite lovely, with its sweetheart neckline and subtle ruching that would flatter even my modest curves. Marissa had done well. My work clothes lay in a crumpled heap at my feet, dirt-stained jeans and a branded t-shirt that smelled of soil and sweat, despite spending most of the day in front of the computer. I'd kicked off my boots by the door, leaving muddy imprints that I'd have to clean later. I hesitated, suddenly self-conscious about parading around in front of Travis. It felt too intimate somehow, like I was demanding that he cross a boundary we'd silently agreed to maintain. But I told myself to get a grip as I slipped out of my bra and pulled the dress over my head. It would take 2 minutes, then I could send him on his way and figure out what to do about the truck. The silky fabric slid down over my body, cool against my skin. I twisted my arm behind me, reaching for the zipper, but couldn't quite grasp it properly. Stretching further, I managed to pull it up about halfway before it caught on a fold of fabric. You've got to be kidding me, I grumbled, trying again with no success. There was no avoiding it. I'd need his help. The thought of his fingers brushing against my bare skin sent a shiver, or was that a cold sense of dread, down my spine? I took a deep breath, squared my shoulders, and opened my bedroom door. Travis was sitting on my couch, chatting to Marissa about the light knew what. He looked up when I entered, and I watched his expression shift from casual interest to something more intense. I can't get the zipper, I said, turning around and gesturing vaguely over my shoulder. Could you? Sure. His voice was low, steady. The floorboards creaked as he approached. His fingertips brushed my skin as he took hold of the zipper, and I fought to suppress a shiver. It's stuck, he murmured, his breath warm against my neck. He worked the zipper carefully, knuckles grazing my skin. I closed my eyes briefly, memories of his touch flooding back unbidden. "Got it," he said, voice slightly rougher than before. I turned around slowly, too aware of our proximity. Travis's eyes were unreadable, but he didn't step back. "You two going to leave me hanging all night?" Marissa whined. I puffed out my cheeks, my eyes feeling glassy despite my best efforts. But I stood straighter as Travis lifted my phone from the coffee table and plastered a fake smile on my face. "Oh my goodness, Kat! Finally!" Her voice was tinny through the speaker. "Turn around and let me see the whole thing." I obliged, doing a slow spin while Travis held the phone steady. The dress swished pleasantly around my calves. "The color is perfect with your skin tone," Marissa gushed, "and it fits you like a glove. How does it feel? Does it need any alterations?" "I don't think so," I replied, smoothing my hands over the fabric. "It feels pretty good." Marissa continued chattering about shoes and accessories and hairstyles, but her voice faded to background noise as I turned my eyes up to where Travis was watching me from behind the screen. His gaze was intent, focused in a way that made heat rise to my cheeks. I missed him. I missed us, I amended with a sudden sharp ache that took me by surprise. "What do you think, Travis?" Marissa's question cut through my thoughts. "Doesn't she look beautiful?" Travis's eyes met mine, and for a moment, everything else disappeared. My cluttered living room, Marissa's voice, the problems with my truck. There was just Travis, looking at me the way he used to, before everything went sideways. "Yes," he said simply. "She looks beautiful." Something flickered in his expression. Regret, maybe, and I knew my own eyes must be giving me away, prickling with emotions I was trying desperately to contain. "See? I told you the dress was perfect," Marissa exclaimed, oblivious to the current running between us. "Jake's going to flip when he sees all of us lined up together." I forced a smile, blinking back the moisture in my eyes. "It's great, Marissa. You chose well." But I wasn't thinking about the wedding or the dress anymore. I was thinking about Travis's hands on my back, his eyes on mine, and how much harder it was going to be to say goodbye to him tonight than I'd anticipated. Travis handed back the phone at some point, and I tried my best to keep my voice perky as I assured Marissa that I had everything I needed for the wedding as I switched the kettle on in the kitchen. Marissa stopped short of asking about Minerva directly, but her pointed questions about whether everything was in order were plenty obvious. It took a few minutes to get her off the phone, and after I set it on the counter, I felt like I'd hauled back the reins on my internal pity party about the man who was still in my living room. After reaching back to assure myself I could get unzipped without assistance, I fled back into my room to change into sweats and stuffed the dress back into the bag before returning to the kitchen. There, I found Travis making both of us coffee, and I paused in the doorway to admire him from behind for a moment. "Your cousin seems nice." "More like Bridezilla," I said with a half-hearted chuckle. "But she deserves the big day to go perfectly, which means I've got some work to do on my end to make sure I'm on the plane next week." Travis waved a hand dismissively as he handed me a mug. "I can get you to the airport if the ute isn't fixed by then." I was thinking, though, maybe you lost your keys and need to get the auto locksmith out tomorrow morning. From there, I'll bet Bill can get it fixed before you leave. The sip of coffee tasted sour. Somehow, by bringing Travis into my world of magic, I'd made him a conspirator in the lies I told to keep it secret. I mean, I never exactly found the keys to start with. But it's okay. I can sort it out in the morning. Travis leaned on the kitchen counter and inspected the mug in his hands. "Did you want me to see if I can borrow the Ford again so you can get around this week? I don't mind being your taxi for a while, but in case you had things to do." It occurred to me that I hadn't caught Travis up on my trip to Melbourne, and for a moment I was grateful that the truck hadn't decided to break down while I was in the city. But how did I go about explaining that I was dreaming about a not-so-dead witch? or the magical authorities who had made it clear that they weren't going to lift a finger on account of the situation appearing to be a form of magical self-harm. Trailing back to the living room, I tried to summon words that wouldn't make me sound even more crazy to the guy as I tucked my feet up onto the sofa. I appreciate the offer. I don't think I'll need to head anywhere outside of Myrtle Glen for the next week, though. Scratching my chin, I waited for him to get seated next to me before continuing. There's actually nothing stopping me getting home now. Except my conscience. Travis gave me a well-earned odd look at that, and I set my mug on the coffee table, wondering if I should spill. If it was still about being honest with him, or if this was more about wanting someone to confide in. Somebody who, deep down, I wanted to share these parts of my life with. I shouldn't. It really isn't your concern. I shook my head. Tell me, he said, with that gorgeous lopsided smile of his. Feeling my lips curve in response, I pinched the bridge of my nose and opened up the floodgates. After I finished, our mug sat empty on the coffee table, and I could almost see the wheels turning behind Travis's green eyes. So he tapped his temple. In there? While you're asleep? In a sense. I pressed my lips together. I don't know a lot about dreamscapes and alternate dimensions. It doesn't come up a lot for witches with green magic. My guess is that I'm going to wherever she's holed up for some reason. Travis blinked. Does that mean, like for regular people, that we're visiting other dimensions while we sleep? Is that so surprising? I cocked my head. I'm sure it's theorized even among non-magical crowds. Travis shrugged. I never really considered myself the woo-woo type. I was about to make a snide comment about the term woo-woo when my phone started ringing again from the kitchen. I swear, if that's Marissa again. But when I grabbed the phone from the counter, it was Amelia Ward's name that flashed on the screen, and somehow, I felt that might be worse. Answering the call, I turned to lean against the door frame leading into the living room and mouthed an apology to Travis as I pointed at the phone. Hey, Amelia, I said. Can I call you back? No, you cannot call me back. Amelia's voice was an entire octave higher than I was used to. Are you at home? Yes, I'm home, I said with a frown. Right. I've got a team coming up from Melbourne. You should find somewhere else to be until they arrive. Amelia, what the heck is happening? My chest tightened as I turned to look out the sliding door for threats. Travis stood, and panic caught me as I remembered the last time he'd been caught up in a magical standoff at my property. It's Minerva, Amelia said, clearing her throat. Now keep in mind that I'm trying to be cautious here. It's unlikely that you're under any direct threat. But there's no easy way to say this. Her body is missing. It never arrived at Inquisition HQ, and the van that should have delivered her was destroyed en route. My eyes must have popped something fierce, because Travis stalked past me to open the back door, casting around as if for an intruder. Amelia was demanding a response from me on the other end, and I found myself babbling that I'd pack a bag and wait to hear from her, all the while cursing that I was effectively stuck here without my truck and Travis as my only ride out of here. And what then? I asked myself as I ended the call. Would I end up back at Travis's house pacing until Amelia Ward found Minerva? Until we learned whether the potion's witch had pulled herself out of the dreamscape or if whoever was responsible had taken it upon themselves to steal her body. My head turned to thumping as I held the phone up against my forehead. And here I thought my day couldn't get any worse just minutes ago. Chapter 11. I mean, of course you have to stay at my place. Travis stood in my dining room like a bundle of nervous energy as he shifted from foot to foot with his hands on his hips. It doesn't have to be weird. I'll sleep on the couch. As if staying at my ex's house was the weirdest thing about this whole situation. Darn awkward, maybe, but nothing could be weirder than the not exactly dead body of Minerva Flagstaff being stolen right out from under the Inquisition's nose. If that's what this was, at least. What else could it be, though? I realized my mind was turning all on its own while Travis was just standing there waiting for me to answer him. Rubbing my jaw, I pulled my mind back into the present and nodded. Okay, your place. I'll go pack some stuff and holler for Gus. I can't leave him here. Instead of waiting for him to respond, I scurried into my bedroom and began stuffing clothes into a duffel bag from under the bed. Pajamas, work clothes, a jacket. Where was my phone charger? I blinked and sent a telepathic call out to Gus, who had gone about his secret cat business to give me some space when we'd arrived home. After gathering my things, and knowing full well that I'd likely forgotten something important, I lifted the duffel bag over my shoulder and returned to the kitchen. The sliding door was open, and Travis paced outside next to his truck. Poor guy. As if his introduction to the magical world hadn't been steep enough. Gus hadn't answered me yet, and I fought a twinge of annoyance. Had he wandered far enough to be out of range? The cat pushed the territorial boundaries while Billy the resident bunyip was away, and I could only hope the feline was hungry enough to not stray too far, as I sent a telepathic call out into the surrounds. Maybe Billy had arrived back in the swamp early and had eaten the miscreant cat for intruding. After hitting the lights and locking up, I joined Travis, who took my bags to stow them in the back seat of the truck. I held a hand up to shield my eyes against the last rays of afternoon sun, casting a glare across the water as I scanned the shoreline. There. A ginger streak, heading back from somewhere he most certainly wasn't allowed. Gus, I called audibly. Come on, time to go. My feline familiar trotted over, tail high in the air. Where are we going? And why? I have not yet eaten. I scooped him up before he could dart under the truck. In you go, furball. This is highly irregular. I demand sustenance. Gus planted his paws on the doorframe as I tried to get him into the truck. We'll grab a roast chicken on the way, I muttered, earning a strange look from Travis as he climbed into the driver's seat. Excellent choice. Though you could fetch it and bring it back here. I have no wish to watch you and the human schmooze. Sorry about... I waved my hand vaguely at Gus as I got in, who was now making a show of grooming his whiskers. Things getting weird. Travis backed the truck down the driveway and turned across the lawn. Weird stopped being weird when you made a pot of forget-me-nots bloom with magic in my lounge room. Cats being hungry seems normal in comparison. Precisely. Gus's tail twitched. You will tell me at once what is spurring you to leave this place like the hounds of hell are pursuing us. I was too caught up on Travis's words to reply to Gus right away. The man was too good by half. I just wished, well, that it didn't have to take something like this to get us talking again. I shifted in the seat, resigned to the fact that once this was over and the Minerva situation was dealt with, perhaps he would come back into the shop again to place orders. It was probably the best I could hope for. I'm glad you think so, because I'm going to need to catch Gus up on the situation. Silently. Travis only swallowed with a jerk of his head as I swiveled to clue Gus in to what Amelia had told me telepathically. Normally I would have talked out loud, but it was plain to see that Travis was weirded out by it, and there was far too much weird to go around already. This is a disturbing development, Gus said as I finished. No good ever came from the theft of cadavers. She's not dead, I insisted. Not yet, perhaps. But the passing of time is not on this potion witch's side. I closed my eyes at the last, as if I didn't need a reminder of the ticking clock, which Amelia's so-called expert had already said was well past time. When Travis pulled in at the grocer's, I put a hand on his arm and told him I'd run in and grab us both something. Inside the store, it was hard not to be surprised by every soul who popped out of an aisle in front of me. I had to calmly gather the supplies I needed and head to the counter like it was any normal day. With some salads, dinner rolls, and a roast chicken that Gus would have to share, I marched back out to the truck and let my shoulders slump once I was safely buckled back in. Travis shot me a concerned look from the corner of his eye as he peeled out, and I tried to quell the sense of dread churning in my belly. Travis's rental had changed since I'd last visited. New curtains hung in the windows, and potted plants dotted the front steps, something I'd suggested months ago. My chest tightened as I followed him inside. The living room looked warmer, too, with newly framed photos on the walls and a weathered leather armchair I didn't recognize tucked in the corner. "Place is looking more like home," I said, setting the grocery bags on his kitchen counter. Travis's shoulders tensed. "For now. Been looking at properties, actually. The old place sold, so just waiting on the settlement to come through. I'm thinking of buying something bigger in the next year or so." "Huh. I'm glad," I said as I grabbed some plates. The sale of his house with his former and late ex-girlfriend had been awkward territory to navigate when we'd been dating. Was it weird that it wasn't all that weird now? Or was I overthinking it? He scratched the back of his neck. "Let me go sort out the bedroom for you." As he disappeared down the hall, I pulled out plates and tore chunks of chicken onto one for Gus. My familiar leaped onto the counter, ignoring my half-hearted get-down gesture. "You must inform the coven of these developments," Gus said between bites. "And your grandmother." I sighed, pulling containers of salad from the bags. He was right, of course. But other than a couple of text messages, I'd let Sheann be for the most part, and I'd promised myself not to disturb Ash and Zoe on their vacation. Grandma was another matter, of course, but I knew she would likely flip her lid about this. As I rummaged for cutlery in the drawers, I imagined her spending a good deal of time while I was visiting Tumbling Springs trying to convince me to stay. Well, more time than she would have anyway. "I will. Let's just eat first, okay? It's not a conversation you want to have on an empty stomach." On this, I agree. Travis emerged from the hallway with an armful of laundry, his face flushed. "Sheets are fresh. Just need to put these in the wash." "Hold up." I waved my fork at him. "You're not giving up your bedroom." "The couch is fine." "The couch sucks. I crashed there when I first moved in, and my back didn't forgive me for a week. Then, as the landscaper who needs his back to be in good condition, you take the bed, and I'll brave the couch." I gestured at the plates I'd set out. "Come eat before it gets cold." Travis dumped the laundry in a basket by the washing machine and joined me at the counter. "Thought you said you couldn't cook?" "Ha." I pointed at the store-bought containers. "Because carving up a rotisserie chicken takes master chef skills." His laugh eased some of the tension in my shoulders. "I'm not complaining." "Smells good." I wasn't sure I agreed about the last, with the smell of roast chicken still putting me in mind of discovering Minerva's body at my house. But I told myself to toughen up as Travis fetched some beers from the refrigerator. We ate in comfortable silence for a few minutes before I cleared my throat. "I'm afraid I'm going to need to make some calls after dinner. I won't be great company." "It's all good. You don't need to entertain me. I'm just glad I can help out while—" He waved his hand vaguely. "While whatever this is gets sorted." I snickered between mouthfuls. "Thanks. For being a friend through all this weirdness." "No probs," he shrugged, spearing a cherry tomato. "What do you make of it, though? Someone stealing this woman's body?" I pushed my salad around the plate, stomach churning. Part of me hopes she just woke up, you know? That whatever was holding her in the dreamscape wore off and she came to... But why blow up the Inquisition's van? I set my fork down. If she'd woken up, she could have just explained what happened. This feels... I trailed off, searching for the right words. "Malicious?" Travis offered. "Yeah, and if someone's taken her body, it can't be good. I mean, I'm glad at least that this has brought the Inquisition back on board. But body snatching?" A shiver ran down my spine. "That's dark territory." Gus's tail twitched as he finished his chicken. "Indeed. The implications are most disturbing." I nodded. And Travis's brow furrowed. He's saying something? I smirked. Just agreeing that it's bad news. Right. Travis stabbed at his chicken. Sorry. Still getting used to this. Talking cats. Try living with him, I muttered, earning an indignant flick of Gus's tail. I heard that. I watched Travis for a moment as he continued eating, seemingly unfazed. Just weeks ago, he'd been so shocked to learn magic was real that he'd barely spoken to me. Now he was calmly eating dinner while a telepathic cat sat on his counter, and we discussed magical body snatching. Thanks, by the way, I said quietly, for letting me stay here. For not freaking out about all of this. Travis glanced up, his expression thoughtful as he chewed. He swallowed and shrugged. Figured you had enough to worry about without me having a meltdown too. It was such a simple statement, but it hit me how rare that kind of steady support was. Most people would have been running for the hills by now. I braved a few more bites before my brain started swirling again. Somewhere out there, Minerva was either wandering around confused, or... I pushed my plate away, appetite gone. The sooner I made those calls, the better. Maybe someone in the coven would have insights I was missing. Travis cleared up while I tracked out back to sit on the concrete steps leading down to the yard. Rain pattered down on the veranda above my head, and I eased my phone from my pocket, stifling a yawn. As I waited for Cheyenne to pick up, a new thought began to form. What if whoever took Minerva's body had actually rescued her from the dreamscape? It wasn't impossible. Someone who knew about dream magic might have found her and broken the connection. The explosion was just a cover for the extraction. Goodness knew Minerva ran in circles who weren't friendly with the Inquisition. By the time I finished my calls and headed to bed, this theory had taken root. I lay in Travis's spare room, staring at the ceiling, clinging to the possibility. Maybe when I woke in the morning, I'd get news that Minerva had turned up confused, but very much alive. I closed my eyes, allowing myself, just for tonight, to hope for the simplest explanation. Chapter 12. The gray nothingness slammed into me like a physical force, knocking the air from my lungs. I was back in the void, but something had changed. The grayness pulsed now, throbbing like a heartbeat, darker shadows rippling through it. Minerva. My voice died inches from my lips, swallowed by the suffocating emptiness. The ground beneath me felt wrong, no longer yielding, but viscous, like quicksand. Each step required brutal effort, the gray matter sucking at my feet, trying to drag me down. Panic clawed up my throat as I fought to move forward. Help! Me! Minerva's voice splintered across the void, fragments hitting me from all directions. No longer a whisper, but a fractured scream, torn apart by invisible forces. I spun around, disoriented. Where are you? I can't find you. The air thickened, pressure building against my eardrums until they ached. Through the swirling miasma, Minerva materialized, or what remained of her. Her form flickered violently, parts of her dissolving and reforming like static on an old television. Her face contorted in agony, mouth open in a silent scream. Minerva! What's happening to you? I pushed forward, fighting the sucking ground. Who did this? Who took you? Her eyes locked on mine, wide with terror. She came for me. Her words disintegrated into harsh electronic whines before reforming. Wants my body. I protected. Who? Who came for you? I reached for her, my fingers passing through her shoulder. Icy pain shot up my arm to my elbow and I recoiled. Minerva's form convulsed, stretching impossibly thin before snapping back. Too late. Fading. Her mouth moved, but the words arrived seconds later, distorted. Teacup. She wanted years. Tell me who she is, I screamed, frustration and fear building in equal measure. I can't help if you don't. Tabitha's teacup. Destroy it. Minerva's form suddenly stabilized, her eyes boring into mine with terrifying clarity. She's coming for you next, Katerina. The void around us darkened to charcoal. Wind howled from nowhere, tearing at my clothes, my hair, my skin. I tried to grab Minerva, but she shattered into 1,000 glittering fragments before my eyes. No! I lunged forward as the pieces of her swirled away into the darkness. Time. Running. Her voice came from everywhere and nowhere, each word more distant than the last. Breaking the connection. Can't hold. Anymore. The ground beneath me gave way completely. I was falling, tumbling through absolute darkness, Minerva's final scream merging with my own. I jolted awake with a violent gasp, my body rigid, sweat-soaked sheets twisted around me. The darkness of Travis's bedroom pressed in around me, but a warm weight shifted beside me. Kat? Travis's sleep-rough voice broke through the remnants of the nightmare. You okay? No, I croaked, and sat up with a sharp intake of breath. She's there, Travis? She's still in there. And whatever I thought, whatever I hoped, it was wrong. Someone didn't rescue her. They took her, and she's trapped, and it's getting worse. I'd dissolved into tears at that point, and Travis peeled away the sheet to wrap an arm around me. I wept into his shoulder piteously, feeling like I'd just run a damn marathon instead of sleeping. He sat there with me, making hushing sounds as he rubbed my back in the dark, his chin resting on my head. After getting my breathing under control, he switched the bedside lamp on and murmured something about making us some coffee as I looked at the clock on the dresser. 3 a.m., the witching hour to be sure. I rubbed my eyes before turning to put my bare feet on the ground, trying to hold on to the dream before it could disappear into the recesses of my mind. Gus butted my arm, and I wondered whether he had woken me or not as I ran a hand down his back. It didn't matter. Minerva was still in the dreamscape, and some woman, had her body for some sort of nefarious purpose. I stood on wobbly legs, flapping at my awfully sticky pajamas, then decided on changing into something clean before joining Travis in the kitchen. Tell me what you need. Travis widened his eyes and blinked as he set a mug down in front of me, wrapped up in a navy blue robe with sleep mussed hair. Do you need to call this Amelia woman? No, I started, then winced. I mean, yes, but you're not safe in your sleep. It's not right. Surely they've got something that can... And cut off any sort of lifeline Minerva has to our world? I rested my head in my hands. I can't. Tell me what you saw, Katerina. Every word of it. Gus had parked himself in front of me, sitting right on Travis's dining table. I leaned back in my seat to look between the two menfolk, giving me an oddly similar look, and sighed. Then explained what I saw with as much clarity as one could offer of an abstract destination and even more abstract warnings. Coming for you? What does that mean? Travis scratched his forehead, frowning. I don't know. I threw up my hands. She wants the teacup destroyed. But what then? Surely she'll be lost forever, and she's the only person who has the answers. This has gone on quite long enough and must be remedied with haste. Gus stood and arched his back. You will tell the Inquisitor to destroy the teacup, and perhaps its hold on you will be broken. It is much too late to hope for a happy ending for Minerva. I'm not in danger, Gus, I protested. Just tired. So darn tired. Travis stood to grab my phone off the charger and placed it in front of me. It looks dangerous from where I'm sitting. I can't fix this. I think you need to call the people who can... Clenching my teeth, I picked up the phone and gave a terse nod to both of them. With a team already looking into Minerva's whereabouts, I figured Amelia was likely pulling an all-nighter, anyway. What do you mean they're coming home early? I made a face at Cheyenne, who had stopped by to visit at a more reasonable hour on account of the message I'd sent her the night before. Don't give me that look. Cheyenne perched on Travis's kitchen counter, swinging her legs. Ash called me last night after your message. He and Zoe are already on their way back. I slumped against the fridge. I specifically promised not to mess up their vacation. Yeah, well, finding a maybe-dead witch in your house and getting dream-stalked kind of trumps a romantic getaway. Cheyenne pulled her glossy brown curls over her shoulder. Besides, Ash said Zoe was the one who insisted they come back. Travis flipped a pancake with a firm look. Your friends care about you. Let them help. Listen to the man with the pancakes. Cheyenne arched an eyebrow at me. He speaks the truth. I huffed, but the smell of breakfast was working its magic on my frayed nerves. Amelia's got her people checking every likely location connected with Minerva and weird energy signatures in the area. And Grandma should call back soon. I'm hoping she's found something by now. See? It takes a team. Travis slid a plate loaded with pancakes across the counter. Eat something. You look like you're about to fall over. I do not. My protest was cut short by an enormous yawn. Uh-huh. Cheyenne grabbed cutlery and some syrup. When was the last time you got actual sleep? And dream fighting doesn't count. I pulled the plate toward me and inhaled the sugary goodness. I'm fine. You most certainly are not fine, Gus interjected from his spot by the window. You've barely slept 4 hours in the past 2 days. Thanks for the backup, traitor. I shot him a look, but he just flicked his tail and continued his morning sun worship. Well, what's next then? Cheyenne cocked her head. I pushed the syrup around my plate with my fork and shrugged. I can't believe I actually thought whoever took Minerva might have been helping her. That this would somehow resolve itself. It was a reasonable theory, Cheyenne offered, but I should have known better. Nothing is ever that convenient. I cut a slice of pancake and stuffed it into my mouth. And now we're running out of time. Travis refilled my coffee cup. That's why we're here. To help figure this out. I'm gonna insist that Amelia gets that teacup out of whatever evidence locker it's in. I swallowed hard. It's Minerva's only way out of there, and I can't sit on my hands while she slips further away. And if you get stuck in there too? Travis asked quietly. The kitchen fell silent except for the soft sizzle of pancake batter hitting the pan. I took the next bite with a grunt, less about being hungry than feeling like I needed something in my belly to push past this fog of exhaustion as I remembered Minerva's fractured warning. She said whoever's responsible is coming for you next, Travis said. Maybe going in there is playing into the hands of this person. He's right, Cheyenne said. Well, what else am I supposed to do? I pushed the plate away and ran my hands over my scalp. Move on? Hope these dreams fade so I can forget this happened and rush home to enjoy a wedding? All the while wondering if I'd condemned her. Cheyenne reached across the table and squeezed my hand. Hey, we're on your team, okay? But that's not an excuse to do something stupid. This she has to get through all of us. And I don't know if you've noticed, but you've got a pretty impressive crew backing you up. That's why we need a real plan, I said, straightening up. Not just waiting for the Inquisition to figure this out. Minerva specifically mentioned destroying the teacup, and I think she's right. That's our focus now. You really think destroying it could free her? Cheyenne asked, her brow furrowed. I don't know, but Minerva seemed certain it was important. I tapped my fingers on the table. Whatever this woman is planning, Minerva thinks the teacup is key to stopping her. And if she's coming for me next, I trailed off, not needing to finish the thought. Not happening, Travis said firmly. I glanced at my phone and jumped. Crap, I'm going to be late for work. Absolutely not. Cheyenne slid off the counter and planted herself between me and the door. You're taking the day off. She's right. Travis crossed his arms, spatula still in hand. The nursery can survive without you for 24 hours. And I'll sort out the auto locksmith. I opened my mouth to argue, but Gus's stern mental voice cut through. If you attempt to work in this state, I will knock every single customer purchase from the counter until you relent. That's blackmail, I muttered, but my heart wasn't in it. The thought of dealing with customers and inventory made my head throb. Fine. I'll call Bill. My fingers hovered over the phone screen as a new worry gnawed at my gut. Travis stood firm and protective in his kitchen, and he seemed in no rush to get out the door himself. Sweet, stubborn Travis, who'd already had his world turned upside down by magic and didn't recall a single thing about it. If Amelia showed up and found him mixed up in all this again? You two don't have to stay, I said, trying to sound casual. I've got Gus, and I promise I'll rest. Not a chance. Travis's voice had an unmovable quality. Work can wait. Cheyenne nodded. Yeah, what my cousin said. Though I do need to head to the salon for my afternoon appointments. Hopefully Ash and Zoe are here by then. I swallowed hard, picturing Amelia's face if she found Travis here, waving her stupefaction wand. It was protocol. The last thing I wanted was for him to get his memories wiped again. But the genuine concern in his eyes made the words stick in my throat. At least let me clean up breakfast, I offered weakly, reaching for my plate. Nope. Travis gently pushed my hand away. You're calling Bill, and then you're getting some actual rest. No arguments. I will ensure she complies, Gus announced, patting over to wind around my ankles. He can't hear you, you know, I griped. This is irrelevant. My words are for you to heed. Gus was right. It didn't seem to matter that Travis didn't understand what Gus was saying. It was implied, going by the look on his face. Strongly. Chapter 13. Grandma calling was actually a boon. I needed something to keep me from nodding off on the couch every 10 minutes, only to startle awake again when my brain freaked out. Out of the frying pan and into the darn fire, Grandma muttered darkly after I was finished updating her. Only you, Kat Crowe. There has to be one in every generation with a penchant for chaos. Hey, I didn't ask for any of this. I know, Grandma sighed, but that doesn't change the fact that you're a magnet for trouble. I don't like the idea of destroying this teacup. It seems too risky by half. Thank you. I sagged against the couch. Finally, someone who agrees with me. I didn't say you should use it, she snapped irritably. Fool's errand if you ask me. No, I'm concerned that you're already connected to it in some way we can't even fathom. Destroying it might hurt you somehow. I closed my eyes. Was it too much to hope for that someone would be agreeable with my suggested next steps? I took a calming breath, then got off the couch to stand by the window to watch Travis out front mowing the lawn. Cheyenne had mentioned running to the store to get groceries after condemning the lack of supplies in the cupboard. What do you propose then? I asked tartly. Well, I found this teacups maker in the older volumes in the attic. It's clearly been transcribed from something even older than that. Elspeth Crowe was responsible for enchanting the teacup, and let me tell you, she was rather prolific, in deed as well as words. It looks like she enchanted a bunch of things throughout her lifetime, and I'm worried that not all of her writings have been reproduced fully. I get the sense that some of the content was abridged by whoever copied it. Okay, anything that points to why the thing was made? How it's used? A couple of rituals and ingredients for specific blends of tea are noted down, but not a lot else. Grandma tutted. Nothing which points to binding someone in the dream world. Just visiting. Hey, it's a start. Do you think you can send me a picture of it? I winced as I considered Grandma figuring out how to bring the camera up on a phone, let alone sending it in a message. Or just type it out into an email, maybe. I'll do both. The council administration gave us new gizmos to use for council business. Especially secure, as I understand it. We had to do special training to use them. I can even make those face call thingies now, though I don't understand why you need to see someone's mug when a telephone serves just fine to get your message across. I smirked at the idea of a council of witches being schooled in the art of smartphones. But if that meant I could see a copy of the original and share it with Amelia, I was glad that the Arkansas branch of magical administrators were keeping up with the times. Thanks, Grandma. I appreciate it. But if you can find anything that gives us a bit more to work with, I'll keep looking, Grandma sighed. But no decisions without me, you hear? You just sit tight until that inquisitor says otherwise. Yes, Grandma. I hugged an arm across my chest. You've got nothing to worry about. I'm too tired to get up to mischief today. Grandma muttered something about famous last words before ending the call, and I twitched the curtain aside after seeing a black SUV slow to a crawl on the street. The vehicle's tinted windows rolled down, revealing Amelia's stern face as she surveyed Travis's rental. My stomach dropped. Of course she'd tracked me here, probably with some fancy magical GPS locked onto my aura or something equally invasive. Travis circled back toward the house on the mower, completely oblivious to the impending disaster. I'd promised myself this wouldn't happen again, sworn that I wouldn't let anyone mess with his memories a second time. The betrayal in his eyes when he discovered the truth about the first mind wipe still haunted me. My fingers curled into fists. No, not this time. I yanked the front door open before Amelia could reach the sidewalk, nearly stumbling down the steps in my haste. What are you doing here? I said I'd come past. We need to talk. Amelia's gaze flicked to Travis, her red lips pressing into a thin line. Alone. This isn't my house. I planted myself between her and the front door. And you said you'd call? So you could usher your boyfriend off on some errand, so I didn't learn that he knows too much. She raised one perfectly sculpted eyebrow. You know I'm bound by the rules, Kat. The mower's engine cut off behind me. Footsteps approached. You'll leave him alone, I hissed. I mean it, Amelia. I don't care what protocol says. You're not touching his memories again. Everything okay? Travis called. I spun to face Travis, heart hammering. He stood there wiping sweat from his forehead, eyes darting between me and Amelia with growing suspicion. His jaw tightened, shoulders squaring as he must have realized who Amelia was. Travis, go inside, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Please. Actually, Amelia cut in smoothly, I think Mr. Larkins should join our conversation. After all, he's already involved, whether he should be or not. I shot her a venomous look. Amelia, it's his house, Kat. You said so yourself. She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. Shall we go inside? My heart pounded as Travis led us into his kitchen. Every step felt like walking toward an execution with his memories on the chopping block. He moved around the kitchen with deliberate calm, his movements measured and precise as he pulled out mugs while the coffee maker hummed to life. But I saw the tension in the set of his shoulders, the way his eyes never fully left Amelia. How do you take yours? Travis asked Amelia, his voice carefully neutral, but with an undercurrent of steel that hadn't been there moments before. Black, thank you. She settled at the kitchen table, her fingers drumming against her pocket where I knew that cursed wand waited. I gripped the counter edge until my knuckles went white. The coffee maker gurgled, filling the tense silence with its steady drip. Travis handed Amelia her mug, his posture rigid, like a man preparing for a fight while still maintaining the pretense of hospitality. I watched her draw out the slim metallic wand. Wait! The word burst from me. You can't do this. Amelia's eyebrows lifted. You know this is protocol, Kat. What you've shared with him about this case is dangerous. I get that you two seem close, but... My mind raced frantically. Travis couldn't lose his memories again. Not after everything. And then it hit me like a bolt of lightning. Cheyenne. They were cousins. The connection had been right in front of me the whole time. He's witchkin. I straightened my spine, praying my voice wouldn't shake. Travis is Cheyenne's cousin. That makes him protected under magical law. Travis froze mid-pour, his shoulders tense. The look on his face wasn't confusion. It was resolute defiance. He'd clearly recognized the threat Amelia posed the moment she'd arrived. Cheyenne Lynch? The new witch manifesting in town that Ash reported? The very same. I forced myself to meet her gaze steadily. Which means you have no authority to modify his memories. He has a legal right to know about magic, just like any other witchkin family member. Is this true? Amelia turned to Travis. You're related to Cheyenne Lynch? Travis set down the coffee pot deliberately, eyes never leaving Amelia. She's my cousin on my mother's side. His voice was steady, almost challenging. And I'm not forgetting anything today. The wand disappeared back into Amelia's pocket. She took a long sip of coffee, studying us both over the rim of her mug. It's a gray area, but I can probably justify it. You really should have led with that information. The tension in the room dissolved like sugar in hot tea. Travis's shoulders visibly dropped as he released a breath he'd been holding, his white-knuckled grip on the coffee pot loosening. Our eyes met briefly across the kitchen, relief mirrored in both our faces. A crisis averted, at least for now. It would have been useful if I'd thought about it sooner, to be fair. And it wasn't like it would have helped the last time Amelia waved her wand around. That had come before Cheyenne's magic had manifested. Travis moved to lean against the counter, his posture still alert, but no longer coiled like a spring ready to snap. He slid a coffee mug toward me, the corner of his mouth twitching in what might have been the ghost of a smile. Now, Amelia set down her mug, the matter apparently set aside. We need to talk about what's been happening in these dreams of yours. This situation is only getting more complicated by the hour. I walked Amelia through the dream again, describing the gray void and Minerva's fractured presence. My fingers traced the rim of my untouched coffee mug as I recounted her warnings about the mystery woman and the teacup. Minerva kept fading in and out, like static on an old TV. I wrapped my hands around the cooling ceramic mug. One moment she'd be there, the next just wisps of light. But she was clear about the teacup. She wants it destroyed, but she didn't say why. Amelia's dark eyes never left my face, her own coffee forgotten. She'd pulled out a small notepad, though she hadn't written anything yet. And you're certain she mentioned a woman specifically? Well, I mean, a she at least. Minerva was adamant about it. Travis leaned against the counter, arms crossed. What would a witch want with her body? It could be any number of illicit things, both mundane and magical. Amelia finally jotted something down. Though, what's more concerning to me at this point is how you're tied to this. What do you mean? I asked. If there was a third party, then they also knew about your aunt's magical artifacts. That, or Minerva told her about them. Amelia's red lips pressed into a thin line. And you being next? Next for what? I've been thinking, maybe you interrupted something when you came home that day. Found her before they were finished, maybe. Got caught in whatever spell was in the air. My stomach churned. I had arrived home earlier than planned the day I'd found Minerva. But the hospital worker who gave her a ride to my place could have simply been the ruse that led us to the conclusion that Minerva did this on her own. Amelia's pen tapped against her notepad. Successfully, I might add. Framing their own victim, I said. The implications made my head spin. Exactly. And we still haven't been able to find her, despite having most of our techs working on this. She shook her head. It's like she's disappeared into thin air. Which means that we've got to take precautions with you at this point. Precautions? Travis asked. The magical community has its share of dangerous individuals, Mr. Larkins. Amelia's tone was clipped. I think Kat might be safer back at HQ until Minerva is found. Our specialist is interested in observing her sleep. The same specialist who decided only a couple of days ago that Minerva is a lost cause, I asked incredulously. Absolutely not. I've got Grandma sending through information about the teacup. Even she agrees that destroying it is plain stupid. If you can't find the body, then we need to get better information. And the teacup is how we do that. You can't be serious, Amelia scoffed. We don't understand how that thing works, let alone. Tell me that your expert has changed her mind then, that she is working toward a solution to free Minerva from this. Amelia closed her eyes with a pained expression. It told me what I needed to know. Propensity to casually mind-wipe mundane humans aside, Amelia wasn't a bad person. She couldn't be okay with this. She thinks she can break your connection with Minerva in the dreamscape, that it's dangerous for you to be sucked into whatever it is Minerva's stuck in. My mouth opened and I pressed my lips into a grim line. And what do you think? That I've got no leads on a body which isn't quite dead, and no idea on what plans the culprit has for it. Amelia thrummed the table with glossy red fingernails. But safety needs to come first. And I'm concerned about what this means for you. I reckon she's right, Travis said softly. Kat, I know you want to help, but what? I snapped. I'm tired. So what? Nothing has harmed me over there, and Minerva is slipping away while we're doing exactly squat to stop it. Grandma is getting some intel over to me on how to use the teacup. If we give it a shot, and we still can't get her out of there, well, I'll do whatever you want. It's not going to happen, Amelia started, shaking her head. I thumped the table. Amelia Ward, stop fighting me on this. I handed over that teacup in good faith that you would do the right thing and solve this case. You're not holding up your end of the deal, and now I want it back. Amelia stood and drew a deep breath through her nose. Okay, that about does it. I'd tell you to get some sleep and get up on the right side of the bed this time, but I doubt that'll do you any good. I've got a body to find, and I'm not going to sit around arguing about this. I tipped my head back to stare at the ceiling, fighting off tears as Amelia let herself out. When Travis approached to place a hand on my shoulder, I stood sharply and brushed past him to let myself out into the backyard. While I knew the man wanted to help, he was in over his head and didn't understand. I mean, how could he? But in that moment, I was madder than a wet hen, and his help wasn't what I needed. Chapter 14. I spiraled into the gray void again, this time deliberately, my mind focused on a single purpose. The emptiness stretched before me, but different now, thin, translucent, like fog over water, rather than the oppressive weight from before. Minerva? I called, my voice stronger here than last time. Encouraged, I moved forward with determination, the ground beneath me firm enough to walk across. I know you're still here. I need some answers this time. Real ones. The mist parted and swirled around me as I searched, my eyes straining for any sign of her. No answer came, just the soft whisper of nothingness against my skin. Please, I tried again, turning slowly in a circle. I want to help you. A flicker caught my attention, just a momentary ripple in the grayness to my left. I rushed toward it, but it dissipated before I reached it. Minerva. The air shimmered about 20 feet ahead, and for just a second, I glimpsed her face, eyes wide, mouth forming words I couldn't hear. Then she vanished again. I ran forward, frustration building in my chest. Stop hiding! Or if you can't control it, try harder. A whisper brushed past my ear, so faint I nearly missed it. Weaker now. I spun toward the sound. Nothing. Just endless gray. I can barely hear you, I called. Where are you? Another flicker, this time just the outline of a hand reaching toward me before dissolving like smoke. The space between us seemed to stretch and compress, making distance meaningless. Can't hold on. The words floated from somewhere behind me, fragmented and thin. I whirled again. A split-second glimpse of her face, gaunt and strained, appeared directly before me, then blinked out of existence. "Tell me where to find you," I shouted into the void. "The real you." In the waking world, the mist coalesced briefly, forming the suggestion of Minerva's silhouette several yards away. Her lips moved, but only fragments reached me. Running out. Time. The shape dissolved, scattering like dust on an invisible wind. "No, wait!" I lunged forward, hands outstretched, grasping at nothing but air. "Come back." Something tugged at me from behind. Not a physical sensation, but a pulling at my consciousness. The dreamscape wavered, the gray mist thinning further. My eyes flew open to darkness. Travis's bedroom ceiling materialized above me as reality reasserted itself. The dream slipped away, leaving me clutching at fading fragments, the quiet desperation of my search lingering in my mind. This time, I wasn't suffocating in sweaty sheets, and somehow that felt worse than the panic that usually accompanied waking. Blinking, I heard Travis softly snoring from the next room. Rubbing my grainy eyes, I rolled over to check the clock. It was 5 a.m., which meant that I'd gotten a decent chunk of sleep, despite the visit to the dreamscape feeling as if it had only taken minutes. Gus lay balled up between my feet at the end of the bed, and if I hadn't even disturbed him, what did that mean for Minerva? Was the connection I had to her so far gone now that it was likely to break entirely on its own? Sniffing, I dashed tears from my eyes and sat up against the headboard. I was running out of time. Each dream showed Minerva fading further, her connection to this world, to me, growing weaker. If I waited for the Inquisition to solve this through proper channels, she might be lost forever. No, I wouldn't let that happen. I pulled my knees to my chest, determination hardening inside me like cooling steel. The teacup would be ideal, but I couldn't pin all my hopes on retrieving it. I needed alternatives, backup plans. There had to be other ways to reach the dreamscape, older magic perhaps, or techniques that didn't rely on magical artifacts. Grandma's ritual might work even without the teacup, and if that didn't work, then something else would. With the right help, the right combination of magical knowledge, I could find a way in. I had to. Because one thing was becoming increasingly clear. Minerva Flagstaff was running out of time, and I might be her only hope. Official channels or not, rules or not, I was going to find her and bring her back. I was glad when Ash called to let me know he was back, and even gladder to head to his place so I could run my theory by him. Travis had agreed to drop me off as he went to meet the auto locksmith about my truck, which gave us both some breathing room. I was trying my best to be as cordial as I could, and he was doing the same, but it was strained. And while I'd been so grateful to offload all my problems on him when he swooped in to help, I was starting to worry that it was terribly unfair of me to expect him to play along. He was still my ex, and he had reasons not to trust my word. Honestly, from the outside looking in, I couldn't blame him for siding with Amelia. Her promise of a silver bullet and the ability to walk away from the situation must have sounded appealing in the scheme of things. Ash's home office hummed with the soft whir of multiple computers. His fingers flew across 3 different keyboards, while feeds from various locations around town played across the screens. I recognized the Garden Gates parking lot on one of them, my broken-down truck still sitting forlornly in its spot. "You're monitoring security feeds now?" I perched on the edge of his desk, careful not to disturb any of his precisely arranged equipment. "Volunteered to help the tech illusionists. He brushed the too long dark hair hanging in front of his eyes while scanning the screens. They're stretched thin with the investigation. Plus, I've been digging into Minerva's digital footprint. Find anything interesting? Well, there's this whole mess with her grandmother's will. Kelly already told me about that. I waved my hand dismissively. Simon Flagstaff wanting to develop the property. But we both know Simon isn't a witch, and if a family member wanted her dead, this isn't exactly the easiest way to go about it. Ash's fingers paused over the keyboard. I'm also looking into her immediate magical relatives. There's a second cousin in Tasmania who... Stop. I placed my hand over his, stilling his typing. Amelia's team will be all over that angle. We need to focus on something else. He leaned back in his chair, raising an eyebrow. Such as... I pulled out my phone, bringing up a picture of an old page with handwritten notes. This ritual Grandma sent me. It's old magic, used with the teacup, supposed to help traverse the dreamscape. And you think it'll turn up on Google? Ash made a face. Look, Amelia warned me that you're set on getting involved here. I'm already involved. I ran a hand through my hair, frustrated. And Minerva's getting weaker in the dreamscape. She's the strongest lead we have. And getting her out now might mean the difference between outright murder or magical interdimensional kidnapping. Ash pinched the bridge of his nose. And you want me to... what? Validate that this will work? You don't even have the teacup. Who says I need the teacup? What I want to know is if anyone's documented attempting something similar. I slid the phone across to him. Amelia can't be the only person with access to a dream dimension expert. There's got to be folks out there with some information on how to get in there safely. Ash studied the ritual instructions, his expression growing more concerned with each line. Kat, this is prehistoric. I'll bet half of the runes this uses are forbidden anyway. You could get in real trouble with the Inquisition. More trouble than letting Minerva fade away completely? I met his gaze. Because that's what's happening. Every time I reach her in the dreams, she's less there. We're running out of time. He sighed, meeting my eyes. Give me an hour. I'll see what I can find in the darker corners of the magical web. His fingers resumed their dance across the keyboards. But Kat? Yeah? If we do find something, promise me you won't try it alone. I watched the security feeds flicker across his screens, thinking of Minerva's increasingly fragmented presence in the dreamscape. Trust me, Ash. This is definitely going to take more than one witch. I left Ash to it, as I joined Zoe in the open-plan living room and kitchen, watching her work with a saucepan over the stove, with a heady purplish steam wafting up into the air. What you working on? Zoe stirred the pot, her tie-dye dress swishing as she moved. Sleep Easy brew. If you want it, that is. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, not quite meeting my eyes. No pressure. I started to roll my eyes, but Zoe held up a metal spoon to cut me off before I could open my mouth. Look, you're exhausted. I'd rather have something ready if you need it than watch you run yourself into the ground. She has a point, Gus chimed in from his perch on the counter, pausing between bites of tuna. Do not scorn those who wish to help you. I pressed my lips together, telling myself not to lash out at the people who were doing their best to support me. Everyone was chipping in with what magical talents they had to offer. And Zoe was a potions witch, after all. Thanks. I leaned against the counter, watching purple steam curl toward the ceiling. But let's talk about something else. How was Adelaide? Zoe's mouth turned upward as she glanced at me over her shoulder and described the trip. After pulling up a stool at the counter, I did my best to focus on her and her alone while Ash was working. It wasn't like I was much help to him at that point anyhow. I ground the dried lavender with more force than necessary, the pestle scraping against ceramic as Zoe added another pinch of chamomile to the mix. The conversation had turned to her new business plan with the candle shop, and I was doing my best to follow along. My phone buzzed against the counter, Amelia's name lighting up the screen. Great. What did she want now? Still fishing for me to come into Inquisition HQ to meet her expert? I picked up, bracing for battle. Yes? There's been a development. Amelia's voice was low, urgent. It's easier to show you than explain. I'm sending a file to your phone. I'm at Ash's, I cut in. Whatever it is, send it to him. Already done. Kat, Zoe. Ash's voice carried from his office, sharp with urgency. Get in here. I dropped the pestle, herbs scattering across the counter as I bolted toward his voice, Zoe close behind. We crowded into the doorway of his office, where his monitors displayed grainy security footage from what looked like a shopping center. My breath caught. There she was, Minerva Flagstaff, shuffling through the food court like a ghost. Her bare feet left dirty marks on the tiles. Her hands were filthy, and her hair hung in wild tangles around her face. But she was moving, breathing, alive. Where is this? My fingers dug into the back of Ash's chair. Rutherfield Plaza, Amelia's voice came over the speaker. 20 minutes ago. On screen, Minerva wandered past shocked shoppers, her movements jerky and uncoordinated. She bumped into a table, sending drinks flying, but didn't seem to notice. She looks... Zoe's voice trailed off. Like she crawled out of a grave, I finished. Amelia, are your people? Already en route, but we lost her after she left through the south exit. We'll comb the streets, but it might take some time to track her down. I straightened, feeling the rush of adrenaline push aside the fog of exhaustion. Send us the location. We're on our way. That's not a good idea, Kat. Amelia paused. What can you tell me about your dreams last night? Blinking, I fought a wave of dizziness as I glanced at the time. She was still there. In the dreamscape. Barely this time. But that was just a couple of hours ago. Then whoever is driving that body isn't Minerva, Amelia said. Kat, we're going to need your help to verify that someone has taken possession of Minerva's body. You need to go to sleep again. Chapter 15. Just a small sip of Zoe's Sleep Easy potion was all it took to slip back into the dreamscape to confirm that not a lot had changed. And even if I couldn't see Minerva, her faint voice was just enough to confirm that she wasn't in the waking world. Ash had only agreed to give me 10 minutes before he shook me awake, and it took all I had to keep my eyes open from my position on his couch while waiting for the troops to rally. I squeezed Travis's hand, grateful for his anchoring presence as my head swam from the potion's lingering effects. Amelia's heels clicked against Ash's tiled floor, her phone clutched tight enough to crack the screen. Cheyenne and Zoe sat almost like a couple of school kids waiting to see the principal, while Ash messed with the settings on his TV, which showed a picture of Grandma sitting in what looked like the attic bundled up in her dressing gown. Gus just sat in the middle of it all, casting irritated kitty stares at each of us in turn. We can't just sit here while someone's walking around in Minerva's body, I said. The teacup is our best shot at... No. The word came out as one from both Amelia and Grandma's projected image on the wall. Grandma's face filled the screen as she leaned in, the glare of the screen apparently the only illumination in the room. Her reading glasses sat perched on the end of her nose as she rifled through whatever was in front of her out of frame of the webcam. Y'all better shut your traps and listen, Grandma barked. I've found something else worth noting, and I don't like where this is going. Grandma's tone caused even the Inquisitor to stop pacing and face the screen. I caught myself leaning forward, hoping that Grandma had answers. Please, no more cryptic family trivia. Elspeth Crowe was a prolific enchanter of her time, Grandma continued, and while most of her creations were harmless enough, I've seen enough to suggest that the woman had a particular interest in other realms. Not just dreams, but the afterlife. The room went dead silent. "I'm sorry, what?" Travis whispered as his grip tightened on my fingers. From what I can glean here, there was some inference that the afterlife is connected to the dreamscape, and I'm concerned that Elsbeth was trying to figure out how to connect the two. Grandma held up a yellowed book with handwriting scrawled over it. And perhaps more concerning is that she's the witch also responsible for enchanting those spectacles among Tabitha's hoard of family relics. My stomach dropped as the implications sank in. The all-seeing spectacles, the ones I'd crunched under my heel as I fought to banish. "Sorcia!" I slapped my hand over my mouth. "What?" Amelia turned her head toward me. Ash ran his hands across his scalp, his features twisted in concentration. Then he pointed at me when it clicked. "The glasses you used to open the portal to banish Sorcia's soul to the afterlife." "But she's gone, right?" Cheyenne's voice shook. "You got rid of her." Or so I thought. I swallowed, my mind reeling. Amelia planted her fists on her hips and looked between the screen and me. Her eyes sharpened as the seconds ticked over. "Your statement said Gus instructed you to open the portal by destroying an existing enchanted object connected to the afterlife." "Which is true. It was hasty work, but I theorized that by containing the fractured magic within the circle." "And it did." My voice had taken on a shrill aspect. "It worked, Gus." I felt her leave. "Well, it seems to me that she might have found a way back," Grandma said. "That, or you have another necromancer on your hands, both of which seem equally far-fetched." "Does it still count as necromancy if Minerva wasn't technically dead?" Ash asked, almost as if to himself. "It tracks with Sorcia's known patterns." "Her interest in subjects who were in comas and whatnot," Grandma said. "Look, we're all running on speculation here," Amelia chipped in. "We need to focus on— I'll have you know that my position on the council means that—" The room spun as voices blurred together, my eyelids growing heavier with each blink. Grandma's indignant protest over Amelia trying to shut her down washed over my consciousness. I tried to focus on Travis's warm hand still wrapped around mine, using it as an anchor, but even that sensation grew distant. "No, wait," I mumbled, as darkness crept in at the edges of my vision. My head lolled forward, and strong arms caught me before I could pitch off the couch. "Stop talking, all of you!" Travis's voice boomed above me. "Something's wrong with Kat." The dreamscape rushed up to meet me, that familiar gray void stretching endlessly in all directions. But something felt different this time. The air felt thicker, cloying, like trying to breathe through wet cotton. "Katerina." Minerva's voice echoed from everywhere and nowhere at once. "You shouldn't have—" "Minerva. I know who has you. It's Sorcia, and I plan to—" "Silly girl." Minerva's voice sounded with surprising clarity, except it wasn't quite Minerva's voice anymore. The accent shifted, becoming more familiar in a way that made my blood run cold. Yes. Time for you to sleep." Sorcia's accent sent ice down my spine. I tried to wrench myself awake, but the dreamscape held me fast in its grip. A sharp crack split the air, and reality snapped back into focus. Amelia loomed over me, her stupefaction wand inches from my face as she repeated, "Wake up," with increasing urgency. I jerked upright, gasping, my heart hammering against my ribs. Travis's arms tightened around me as I shook, trying to process what had just happened. "Sorcia, she's in there, with Minerva. Or maybe she is Minerva now. I don't—" My voice cracked. "She's back. She found a way back, through the dreamscape, through Minerva." The silence that followed was deafening. Even Gus sat frozen with his tail puffed up to twice its size. Amelia's face had gone pale beneath her tan. "Tell me exactly what you heard." "Every detail." I babbled until it was all out. I didn't know if it made sense. It wasn't like this was coherent either. But at least Amelia's wand had driven away the fog. Right then, I felt like I'd been chewing coffee beans. She knows I know now. That's the point. But how can she be in two places at once? Was Minerva ever really there at all? Or was it Sorsha pretending the entire time? I cradled my head in my hands. No, Minerva must be there. Sorsha's got her trapped somehow. I think Sorsha needs her in order to... I couldn't finish the sentence. It was too darn gross. Travis rubbed my back soothingly, and I paused to draw some deep breaths. How could this all get out of hand so quickly? Just last week, my biggest concern was making sure I was prepared for an obscene credit card statement to arrive after booking flights back home. Then Minerva's murder. Then her not-so-murder. And, Kat, I'm going to call Stella. You should know that she's going to want you brought in. For your safety. You're going to arrest me now? Like hell they will, Grandma's voice boomed from behind Amelia. I'm going to get to the airport right now and take the first darn flight heading south. This Australian branch is completely incompetent, and I've a mind to... Grandma, no. I held up a hand with a wince. Amelia pressed her lips together and looked from the screen to me before muttering about making some calls and letting herself out the back with her phone in hand. I stared up at the screen, at Grandma's weathered face twisted in the ultimate mama bear protective rage, and at the faces surrounding me who were all only trying to help. The weight of their collective concern pressed down on me like an anvil. Travis, with his unwavering support despite being thrust into a world he never asked to join. Cheyenne, newly magical and already putting herself in danger. Ash, already trying to find technological solutions to magical problems. Zoe whipping up a storm of potions. Even Grandma, ready to abandon her responsibilities and fly across the globe. All for me. And for what? So I could keep chasing dreams that were growing more dangerous by the hour? I rubbed my temples, the headache that had been threatening all morning finally making itself known. Every instinct screamed at me to keep fighting, to find Minerva myself. But looking at these people, my people, I realized something had to give. I'll go with her, okay? My voice came out softer than I intended. I cleared my throat and tried again. All y'all are worried, and I get it. Cheyenne started to protest, but I held up my hand. All I'm trying to do here is save a witch who needs help. But I'm not going to risk anybody else over it. I met each of their eyes in turn. So I'll do what the Inquisition wants. Their expert can detach me from this connection to the dreamscape. The words tasted bitter, like surrender, but I forced them out anyway. Sometimes knowing when to step back was as important as knowing when to push forward. And right now, with Sorsha somehow back and targeting me specifically, the smart play was to let the professionals handle it. And Minerva? Zoe asked. Apprehended in a park 5 minutes ago. Amelia entered the room holding up her hand. Almost took out 2 operatives in the process. Kat, I don't want to make this hard, but I'm coming with you. I stood and met her eyes, which narrowed suspiciously, and I'll cooperate. Promise. Amelia glanced around the room with her eyebrows furrowed, like she expected that we were all conspiring in some plot. But even Grandma remained quiet, and Ash looked relieved. It was Travis who took my hand as I went to grab my bag. His face was etched with worry. You sure this is what you want to do? I gave him a lopsided smile. It is. I slung my bag over my shoulder and gave everyone what I hoped was a reassuring smile. Grandma, I'll text you when I get there. And thanks for digging into this. Let's not get too carried away booking flights and missing your granddaughter's wedding on a whim, huh? Grandma grumbled an affirmative. Travis jingled his keys. I'll head over to the nursery and let Bill know what's happening with the truck. You're a lifesaver. I squeezed his arm. And everyone else, stay clear of my place for now, okay? Just until we figure this out. Gus padded toward the door, tail high. Yes, on this I agree. Let us leave and—
Nope. You're staying with Ash and Zoe. I'll grab you once I'm back.
His whiskers twitched in displeasure. This is most unwise. Travis cleared his throat. Call me when you're done in Melbourne? You've done more than enough already. She means thank you, Amelia cut in, keys already in hand. Let's move. I caught Travis's eye. Okay, I'll take a train though. You can pick me up from Rutherfield Station.
As we backed out of Ash's driveway, Amelia's fingers drummed against the steering wheel. This better not be some elaborate scheme to get face-to-face with Sorsha.
What? No, the accusation stung. I'm not stupid enough to take her on alone. Good, because if you try anything, I won't. I watch the familiar streets of the sleepy town of Myrtle Glen blur past, but you have to admit that my connection to this is starting to make a little more sense. We don't know anything for certain yet. Amelia's jaw clenched. The specialists will figure it out. Your job is to let them break this connection before it gets worse. I shifted in my seat, stewing on the events of the past week, which had culminated in this complete screw-up of a situation. The lingering effects of Amelia's spell still held, though, so I figured I was safe from Sorsha for now. It couldn't last, though. Maybe, just maybe, letting the Inquisition handle this was the right call. For now, at least. Chapter 16.
Through the one-way glass, I watched them lead Minerva into the stark interrogation room. Her movements were all wrong, too jerky, like someone wearing an ill-fitting suit. They chained her hands to the metal table with spelled cuffs that glowed faintly blue. My skin crawled. The woman who sat there wasn't Minerva anymore. Remember, Amelia said from beside me, you're here to observe and provide insight. Nothing else. She tapped her stupefaction wand against her palm. Even if this is Sorsha, we need absolute confirmation before proceeding.
I clenched my jaw. It has to be her. That's not Minerva. That's a theory. We need proof. Stella appeared in the doorway, her curly hair threatening to burst from the bun at the back of her head. Let's see what our guest has to say for herself. They entered the interrogation room, leaving me with a stone-faced guard whose presence felt more like a warning than protection. Through the speakers, I heard the scrape of chairs as they sat across from not Minerva. Mrs. Flagstaff, Stella began, can you tell us where you've been the past few days? Minerva's head tilted at an odd angle. Such formality. The voice was Minerva's, but I pushed that part aside. She was using Minerva's vocal cords after all. I needed some time away to clear my head. It is disorienting to wake from a dream state. I fear I panicked when I woke from inside that bag. My fingers dug into my palms. The words weren't quite right. Surely they had to see that. And the van? Amelia leaned forward. The one transporting your unconscious body that was destroyed? As I explained, I panicked. Not Minerva's lips curved into a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Waking up in a strange vehicle? Being taken who knows where? Anyone would react poorly. With enough force to flip a reinforced Inquisition transport? Stella's tone could have frozen hell. The thing wearing Minerva's face examined her bound hands with idle curiosity. Perhaps your vehicles aren't as sturdy as you believe. I pressed closer to the glass, studying every micro-expression. Despite only ever having perceived Sorsha telepathically, the way she held herself, the chin tilted up, the predatory stillness, the calculating eyes. It seemed to fit. Not that it was proof. Not by a long shot. Tell me, Stella said, what's the name of your shop? Why, the Herb Haven. The answer came too quickly, too smoothly. Correct. I clenched my teeth, wondering whether Sorsha had access to Minerva's memories. And your address? Amelia asked. Sorsha flew through every question thrown at her, and while I didn't know enough about her to have the answers myself, I could tell that she didn't miss a beat from Stella and Amelia's expressions. I folded my arms, my foot tapping the concrete floor. The guard shifted behind me, and I forced myself to stay still, to watch, to listen. But every fiber of my being screamed that we were wasting time while Sorsha played her games. Through the speakers, that familiar yet wrong voice continued spinning half-truths and careful deflections. And somewhere in the dreamscape, I knew the real Minerva was still trapped, growing weaker by the hour. If you'll forgive my saying so, you don't appear to be moving well. Stella sat back in her seat and folded her hands over her midsection. I think we should get you checked out by our healing staff. You were in a death-like state for days before coming round. No need. Minerva tried to wave as she said the words, but the cuffs cut her short, causing her body to twitch. I am certain my health will improve with time. And some potions to hasten the process. Stella smiled icily. If it's all the same to you, I think I'm going to insist. We haven't quite gotten to the charges you'll be facing, and I have the all clear to hold you for the next 72 hours while we get everything in order. Minerva's cheek twitched, and her mouth spread into a rictus that might have passed as a smile if you were a zombie. I will make reparations for any damages I may have caused. While I was not sound of mind, you understand? That's for us to decide. Amelia stood and jerked her head at Stella. And your cooperation will play into that decision, Ms. Flagstaff. Stella gave not Minerva a lingering look before standing to follow Amelia out the door. I sat with my eyes glued to the woman as I waited for them both to return, but she sat there completely frozen, like a doll that had just been switched off. When the door opened, I turned in my chair. That's not Minerva. I know. Amelia held up her hand to hush me. I've interviewed her enough times to recognize that something is seriously off. So, when are you people going to do a reading? I slapped my knee. We don't have 72 hours to free the real Minerva from the dreamscape. Stella raised her eyebrows at me with a "who does she think she is" expression. We don't know that saving Minerva is possible at all. And I'm not about to risk myself or Inquisitor Ward by getting inside that head. My jaw dropped. You won't perform a reading? Absolutely not, Stella said, like it was obvious. This might not even be this ancestor of yours. It could be a case of animation from somebody on this side of the waking world. With respect, I think Kat's right. Amelia folded her arms. Not that I think a reading will help, but a diviner might be able to discern something from her that confirms that it isn't really Minerva. What use is that, though? I protested. What'll you do afterwards? Stella gave an appraising pout, her eyes on Minerva through the one-way glass. It's fortunate that the solution for both is the same. I've got my best exorcist on standby. All I need is enough proof that it isn't Minerva to take to the council for endorsement. And that's where you come in, Kat Crowe. The interview room was several degrees more pleasant than the interrogation cell, with actual chairs instead of metal ones bolted to the floor. Dr. Penelope Ballantyne, dreamscape expert to the Inquisition, flipped through my file while her silver-rimmed glasses reflected the harsh fluorescent lights. Her desk was bare except for a neat stack of papers and a crystal paperweight that pulsed with a faint blue glow. So, she didn't look up. You've been making unauthorized dreamscape visitations. Her phone buzzed, and she checked it with an irritated sigh. Excuse me. She answered with clipped tones. Yes, I'm with her now. No, I told you I had plans in Sydney today. Well, obviously I'm here instead, aren't I? I shifted uncomfortably as she ended the call with a sharp tap. I wouldn't call them unauthorized, I said. And it's not like I did it purposely. Minerva needed help. Minerva Flagstaff entered a self-induced oniric stasis using an unregistered artifact. She finally met my eyes. Your subsequent dream connections were likely sympathetic resonance via proximity. Nothing more. You were with the body. You touched the artifact she used to achieve this, did you not? Through the wall, I heard muffled voices from where the healers were examining Minerva. I wondered how long it would take them to confirm what we already knew. I mean, only to preserve the secrecy of magic. But I talked to her. She warned me about Miss Crowe. Dr. Ballantyne's voice could have chilled wine. I've studied oneirology for 30 years. The chances of maintaining cognitive coherence during prolonged dreamscape submersion are virtually nil, and I did not fly down from Sydney for theoretical discussions about impossibilities. But I heard her. She told me someone was coming for the teacup. She made a note on her pad. Classic projection of your own anxieties onto random dream imagery. Now, let's examine your neural patterns. Before I could protest, her cool fingers pressed against my temples. A tingling sensation washed over me, like static electricity dancing across my skin. Interesting. Her voice seemed to come from far away. Your theta waves show clear signs of actual dreamscape contact. Unusual for an untrained practitioner. That's what I've been trying to tell you. Quiet, please. Her fingers pressed harder. The resonance patterns indicate, yes, definitely unauthorized access. We'll need to prescribe a severing solution. The room swam back into focus as she released me. My head throbbed. But what about Minerva? I rubbed my temples. If I really was connecting with her, Miss Flagstaff's consciousness has already dissipated. Dr. Ballantyne stood, checking her watch again. The dreamscape is infinite. Without proper anchoring, minds simply drift away. My stomach clenched. You can't know that for sure.
I can, and I do. She strode to the door. The mathematics of consciousness degradation in liminal spaces is quite clear. Wait here.
The door clicked shut behind her, and I slouched in my chair. Typical. The woman had spent all of 5 minutes with me, most of which she'd seemed more concerned about her interrupted Sydney plans than what I had to say. I wondered if all dream experts were this dismissive, or if I'd just gotten lucky with one who considered Melbourne visits beneath her. From somewhere down the hall came the sound of voices, probably from where they were examining Minerva. At least someone was doing something, even if they were taking their sweet time about it. I drummed my fingers on the armrest, trying not to think about how much time we'd already wasted. Dr. Ballantyne returned several minutes later, her heels clicking against the floor like she was keeping tempo with her irritation. She thrust a small blue bottle at me. 3 drops under your tongue before bed for the next week. And Miss Crowe? Her eyes narrowed. This situation is beyond salvage. The best thing you can do is sever the connection before it affects your own mental stability. The risk of leaving threads of your consciousness behind in the dreamscape is high if you continue as you are. Right. The bottle felt heavy in my hand. Thanks for your time. Do take the drops. She was already gathering her papers. The longer you leave this, the more complicated the treatment. We wouldn't want to have to take more drastic measures. The threat wasn't subtle. I nodded as she swept out of the room, no doubt rushing to the airport. The guard who'd escorted me earlier stepped in. Inquisitor Ward will be with you shortly. I studied the pearly liquid in the bottle while I waited. The experts might have given up on Minerva, but their clinical studies and theoretical models couldn't account for everything. They hadn't felt her presence in the dreamscape, hadn't heard the desperation in her voice. I tucked the bottle into my bag, warring with whether I should use it. The Inquisition could keep their severing solution and their mathematical certainties. But somewhere in the building, diviners were confirming what we already knew about Minerva's possession, and I'd bet there were at least 10 people inside this building who would have said this whole situation wasn't possible. Sorsha was right about one thing. Modern witches had a narrow lens when it came to magic. And dangerously stubborn or not, I was set on proving them all wrong. Chapter 17. Amelia paced the ritual chamber's perimeter, checking her phone for the 5th time in as many minutes. Still no word from Stella. We can't proceed with the exorcism until we have council approval. I leaned against the wall, exhaustion settling into my bones. The room was unnervingly sterile. Polished concrete floors, walls covered in some sort of glossy, sound-dampening material that seemed to swallow our voices. Yellow lines were painted in stark warning around the edges, creating a boundary between observation zones and the working area where Minerva's fate would be decided. The diviners confirmed likely possession in Minerva's aura, and you've taken my official statement. What more does the council need? I asked, my voice sounding flat against the muffled acoustics. Deliberation time, Amelia said with a tight smile. When dealing with necromancers, they're particularly cautious. Grand Inquisitor Huang, a stern-faced woman with salt and pepper hair pulled back in a low bun, directed her assistant as they drew intricate patterns on the polished concrete floor. Their chalk lines glowed faintly blue, pulsing in time with some unseen energy source, which made my skin smart with static-like electricity. It was an obscene combination of the arcane and clinical, making me question whether I really wanted to witness whatever was about to happen. Is this how exorcisms are usually handled here? This is giving me the heebie-jeebies. The standard exorcism won't work, Amelia explained, nodding toward Huang's complex series of interlocking circles. We're dealing with a necromancer who's already proven she can resist conventional banishment. I hugged myself, the cool air of the chamber raising goosebumps on my arms as I watched Huang's assistant arrange crystals at precise intervals. Each stone caught the harsh overhead lights, throwing fractured rainbows across the walls. So this is a modified ritual. Amelia's red lips pressed into a thin line. Grand Inquisitor Huang recommends using the teacup as an anchor point since it's already connected to both Minerva's consciousness and Sorcha's magic. A door opened, and an older witch entered carrying a reinforced case. She placed it on a steel table, entered a code into the electronic lock, and lifted out the Dreamwalker's teacup. The delicate porcelain seemed to shimmer under the harsh fluorescent lights. The containment circle is triple layered. Amelia pointed to where the chalk lines formed concentric rings. The outer ring blocks physical movement, the middle one contains magical energy, and the inner circle. She hesitated. The inner circle is designed to trap consciousness itself. My stomach churned. That sounds dangerous. It is. Grand Inquisitor Huang looked up from her work, her dark eyes intense, but necessary. We can't risk the necromancer jumping bodies again. Huang and her assistant finished their preparations, positioning the teacup at the center of one of the interconnected circles. They immediately began scrawling patterns around it, then started a low chant, testing the circle's resonance. The chalk lines flared brighter, then settled into a steady glow. What happens to Minerva's consciousness? I asked, watching the teacup pulse with light. Grand Inquisitor Huang believes it is possible that the ritual could force both consciousnesses back to their proper places if Sorcha had kept at least some small part of Minerva inside her body. And given that Sorcha seemed to sift through her memories just fine, Amelia shrugged and gave a tight smile. We won't know until it's done. Ballantyne told me that was impossible. Dr. Ballantyne is an expert in honorology. Huang's lip curled. Not in animancy. It is possible for a soul to be bound to two places at once. Whether they can be successfully reunited is another matter. Huang waved a smoking bundle of herbs through the air, leaving trails of purple smoke. The chalk lines responded, brightening with each pass. And if we're not successful? Huang didn't respond, and Amelia's silence told me everything I needed to know. I hugged my arms as the implication made the room feel 10 degrees cooler of a sudden. Huang's assistant approached with a clipboard. Final checks are complete, energy readings are stable, and the containment fields are at full strength. Good. Amelia squared her shoulders. Now we wait for... Her phone buzzed. She read the message, then nodded to Huang. Council's given approval.
Stella will bring her in any minute now.
My heart hammered as the minutes stretched, each second feeling like an eternity. I couldn't stop thinking about what we were about to witness. A battle between two souls for control of one body. One of which I'd already banished from the waking world, albeit unsuccessfully. Last chance to leave, Kat. Amelia touched my arm. This won't be pleasant. I hesitated, suddenly questioning whether I could handle seeing Minerva, even her possessed form, subjected to the mystical procedure which was about to unfold. But then I remembered her trapped in that gray void, confused and alone. I owed it to her to stay. And I owed it to myself to see Sorsha finally banished for good, too. I'm not going anywhere, I set my jaw. Then stay behind the yellow line. She nodded. And whatever happens, don't cross it. Huang and her assistant took positions on opposite sides of the circles and closed their eyes while mumbling under their breath. I pressed my hands together to stop them from shaking, praying we weren't about to make everything worse. The pressurized door swung open with a soft hiss. Stella entered first, her expression grim as she held it open for two security officers who escorted Minerva between them. They paused behind the yellow line, allowing Minerva to twist her head to take in her surroundings. Her nostrils flared. When her gaze settled on the teacup, her teeth flashed in a snarl. "Proceed," Stella said. One officer pressed a panel on the wall, and a mechanical whirring filled the chamber as a padded harness descended from the ceiling. Despite Minerva's sudden thrashing, they managed to secure her arms and torso in the restraints. "No," the word came out in Minerva's voice, but the cadence was all wrong. "You cannot—"
Stella activated the control panel, and the harness lifted Minerva off the floor. She swung, twisting and spitting curses as the mechanism glided along ceiling tracks, carrying her over the yellow line and positioning her directly above the center of the ritual circle.
"Begin," Stella ordered, after the harness lowered Minerva into position and the hook snapped free to retract into the ceiling. Huang began her chant, her assistant joining with perfect harmony. Blue light rippled up from the floor as Minerva went to kick at the chalk lines. The outer circle flared in response, and I felt the containment field snap into place like a static shock. Power hummed through the chamber. The teacup began to glow, tendrils of light reaching toward Minerva. Her face contorted, features shifting between her usual weathered appearance and something else. Something sharper. "Insolent children." Sorsha's accent twisted Minerva's mouth. "You think your parlor tricks can contain me?" Huang's chanting grew louder. Bundles of herbs burst into flame, sending spirals of purple smoke curling through the air. The teacup's light intensified, wrapping around Minerva's body like ghostly chains. Her back arched. "Help!" Minerva's voice shifted, desperate and afraid. "Please, I can't—" My heart stopped. That was Minerva's voice. Her actual voice. Dr. Ballantyne had just told me it was impossible for her to return to the waking world. Yet here she was, fighting back from within. A surge of hope crashed through me as I pressed against the barrier, my fingers curling into fists. She was still in there, still fighting. The words choked off as Sorsha wrestled control back. Dark energy crackled around her hands, fighting against the containment field. The middle circle flashed crimson as it absorbed the attack. "Call in backup," Amelia shouted toward the guards as Huang's voice wavered.
Minerva's body thrashed, suspended in the web of light. Her eyes rolled back, showing only whites. The teacup rattled against the floor, its globe pulsing like a heartbeat.
"Get out!" Minerva's voice again, stronger this time. "Get out of my—"
A blast of power exploded outward. The inner circle blazed white-hot. Through the glare, I saw two distinct shapes trying to tear apart, Minerva's solid form and a darker silhouette that could only be Sorsha.
Huang's chant reached a fever pitch. Sweat beaded on her face as she fought to control the surging energies.
the teacup's light became blinding, a brilliant nexus at the center of the magical storm. "No!" Sorcha's scream held real fear. "I will not return to that void." Minerva's body convulsed. Blood trickled from her nose as the separation continued. The air felt thick enough to choke on, heavy with competing magics. The teacup's light flared with one final brilliant pulse. A shockwave of released power slammed through the room. I staggered back, spots dancing in my vision. When I could see again, Minerva lay crumpled in the center of the circle. The dark silhouette was gone. Huang and her assistant sagged, their voices falling silent as the chalk lines faded to dull gray. The teacup sat at the center, intact, but no longer glowing. "Minerva?" I stepped forward as Amelia waved at the haze of smoke in the room. Stella crossed the yellow line to rush over and kneel beside the still form, pressing her fingers to Minerva's throat. After a long moment, she nodded. "She's alive." But Amelia and I approached in sync as Huang and her assistant stumbled back to a bench, catching their breath. My breath stuck in my throat as hope and dread fought in my gut. Could she be back? Had we saved Minerva from the dreamscape? Minerva's eyes fluttered open. They were her own, but somehow dimmer, confused. "Gran?" The word came out as a dry whisper. "Need to ask you." "Take it slow," I said, kneeling beside her. "The will. Where'd you leave the paperwork?" She tried to lift her head. "Need to know. Thought I could." "She wouldn't want the house sold. We need to get her to medical. But it looks like she's going to be okay." Amelia smiled. "This is normal after possession trauma. It's a good sign, Kat." The dam burst as I went to smile, but a sob came out instead. I clapped a hand over my mouth as tears of relief spilled over. As they lifted Minerva onto a stretcher, I just wished Dr. Penelope Ballantyne hadn't been so quick to run off after our appointment. Because the so-called impossible was living and breathing right in front of me. "No more than 5 minutes," the healer warned as Amelia and I entered Minerva's hospital room. "She needs rest." Minerva lay propped against pillows, her face drawn but her eyes clearer than before. Monitoring crystals pulsed softly beside her bed. "We've got a couple of questions, Minerva. We need to piece together how this happened to you, okay? You mentioned your grandmother when you came round. You were trying to contact her?" Amelia asked gently. "Had to know." Her voice was stronger now, but her eyes remained fixed on the wall ahead of her. "The will. Gran didn't change it before she—" "Simon. Don't trust for a second that—" "Be careful with your questions," the healer cautioned from the doorway. "Any agitation could destabilize her recovery." Minerva's fingers traced patterns on the blanket. "She was waiting. Said the tea would bring me to her." I pulled my chair closer. "Sorcha? Did she tell you where to find the teacup?" "Simon wanted the cottage sold, but—" She pressed her lips together. "The will. Gran didn't change it. Summoning spell to find out. Careful. Very careful. She said I could find her." I met Amelia's eyes over the bed, and the Inquisitor nodded. "You performed a summoning spell?" "Gran. Beyond the veil." Minerva's laugh held no humor. "Should have known better. But when she came, she said she could guide me. Help me find Gran." A chill ran down my spine. Sorcha. Didn't know her name. She seemed kind. Said she was stuck between worlds. I help her, and she helps me. Minerva's hands clenched in her sheets, and her face twisted into a scowl. But she lied. Many doors to access the living. Once I let her in, she... "Okay, that's enough. You two, out." The healer approached the end of the bed with fists planted on his hips. "There'll be time for questions later." "Just 1 more minute," I pleaded, then turned back to Minerva. "What do you mean about doors?" "Be careful." Minerva's grip tightened on the sheets as she yanked at them. She'll try again. Different vessel. Different door. She won't stop until...
That's all, the healer said firmly, stepping between us. She needs to rest now. No one's safe. Minerva's eyes were already closing as the healer eased her back against the pillows. Not while she can walk through dreams. I waited until her breathing steadied before slipping out. In the hallway, I hugged my arms as I stared at Amelia, who wore a thoughtful frown. So the grandmother's will tied into it after all, the Inquisitor said. She must have performed some kind of séance that went wrong. And gotten Sorsha instead. I swallowed. But I banished her, Amelia. With a half-baked plan concocted by your familiar and no small amount of improvisation. Amelia tapped a finger to her mouth. I'm surprised it worked as well as it did, frankly. But Grand Inquisitor Huang is an expert in her field. This time, I'm sure it'll hold. Come on, let's get you out of here and on the road home. Wait, I caught Amelia's elbow. What about Minerva? Amelia took a deep breath and glanced through the window at the witch in question. We'll take care of her. This might be as good as it gets for her, in which case, sending her back to her old life without proper care would be impossible. I know she doesn't have a lot of close family, but we have care homes for witches in these sorts of circumstances. The idea of Minerva stuck in some magical facility yanked at my heartstrings. This woman who'd fought so hard against a malevolent undead necromancer, who was only trying to hold on to her home. And now, her whole life, reduced to being another institutional case number. Is it possible that some of her is still stuck in the dreamscape? Dr. Ballantyne will assess her once she's had a few days to rest. From there, Amelia placed a hand on my shoulder. We'll just have to wait and see. Chapter 18. I kept my commitment to travel as far as Rutherfield on the train where Travis could pick me up. But it was late, and after only a couple of stops, I was fighting to keep my eyes open. It took some earbuds I had stashed in my bag, along with awfully loud music on my phone, to keep from nodding off as the train hummed along the line. Later, I'd started pacing the aisles as the train slowly cleared of travelers, and we approached the end of the line. When the doors finally opened and a wave of frigid night air hit me, I shivered as I stepped out onto the platform and made for the parking lot where I spotted Travis leaning against his shiny red truck. You'll catch your death out here in the cold. I didn't get a chance to finish the sentiment as Travis enveloped me in a hug, mashing my body up against his as he held me tight. That was just about the longest day in my life. My body relaxed against his, and I smiled against his shoulder. Has it only been a day? Feels like I've been away for weeks. I'll say. His nose nuzzled in my hair, and he rubbed my back. Come on, let's get you home. As nice as it was to stand there wrapped in his arms, I had to agree that the idea of home was good. And as I got into the truck, I was surprised to find Gus sitting in the passenger seat, already butting against my leg. You must never leave me behind again. Of all the fool things you have done, Katerina Crowe, that was by far the worst. You brought him with you. My voice cracked in surprise as I grabbed the bundle of ginger fur and set him on my lap. I called Ash to let him know you were on your way back, and apparently Gus insisted. Travis gave an awkward smile and pulled out. I chuckled and shook my head, bemused at the idea of Gus nattering away to a man who couldn't understand a word of it. In some ways, Travis was lucky. So everything is done now, right? Yeah, I guess. You guess? I licked my lips while stroking Gus's fur, wanting to relish in the moment of victory and reunification. But there was a small but insistent voice at the back of my head that was shrieking about my vow of honesty. I mean, Minerva is recovering at Inquisition HQ, but it'll be a while before they know just how recovered she can get given what's happened. And one of their top people performed an exorcism to banish Sorsha again. Travis mouthed the word exorcism before giving a slight shake of his head. But, well, I've already done that once. I mean, I'm not an expert in such matters. To put the point mildly, Gus sniped. But, I said, Minerva said some weird things about Sorsha trying to get to our world again. I don't know if that's just a normal reaction to what's happened to her, or if it's something that might be possible, you know? Travis glanced at me for a second as he drove us through the dark streets, apparently not clear on what to say to that kind of statement. Eventually, he settled on, right? I mean, it's okay. I've got these drop thingies that I've got to take before bed that should make my dreams normal again, and the Inquisition will keep the teacup to see what they can learn from it. Maybe they can use it to make sure this banishment sticks. Either way, I'll be on that plane in time to get back for the wedding. That's good news, Travis said firmly. But maybe you should stay at my place tonight. You know, just to be sure. I'm sure I'll be fine.
Please. Travis drummed his fingers against the steering wheel. I'm not going to get any shut-eye wondering if you're okay all night. Humor me.
I smiled and reached over to pat his knee. Fine. And thank you. You've been a lifesaver this week. I don't know how I would have managed on my own. I'm sitting right here, Gus protested. Really? Simply no appreciation. Why? Hush, Gus, I said telepathically. He returned a telepathic kitty grumble as Travis placed his hand over my own. You're welcome. I mean, it's not the way I would have liked. Well, I guess there's better ways to break the ice than all this. It wasn't like Travis to mince his words, but I guessed he was voicing aloud what I'd worried over since he'd pulled into my place while it was being combed over as a crime scene. That we hadn't really dealt with what had broken us up. That the Minerva situation had really only allowed us to set it aside for a time. That sounds like a problem for tomorrow, I said with a weak smile. Or maybe once I'm back from the wedding. You've had a lot thrown at you over the past couple of months, Mr. Larkins. And from where I'm sitting, you've taken it like a champ. He gave a rueful chuckle, and we fell into silence as the truck rumbled down the road toward Myrtle Glen. Wherever Travis and I were headed, I was just glad he got to remember it all this time. The good, the bad, and the magical. I placed 3 drops of the severing potion under my tongue, grimacing at its bitter licorice taste. The soft cotton sheets of Travis's bed wrapped around me like a cloud, and Gus's warm presence pressed against my side brought comfort after the chaos of the past few days. Through the half-open bedroom door, I caught the faint blue glow of Travis's TV. He was trying to be quiet, but I knew he wouldn't sleep until he was sure I was safe. My eyelids grew heavy as the potion took hold. The tension melted from my muscles, and I sank deeper into the mattress. Just before consciousness slipped away completely, I heard Gus start to purr. Then everything snapped into focus. Gray mist swirled around me, thick and oppressive. Panic choked me as I gazed into the dreamscape that the potion should have blocked. No. I spun in place, trying to orient myself in the endless void. I shouldn't be here. The mist coalesced into shadowy shapes that reached for me with grasping fingers. I closed my eyes and tried commanding my subconscious to wake up, to break free. But when I opened them again, nothing had happened. The dreamscape held me fast in its grip. A low chuckle echoed through the void, sending racking shivers through me. Did you really think a few drops of that potion could keep me out, little witch? Get out of my head, Sorsha. My fists clenched as I searched the swirling mist for her presence. Ah, but it is you who comes to visit me. But one day, yes, I shall visit your mind. Permanently. Her voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Your victory will be short-lived. Your dreams belong to me now. Consider it payment for destroying my anchor to the physical world. Yeah? Well, you got your spectral butt kicked twice already. Once I wake up, I'm telling the Inquisition exactly where to find you. The mist parted like a curtain, revealing a figure stepping through. The living do not command the realm of dreams, child. This dimension is far more accommodating than that wretched purgatory you banished me to. Her form solidified as she moved closer. So much more room to stretch my legs. And the doors, oh, the doors to the waking world are everywhere here. My breath caught as she emerged fully into view. Gone was the skull that she'd spent centuries attached to in the waking world. Instead, I saw a woman in her prime, wearing the clothes of a different century. Her dark hair fell in waves past her shoulders, framing high cheekbones and eyes that mirrored my own. The same nose, the same curve of jaw. It was like looking at an older version of myself. "What's wrong, dear heart?" Sorsha's lips curved into a predatory smile. "Surprised to see what your many times great-grandmother actually looked like in life? The family resemblance is rather striking, isn't it? Though I must say, you must have inherited more of your father's coloring." I stumbled backward, my heart hammering. This was worse than facing the monster she'd become. This was seeing the human she'd once been, and recognizing myself in every feature. "No," I whispered, "you're nothing like me." "This is sad, but true." Her smile widened. "But no matter. Soon enough, you'll play your part to house my Annam, so I can bide for a while in the mortal world. I will bring the Crowe family name back into repute among these sniveling modern witches." Grinding my teeth, I took a flying leap at my undead ancestor, fixing to throttle her with my bare hands. But she caught my arm with a snarl, her fingers like burning ice wrapped around my wrist. Her eyes gleamed as I struggled, and wind whipped around us in the nothingness. Pain ripped through my chest, yanking me free as Gus's claws dug into my skin. I shot upright with a gasp, heart pounding as reality crashed back. "Kat!" Travis burst through the doorway, flipping on the light. "What happened?" "You were thrashing," making sounds. Gus pressed against my side, his fur bristling. "I had to wake you before—" "She's in there." The words tumbled out as I struggled to catch my breath. "Sorsha. The potion didn't work. She's in the dreamscape, and she wants to—" My throat closed up as panic clawed its way up. Travis sat on the edge of the bed, his hands hovering like he wasn't sure whether to touch me. "Slow down. Take a breath." I gulped air, pressing my palm against my chest where Gus's claws had pierced through my shirt. "She's going to try to take my body, like she did with Minerva. She showed me what she really looked like. Before the skull, before everything. She looks just like—" "What's that?" I followed Travis's gaze to the angry red welts circling my wrist, exactly where Sorsha had grabbed me in the dream. The marks were raised and hot to the touch, like frostbite. "That's not possible," I whispered before swallowing. "It was just a dream." "Dreams can't—" "Call the Inquisition." "Now," Gus demanded. "They must fix this at once." "What do you need me to do?" Travis took my elbow and held up my wrist to look more closely at it. "Does it need ice? Antiseptic cream?" "No ice." I shuddered involuntarily. "I need to call the Inquisition right away. If she can do this much damage in one dream—" I didn't finish the thought. I didn't need to. The welts on my wrist said everything about how real the danger had become. Travis went to fetch my phone, and I cradled my arm as the shock wore off. How did one treat otherworldly burns anyway? Chapter 19. Ice definitely helped, but Zoe had promised to bring over something with a little more oomph while we waited for Amelia to talk to her people and circle back. That, and something that would keep me awake for long enough for the solution to this nightmare to become apparent. Travis spent the better part of the pre-dawn pacing and fretting over me, while Gus muttered darkly about Sorsha and dark family legacies as he sat fixed on my lap on the couch. How long do you think it'll take for her to call? Should we just get in the car and start heading to Melbourne? Travis bit his lip as he folded his arms, his eyes more than a little frantic.
She told me to stay put for now. Await instructions. I pressed my lips together. I'm sorry this isn't over. Like it's your fault. Travis snorted. These Inquisition people of yours can't be that good if they let you walk out of there without checking that this wouldn't be a problem.
The drops were supposed to work, remember? I shrugged, though the irony of my defense of their so-called dream expert didn't escape me. Just sit down, will ya? Put something on the TV. Anything. I don't care right now. Travis puffed out his cheeks and did as he was bade, and while I didn't care for the action movie he put on, which seemed equal parts guns and adrenaline, it seemed to still Travis enough for me to wind down a fraction and will myself to patience. We got about halfway in before Ash and Zoe arrived with the dawn. Let me take a look, Zoe said, already unburdening herself of several different glass bottles onto the coffee table. I've got a couple of different options. The literature is scarce on ghost burns. You probably shouldn't try anything until the Inquisition looks at it. Ash combed his fingers through his hair, his eyes haunted. Maybe just something for the pain, yeah? Do you think it'll give him an idea of how to fix the problem? Travis rubbed his chin and joined Ash in hovering behind Zoe. In that case, I reckon we need to get on the road. Please! I held up both hands. Can we put the brakes on the conjecture here? Amelia will call back soon. She didn't tell me anything about leaving this burn alone. Ash and Travis gave me a pair of grunts with dubious expressions to match, and I clucked with irritation as I brandished my arm for Zoe to take a look. First came the dose of a potion to perk me up, then the potion's witch began swabbing cautiously as she discerned which of the brews were most effective on my arm. When my phone finally rang, everyone in the house almost jumped out of their skin, and Travis swooped in to deliver it right into my hand from the coffee table. My hands trembled a little as I answered, and I tried to ignore the eyeballs in the room all trained on me. Amelia, tell me you've got a plan here. Sorry it's taken so long to get back to you. I'm just letting you know that we're on our way. I frowned. You don't need me to come in? We, decided it was safer to keep you where you are and bring the help to you. I've got Grand Inquisitor Huang with me, and she thinks she can fix this with the teacup. I am certain this can be fixed. Huang's voice sounded in the background. There is no sense dithering while this Sorsha regains her strength. Okay. I figured if anything, this was a case for Ballantyne and not Huang. But on the flip side, I was much happier at the prospect of having things handled by the expert who seemed to take the situation seriously. Now, is there anything that says I can't treat these burns on my wrists? Who says you can't? My lips twisted. Only a pair of fellas who think they know best. Well, I didn't rope a healer into this field trip. And we don't have time for you to be seen in a regular hospital, so do whatever works. Call nurse on call if you have to, Amelia said dryly. I can do a little better than nurse on call. I smiled at Zoe. When can I expect you? Give us an hour and a half, and rope in your friends if you can. This is going to take a whole lot of magic to pull off, so the more the merrier. While ominous, I was glad I already had 2 witches right in front of me prepared to help, and more to call on. From the porch, I watched Travis and Ash haul the couch across the lawn. The morning sun was promising as far as weather went, and I hoped nothing would get wet as they positioned it next to the coffee table, creating an impromptu outdoor living room. In fairness, I didn't expect all the furniture to be moved outside. Amelia leaned against the house, her usual crisp demeanor softened by exhaustion. Dark circles rimmed her eyes, though her red lipstick remained perfect. Huang's particular about her ritual spaces. Travis's rental was far from palatial, but my house wasn't overly large either. Huang seemed satisfied, though, as she cleared the now almost empty living room space with smudged sticks that I hoped wouldn't stink up Travis's new curtains. Zoe, Cheyenne, and even Auntie May were in the kitchen, mostly out of the woman's way, except when they went to peer into the space until Huang shooed them off. Curiously, Gus was the only one she didn't chase away. My familiar had slipped into the living room after Huang began her preparations, and rather than evicting him like the others, she had paused to study him with narrowed eyes before giving a small nod of approval. He'd remained there ever since, watching her work. Well, I'm not complaining. I rubbed my bandaged wrists. I'm surprised that you got here as fast as you did. Amelia's mouth twisted. Well, we may have jumped the gun a touch. The boys passed us to head inside where Huang directed Ash to move a bookshelf with sharp gestures. She hadn't said all that much since arriving and mostly muttered under her breath unless she was ordering people about. A touch? I raised an eyebrow. There's a jurisdiction dispute brewing. Ballantyne's putting a case to the council that this falls under her purview as dreamscape expert. I snorted. Seriously? The woman who told me to get over myself and take some drops? Politics. Amelia rolled her eyes. Huang's got seniority and experience with possession cases, but Ballantyne's got friends in high places who think the dreamscape angle should take precedence. From the kitchen, Auntie May's voice carried as she argued with Cheyenne about who knows what. Zoe's softer tones mediated between them, but tension crackled in the air. Mothers and daughters. As I understood it, Auntie May wasn't particularly pleased that she hadn't been kept up to date with events, but she'd only recently returned to Myrtle Glen after spending time with extended family in the city. You won't get in trouble for this, will you? I crossed my arms. Coming out here without council approval?
Let me worry about that. Amelia stepped outside into the sunlight. I became an inquisitor to help people, not play political games. And right now, you need help.
From my position on the porch, I peered through the doorway just in time to see Huang pointing imperiously at the beige carpet. Travis and Ash exchanged glances before dropping to their knees and prying back the edges with hand tools. Then they began ripping it up, the sound of tearing filling the air. My eyes bugged out. The security deposit, I whispered to myself, watching as they rolled back large sections of carpet to expose the pine floorboards beneath. I should have seen this coming. Of course, Huang would need direct access to the floor for her runes and sigils. The symbols she'd been sketching in her notebook would need a proper canvas, not some rental-grade carpet. Travis didn't flinch as he tore back another section, apparently unconcerned about what his landlord would think of the destruction. Ash rolled the strips of carpet beside him, and Huang watched over them with fists on her hips. Mentally, I added the cost of new carpets to the list of things I owed Travis after everything was set to rights.
Good grief. I hope this works, I said, mostly to myself.
So do I, Amelia agreed. You trust her? I asked. Huang? With my life. Amelia's face softened. We've dealt with more than a few cases together. She's one of the few people up the top who believe that rules matter, but people matter more. Once I told her about the burns on your wrists, she was the one to insist that we couldn't waste time with the council. I touched my bandages again, remembering Sorsha's grip. The welts beneath still burned, an insistent reminder that this was real, that somewhere between dreams and reality, my ancestor waited to claim my body as her own. Then I guess we better get this show on the road. I straightened my shoulders. Before Ballantyne shows up with a cease and desist. Amelia's laugh held an edge of steel. Let her try. Some battles are worth fighting. Grand Inquisitor Huang eventually beckoned me into Travis's bedroom while everybody else loitered in the kitchen. I noticed Gus slipping in ahead of me, his tail held high with purpose. She pulled the teacup from her bag, the hand-painted eye at the bottom seeming to stare right through me. Now, I must give you instructions for the ritual. I'm afraid this time it will be up to you to perform the tasks required to send this soul back to where it belongs. I will be your facilitator, but I cannot guide you once you arrive in the dreamscape. Understand? I nodded and sat on the edge of Travis's bed as Huang handed me the teacup. Gus jumped up beside me, pressing against my thigh. I've been discussing options with the Grand Inquisitor, he said. I glanced between them. You two have been talking? Your familiar has a remarkable spiritual presence, Huang confirmed. We've reached an understanding while I prepared the ritual space. I will be accompanying you into the dreamscape, Gus stated, as if it were already decided. What? How is that possible? Familiars exist partially between worlds already, especially one like yours, who has family history. Her knowing look suggested she understood more about Gus's past than I'd shared. I can move between the circle and your consciousness, Gus explained. I can assist you and alert the others if Sorsha overwhelms you. Your cat will be our conduit, Huang added. This connection will strengthen our magic's hold on you. The thought of not facing Sorsha alone again sent a wave of relief through me. So I'll have backup this time? You will not leave me behind again, Katerina Crowe. I have decided this, Gus replied, his tail twitching. Study the artifact carefully, Huang said, before I could open my mouth to respond. The teacup exists in both realms at once, like a door that opens from both sides. When you enter the dreamscape, you'll be able to summon its twin. We must destroy both simultaneously. I'm sorry, what? Your ancestor has used this to pull herself into the dreamscape. Its destruction will... No. I meant... How am I supposed to do that? The dreamscape bends to will and imagination. Your magic will work differently there. Stronger, more fluid. The environment itself becomes your weapon. Sorsha said the living don't have power in the dreamscape. Huang tutted and made a face. Nonsense. Do your dreams not reflect your reality? Have you even tried to manipulate your surroundings there? No. Not really. I frowned as I thought back to the endless gray void. You've been letting Sorsha dictate the terms of engagement, Gus interjected. That ends now. You are a witch. Use your magic to build a box to trap Sorsha if you must. Huang's dark eyes fixed on mine. Then you can focus on materializing the teacup. From the waking world, we will protect you through the circle. A thread of magic will connect you to us. Think of it as a tether of sorts. My fingers brushed my bandaged wrists. And if Sorsha tries to possess me again? Our magic will prevent it. But you must move quickly. I am concerned about these burns, and what she may still inflict despite our protection. Huang took the teacup from my fingers. Find its mirror in the dreamscape. I will know when you have it. When you feel our power surge through the connection, strike. The teacup must shatter in both realms at the same moment. She made it sound so straightforward. What happens if the timing's off? I will ensure that doesn't happen, Gus said. I bit my lip, not convinced that it could be so simple. What good would green magic do against Sorsha? What if I couldn't control the dreamscape like they said? If this fails, we will devise another plan, Huang said, as if reading my thoughts. The thread will feel warm, like sunlight on your skin. When it pulses, that's your signal. The surge will last only seconds. I nodded, committing each step to memory. Deal with Sorsha. Find the teacup. Wait for the pulse. Strike fast. And what will happen then? Sorsha's connection to the dreamscape will be severed. She will be sucked out of it back to where her soul should have been all these years. No more doors to our world. Huang rested a hand on my shoulder. Your ancestor was clever, creating these connections. But some doors should remain closed. The weight of what we were attempting settled over me. One shot to get this right. This woman had a lot more faith in my abilities than she really should have. I wiped sweaty palms over my trousers.
Ready? Huang asked.
As I'll ever be. I squared my shoulders. Though I notice you didn't actually explain the risks. A ghost of a smile touched her lips. Focus on what must be done. The rest is distraction that will weigh you down. We returned to the living room where the others waited impatiently. Chalk symbols covered the exposed floorboards in spiraling patterns, including a smaller circle near the center that I hadn't noticed before. The familiar's anchor point, Huang explained, noticing my gaze. He will maintain physical contact while his consciousness joins yours. Travis caught my eye and gave me a slight nod, though his brow furrowed when he saw Gus padding purposefully beside me. Wait, is the cat part of this? He asked. Someone with experience should be, Gus projected, his mental voice loud enough that several people startled. Gus will be going with me, I explained, drawing strength from the idea. He'll help me find what I need to end this. Huang guided me across the floor toward the center of the room. Places, everyone. We begin in 5 minutes. Chapter 20. The coven members took their positions around the outer circle while I lay prone in the middle of Travis's living room. Amelia squeezed my hand before joining them, careful not to tread on any of the lines scrawled over the floor as she took Cheyenne's hand. Ash and Zoe clasped hands, completing the ring of witches who would anchor me. Travis and Auntie May, looking on from the doorway, made it feel more than a little obscene. Heck, I wondered what Travis's neighbors were making of the furniture all laid out on the lawn. Remember, Huang said, the thread will feel like sunlight when it pulses. That's my signal. Got it. I shifted my legs, careful not to smudge the chalk lines.
Gus reached a paw across from his smaller circle to rest on my shoulder. I will be with you, he promised. Do not engage Sorsha until we rendezvous.
No solo heroics. Check. I uncorked the small vial Huang had given me. The liquid inside shimmered like starlight.
Travis shifted his weight, his hands shoved deep in his pockets. Our eyes met and held. So much unsaid between us. So many conversations postponed. His jaw worked like he wanted to speak, but he pressed his lips together instead. I sent a prayer into the ether, hoping that what he was about to witness wouldn't send him for a complete loop.
I lifted the vial in a mock toast and downed it in one swallow. It tasted like honey with a bitter aftertaste. Huang began to chant, her voice rising and falling in an ancient language I didn't recognize. The other witches stiffened as ripples ran across the chalk lines, ignited the rune's magic. Static danced over my skin, raising goosebumps along my arms. The chalk lines began to glow, first white, then deep purple. My head grew heavy, thoughts turning syrupy and slow. I fought to keep my eyes open, to memorize Travis's face one more time. He'd stepped forward, stopped only by Auntie May's raised hand.
Sleep, Gus commanded. I will follow.
The magic surged higher, pressing against my skin, which was awfully distracting when I was supposed to be drifting off. My limbs felt weighted with lead, though, and the room blurred. Then the room tilted sideways as I felt something yanking me away. The last thing I saw was Travis's face, tight with worry, before darkness swept me under and the dreamscape beckoned. The void materialized like fog rolling in across a lake. No up, no down, just endless gray stretching in every direction. My feet found purchase on something solid despite the lack of visible ground. Stay calm, said Gus's voice, cutting through the disorientation. His familiar weight pressed against my leg, anchoring me to reality, or whatever passed for it here. Feel for the thread. I closed my eyes, blocking out the vertigo-inducing nothingness. Warmth bloomed across my skin, concentrated around my middle. When I looked down, a golden cord looped my waist, trailing into the distance like a lifeline. Now, Gus said, let's start with something simple. Something to stand on, perhaps. hanging in a void, is most disorienting. Taking a deep breath, I tried not to feel dumb as I pictured the ground underneath us, the feel of grass under my feet. A small patch of lawn came into focus, though it felt like a tiny island as it faded at the circumference just a few yards away. Good. It's a start at least. Perhaps we need more containment. Gus scraped his legs back in a stretch. Yes. Some walls, I think. I pictured a brick wall, solid and impenetrable. Nothing happened. Even worse, the lawn began to fade. It's not working, I complained. Should I be doing one brick at a time or something? That'll take an age. This realm responds to your true nature, Gus explained. You are a green witch. Work with that. Right. I breathed deeply, imagining soil in my nostrils as I worked in the garden. This time, I imagined a towering hedge of thorny blackberries. The void rippled and stretched until dark green leaves sprouted from nothing, weaving together into a dense barrier. The lawn reasserted itself, leaving us in a box of green. I did it! The words echoed strangely in the gray space. Good. The dreamscape will bend to your will, but you must remain authentic to your power. No conjuring brick walls when living barriers serve better. I ran my hands along the thorny vines. They felt almost real, more real than anything else here. So I can shape this place, but only using what comes naturally to me? Precisely. Your green magic gives you authority here. Use it. Gus's tail twitched. A slow clap echoed through our green sanctuary. How precious. The little gardener, playing in her dreamscape. Sorsha materialized from the mist, wearing my face like a Halloween mask. Same dark hair, same green eyes, but twisted into something cruel and wrong. My stomach lurched at the sight. Did you really think these flimsy barriers would keep me out? She flicked her wrist. The hedges shriveled and crumbled to ash. Our patch of lawn dissolved beneath our feet. This is my domain now. Stand your ground, Gus urged. Don't let her intimidate you. Before I could respond, Sorsha thrust her hand forward. A blast of crackling energy hit me square in the chest, sending me flying backward into the void. Pain exploded through my body as I tumbled through nothingness. Too easy, she said, and laughed, stalking toward me as if she were descending an invisible staircase. I gasped, struggling to find my footing in a place with no ground. The golden cord around my waist flickered, its light dimming as I lost focus. Sorsha's gaze fixed on the thread, a predatory smile spreading across her lips. What a delicate tether, she mused, reaching toward it. Sever this, and you'll be lost here forever. Focus, Kat. Gus appeared beside me, his eyes fierce. She will try to bamboozle you, but this is your reality. Assert yourself. Gritting my teeth, I pictured roots, deep, gnarled oak roots, anchoring me to something solid. They materialized beneath my feet, weaving a platform that stopped my fall. The golden thread brightened in response, pulsing with renewed energy. Sorsha hurled another blast of energy. This time, I threw up a shield of interlaced branches. The magic hit with a thundering crack, splintering my defenses, but not breaking through entirely. You're learning, she sneered, but not fast enough. She vanished, reappearing instantly at my side. Her fingers wrapped around my throat, cold as the afterlife. I choked, clawing at her hand, while feeling the golden thread tighten protectively around my waist, pulsing with warmth. I've walked through countless dreams across the centuries, she whispered. Her free hand reached for the golden cord. What makes you think you're special? With a desperate surge of will, I summoned thorny vines that encircled her arm. She hissed in pain but didn't let go of my throat. Her fingers were inches from my lifeline. Think bigger, Katerina,
Gus urged. Assert dominance. You. I gasped through her tightening grip. You're the one who doesn't understand. I simply stepped backward, breaking her hold. Blood trickled from where her nails had cut into my neck. It shouldn't be possible to bleed in a dream, but the warm wetness running down my skin felt real enough. Everything that lives is meant to die, I said, my voice steadier now. It's the natural order. What makes you so damn special, huh? Sorsha laughed and sent a whirlwind of razor-sharp leaves slicing toward me. I ducked and rolled, but not fast enough. Several caught my shoulder and arm, cutting deep. I cried out, clutching my wounded arm. The golden cord flared brighter, as if responding to my pain, reminding me of my connection to the real world. Mortality is for the weak, she spat. Despite the pain, I pushed myself up, drawing strength from the warm pulse of the golden thread. I summoned a thick wall of brambles between us. No, mortality gives life meaning. You've been running from death for so long, you've forgotten what it means to truly live. She blasted through my barrier with a wave of her hand, sending thorns and splinters flying in all directions. One caught my cheek, slicing it open. She lunged forward, fingers grasping at the golden thread. I twisted away, one hand protectively covering the glowing lifeline. Don't just defend, Gus urged. Attack. She fears you more than you know. I wiped blood from my face and thrust both hands forward. The void around us trembled as massive roots erupted, whipping toward Sorsha from all directions. As they did, I felt the golden thread grow warmer, feeding power into my creation. She dodged the first wave, incinerating several with flashes of black fire. But I kept them coming, faster and thicker. You don't belong here, I said, advancing on her for the first time, because you don't belong anywhere. Not anymore. I belong everywhere, she shrieked, her composure finally cracking. I am eternal. Kill this body, trap my spirit. It doesn't matter. I'll find another way back, and another, and another. With a vicious gesture, she sent a bolt of crackling darkness directly at the golden cord. I barely managed to deflect it with a hastily summoned wall of vines, which blackened on impact. And always alone, I added softly, clarity washing over me like a wave. That's what breaks my heart about you, Sorsha. She hurled a spear of darkness, which I sidestepped, but not before it grazed my side. I doubled over in pain, feeling the golden thread pulse frantically as if warning me to be more careful. You could have been at peace with those who loved you, I continued, grimacing through the pain. Your family, your friends from your living days, but your hunger for power was greater than your capacity for love. To your left! Gus's warning came just in time. I spun, throwing up a wall of brambles to block Sorsha's flanking attack. The impact as energy met resistance knocked me to my knees, but my barrier held. The golden thread dimmed momentarily, before flaring with renewed brightness. That thread is your weakness, Sorsha said, circling me like a predator. Cut it, and you're mine forever. She lunged again, fingers outstretched toward my waist. In desperation, I rolled away, leaving a trail of thorny vines in my wake. They caught her robes, slowing her advance just enough. Pathetic, she sneered, shaking off the vines like droplets from a raincoat. She gestured again, raw power billowing from her fingertips. This time, I threw up a bubble-like barrier and imagined thorny vines engulfing her from her feet right up to her head. My vines not only held firm, they grew stronger, twisting from supple green shoots into an interwoven woody net. The golden cord brightened at my waist, as if sensing victory was near. Its warmth spread through my body, healing some of the smaller cuts and renewing my determination. Surprise flickered across her face. What? My realm, I said,
rising to my feet despite the blood soaking my clothes. The power surged through me, steady and sure. My rules! More vines erupted, weaving together to completely engulf her. Sorsha tried to fade away, but Gus leaped up to pierce her arm with a claw, somehow anchoring her into place. The thorns caught her clothes, her hair, her skin. She thrashed wildly, unleashing blasts of magic that singed and snapped some vines but couldn't break the whole. For every vine she destroyed, 3 more took its place.
"You'll always be alone, Sorsha," I said, limping toward her. "That's your true curse. Not death. Isolation."
Sorsha thrashed in her thorny prison. "What now, then? You can't hold me forever." "Do not dally! Quickly while she's trapped," Gus commanded. "I don't need forever." I flashed my teeth in a smile. "Just long enough." I reached into the void, picturing the Dreamwalker teacup as I held my palm upward. But maintaining focus on both Sorsha's cage and rooting around through the dreamscape felt almost impossible. My head pounded, but I pushed that away, along with all the other bodily sensations from the fight. There, a glimmer of porcelain. I grabbed at it with my mind, willing the dream version of the teacup into existence. The cup materialized in my blood-stained hands, delicate and deadly. It was a perfect match for its physical twin in the waking world. "No!" Sorsha's scream held real fear now. She redoubled her efforts to break free, but my vines only tightened their grip. "The others are ready," Gus said. "Feel for the thread's pulse." Warmth bloomed around my waist. The golden cord connecting me to the circle throbbed with a steady rhythm. I held the teacup high, meeting my ancestors' furious gaze with compassion rather than triumph. "Time to wake up, and for you to finally rest, Sorsha Crowe." The teacup shattered in my hands, fragments dissolving into golden mist. Sorsha's scream tore through the dreamscape, a sound of ancient rage and primal fear that made the void itself shudder. Her form convulsed within the vine cage, fracturing like cracked porcelain, lines of brilliant light breaking through her skin.
"No!" she howled, her voice distorting as her power unraveled. "I am eternal. I am—"
Her words cut off as her face, my face, twisted in rage. Then it began to disintegrate. She reached one desperate hand toward me, fingers crumbling to dust that swirled away into the nothingness. The last of her dissolved into a storm of glittering particles, swirling violently before being sucked away into the void. The vines wilted and faded, their purpose fulfilled. But in that moment of victory, I felt the golden thread around my waist snap with a sickening finality. Gus dissipated out of existence beside me, vanishing without even a goodbye. The dreamscape lurched, the void suddenly vast and empty around me. After gulping in a breath of air, I realized with horror that I was the one who was alone. Terribly, completely alone. Chapter 21. Gray mist swirled around me, thick as soup. My limbs felt heavy, disconnected. Had I been here minutes? Hours? The concept of time seemed meaningless in this place. I tried summoning vines again, reaching for that wellspring of power that had helped me trap Sorsha. Nothing. Not even a spark. The void stretched endlessly in every direction, leaving me adrift in a sea of nothingness. My thoughts grew fuzzy around the edges. Memories slipped through my fingers like water. Faces, names, places all blending together. Was this what Dr. Ballantyne had warned about? Consciousness fragmenting in the dreamscape until nothing remained? Something moved in the murk behind me. A presence, massive and ancient. The gray parted around it like curtains, revealing glimpses of gleaming fangs. I tried to focus, to remember who I was. Kat. I was Kat Crowe. But even that felt uncertain now, as if I might dissolve into the void at any moment. The creature's breath ghosted across my neck. Hot. Hungry. My heart should have been racing, but it felt distant, like it belonged to someone else. Run. The thought pierced through the fog in my mind. I stumbled forward, legs heavy as lead. The thing behind me moved faster now, its footfalls echoing through the emptiness. Each step sent vibrations through the ground that wasn't ground. Closer. Closer, I heard it gaining, felt its presence looming over me. Fangs snapped shut, inches from my shoulder. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. Then wet paws pressed down on my shoulders, bearing me down. My eyes flew open with a gasp. Familiar ceiling. Travis's bedroom. My heart hammered against my ribs as reality crashed in. A massive head rested in my lap, but not the nightmare creatures. Or not exactly, at least. Billy the Bunyip's ancient eyes gazed up at me, filled with concern. On my chest, Gus sat like a furry sentinel, his tail wrapped neatly around his paws. "Welcome back," the ancient water spirit said simply. "It worked," Gus exclaimed. "Talk to me, Katerina. Tell me that you're of sound mind." I tried to sit up, and for a second I thought I might be paralyzed by the sluggishness of my limbs. But Gus hopped off me, smooched my cheek, and I managed to roll on my side and prop myself with an elbow. Billy, why are you at Travis's house?" "She's whole." "You did it, you great hulking." "Cat?" Footfalls. And then Travis was in the bedroom, all but climbing over Billy to get to me. He dropped to his knees beside the bed, his hands just inches from my face, like he thought I might break if he actually touched me. "Oh my God, Kat." I didn't know if this would work. Not after that Ballantyne woman tried. "But you're here. You're here, right?" I nodded, partly to keep the room in focus as my mind swam. An absurd part of me wanted to just roll right back over and go to sleep. "I'm here, Travis," I croaked. "So how about all of you tell me what happened?" "Water," Travis muttered before standing and sidling around the water spirit and toward the kitchen, giving Billy a pat on the head as he did so. The Bunyip's eyes narrowed at that, and I giggled at the absurdity of it. Next, Travis would be telling him he was a good dog.
I'd managed to sit up with my head leaning back against the headboard by the time Travis returned, and he pressed the cool glass into my hands so I could take a sip. That helped, so I took another.
"Huang said she lost you. 1 minute there were shards of that teacup flying everywhere, and the next everyone was in a panic. Gus woke up, but you didn't. It's been days, Kat. 3 days. I'm sorry, what? That's how long you've been asleep. It has caused quite the ruckus. This house has been infested with Inquisition sorts coming and going at all hours with different views on how to bring you safely out. It was your grandmother who insisted that you remain here until she can arrive in person. She has secured an expert whom she would like." "Oh no." I dragged hands over my face. "Don't tell me Grandma is on her way over."
Travis nodded, his expression painfully sympathetic as he checked his wristwatch. She should have arrived in California for a connecting flight by now. "I need my phone. I need to call her before she gets on a plane for a 16-hour flight to Australia for nothing."
"I'll take care of it," Travis said, already heading toward the kitchen. "You rest. I'll call her right now."
I squeezed the bridge of my nose, grateful that Travis had volunteered, but also knowing a world of pain was on its way from Grandma. I hadn't even called her before the ritual. She would be seething over it.
"It was quite the ordeal finding you," Gus said, settling back onto my lap as Travis disappeared from the room. "Ash proved quite useful as a translator when he visited. I suggested we return to your house to find Billy. It is fortunate he had only recently returned." I scratched Gus behind the ears, processing this information. "That's why you're here?" I asked Billy. The Bunyip's massive head bobbed in a nod. After returning from the upriver currents, Your domicile appeared abandoned. Most concerning. When young Travis transported us both here. Wait, Travis transported you? Indeed. After some convincing. He was most perturbed by my physical aspect at first. But as a spirit, Gus rightly surmised that I exist across many planes of reality. Though hunting your specific consciousness in the dream proved challenging, I studied the ancient creature, noting his usually slick hide looked dull and papery. Thank you. You're looking pretty dry there, Billy.
Yes. A low rumble emerged from his throat. I have been away from my waters longer than is comfortable. But better that than your spirit remaining forever lost.
The weight of what they'd done, what they'd risked, hit me. Billy had left his swamp, his source of power. Travis had somehow accepted a mythological being into his home, and Gus had coordinated it all. Thank you, I whispered, reaching out to touch Billy's snout. All of you. I don't know what would have happened if... It did not. This is sufficient, Billy interrupted, though I must return to my waters soon, lest I begin to truly desiccate. From the kitchen, I heard Travis's voice as he made the call. Yes, she's just woken up. She seems okay, just disoriented. A pause. No, Sharon. I didn't want to. Mom? My ears perked up at my mother's name. I swung my legs over the side of the bed, ignoring Gus's protests as I stood too quickly. The room tilted alarmingly, but I staggered toward the doorway, gripping the frame for support. Yes, Travis was saying, one hand tucked into his armpit and the other holding the phone. She seems coherent. Just a little... He paused, wincing. Of course. I understand.
He spotted me standing there, eyes widening. She's right here, actually, he said into the phone. Then to me, it's your grandmother and your mum.
My stomach plummeted. Mom? What's Mom doing with Grandma? I suddenly felt like I might throw up. Mom knew. Mom knew everything. The lies, the danger, Sorsha, all of it.
I held out my trembling hand for the phone, and Travis passed it over, guiding me toward the couch.
Hello? I said cautiously. Katerina Grace Crowe. My mother's voice, thick with tears, blasted through the speaker. Don't you ever do something like this again. Do you hear me? 3 days. We thought you were... Her voice broke, and I heard a muffled sob.
My heart clenched. Mom, I'm so sorry.
Give me that phone, Sharon. Grandma's voice cut in, and I heard a brief scuffle. For heaven's sake, woman, pull yourself together. She's awake now. Don't you dare tell me how to react. You kept this from me for weeks. Weeks. My own daughter in danger and you... I winced, holding the phone slightly away from my ear as they continued to argue. Guilt crashed over me like a cold wave. Mom must have been beside herself with worry and fury when she found out what Grandma and I had been up to.
Katerina. Grandma's voice finally came through clearly. You back with us for good now, girl?
I'm here, Grandma, I said, throat tight. I'm so sorry. Is Mom okay? Your mother is fine. Just having a maternal wave of hysteria, she replied crisply. I could practically hear Mom seething in the background. We're currently stuck in this godforsaken California airport waiting for a connection. I've got the premier expert on dream magic in the Northern Hemisphere with us, too. Had to call in every darn favor I owe on the council to... Send them home, Grandma, I interrupted. Cancel the flight. I'm back. I'm okay. Mother, let me speak to her. Mom's voice grew louder as she apparently wrestled the phone back. Honey, we are not canceling anything. We are coming to see you, and I am going to check you over myself. Then maybe, I might consider not grounding you until you're 50. Despite everything, I almost laughed at the absurdity. I was well into my 30s, and Mom was threatening to ground me. Then a thought crashed through my brain like a freight train. I gasped. my hand flying to my mouth. "Oh my God, the wedding!" My voice rose in panic. "Wait, what day is it?" "Marissa's wedding." My mind raced frantically, trying to piece together the calendar. 3 days in a dream state, plus whatever day it had been when I'd fallen unconscious. "Mom, Grandma, you need to go home right now. Marissa's wedding is in, 3 days? 2? Grandma, you're walking her down the aisle. I'm a bridesmaid." I glanced wildly around Travis's living room, searching for a calendar, a newspaper, anything that might tell me the date. Had I already missed my flight? Would I need to book another? The world seemed to tilt on its axis as the full implications of my lost time hit me. "The wedding?" Mom sounded genuinely bewildered. "You think I care about a wedding when my daughter almost—" "Sharon." Grandma's voice was softer now, surprisingly gentle. "The girl's right. We need to go home." Then louder to me, "But you better be on that flight you booked. You hear me?" "Yep, but I'm gonna need to get everything fixed to go. Pronto." I swallowed, hoping that I hadn't already blown my schedule. "I'll be there. I'll get checked by whoever you want once I'm home. But please, you both need to turn around right now. I can't be the reason Marissa's wedding falls apart. She'd never forgive any of us." My fingers drummed anxiously against my thigh as I waited for their response. Travis placed a steadying hand on my shoulder, and I realized I'd been practically vibrating with nervous energy. A silence fell, punctuated by what sounded like a hushed conversation between them. "Your mother wants to know if you're really okay," Grandma finally said, "and no lying. She says she'll know." I swallowed hard. "I'm okay. Tired, a little fuzzy, but I'm me. I promise." My voice grew more urgent. "Please, I need you both to go home. I'll be right behind you." "She says she can tell you're leaving something out," Grandma translated from Mom in the background. "But she's agreed to head home. Under sufferance. Just so long as you keep us updated on how you're doing." "Of course I will." I nodded vigorously, even though they couldn't see me. "I'll call when I'm on the way to the airport." "And Mom?" I waited until I heard her acknowledge me. "I'm so sorry I didn't tell you. I didn't want you to worry." "Well, that worked out brilliantly, didn't it?" The acid in her voice couldn't quite mask the raw fear beneath it. "We will be having a very long talk when you get home, young lady. And your grandmother and I will be having several more before that." Grandma huffed in the background. "Looking forward to it." "I love you both," I said, tears sliding down my cheeks. "Thank you for coming for me. Now go catch that flight back home." "Always," Mom said softly. "Always, Kat." Chapter 22. I fled to the shower almost right away, figuring that I could use anything at this point to clear the fog from my mind and get back to the present so I could get on that plane home. That, and I feared looking at the flight information there, and then lest I find that I'd already missed it. Travis said he would call around to let people know I was okay, and I nodded vaguely before arming myself with a towel and a spare toothbrush. When I emerged, it was to find my clothes washed and folded on the kitchen table, along with the scent of frying bacon as Travis flipped eggs while talking on the phone. He nodded to the clothes while talking to Amelia on my phone. "Her priority is getting back home for the wedding." "I know, but she looks okay. I'm making her something to eat and—" I grabbed the clothes and silently blessed Travis as a saint as I rushed into the bedroom to get ready. Billy had moved by then into the living room, which was whole again. Had Travis relaid the carpet himself? So I shut the door and got ready. By the time I emerged using my fingers to comb through 3 days of bed hair, Travis had a plate ready on the table. "Half of your magical community is on their way here as we speak." He flipped a dish towel over his shoulders and shrugged. There was no way to put them off. "What time's your flight?" I took my phone and opened my email app as I abandoned cutlery in favor of eating bacon with my fingers. I had to scroll past days of unopened mail to find the email, but when I found it, I wiped grease from my mouth and peered closer at the screen. Then I flipped to the calendar app as my stomach curdled. It's in 6 hours. My flight. 4:37 p.m. The mouthful of bacon went down like a spoonful of gravel. I'm never gonna make it. Don't worry about that. I'll find you another flight. You just finish eating and drink that coffee for now. Travis took up his own phone with a determined set to his jaw, and I obliged by piling everything on my plate between 2 slices of toast and taking an enormous bite. Travis sat across from me, his attention fixed as his thumbs typed furiously. I was glad he wasn't watching me scoff this sandwich like it was, well, the first meal I'd eaten in days. How Sleeping Beauty had managed not to take a bite out of her prince once she woke up was suddenly a very real puzzle. By the time I dropped the plate into the sink and was washing my hands, the door flew open and Auntie May burst in, waving her walking stick, with Cheyenne following hot on her heels. "Thank the bloody stars," the elder said as she halted in the doorway. "Thought you were done for." Cheyenne paused and looked over her shoulder as I spotted Ash and Zoe pull up behind them. My mouth twisted with equal parts emotion and guilt as I considered the heartache I'd caused over the past few days. When everyone had come inside, I assured them I was feeling in my right mind before trying to come up with the most tactful words I could to scoot them right back out the door. That, and explain what had happened in the 3 days I'd missed from the waking world. This time for sure. I saw Sorsha getting sucked out of the dreamscape once the teacup shattered, but that also caused the magic tethering me to snap. And then Gus just... Well, I was alone. It really didn't seem like 3 days. I certainly don't feel like I've gotten 3 days of sleep. "You poor bugger," Auntie May said. "Must have been terrifying." "I don't know about that," I shrugged. "I didn't feel much of anything there. If I slipped away, I probably wouldn't have even known it was happening." The last thought sent a disconcerting shudder through me, and I hugged my arms. Then I gave my head a shake and changed tracks to the more imminent disaster as I explained my current flight predicament. I don't even know if I'm going to make it there in time. But I can't just give up. If I'm not there for the wedding, Marissa is going to flay my hide. Travis proffered his phone toward me. "These are the only flights I can find last minute." I glanced at the times on the screen, scrolling as the options went from bad to worse. Then I shook my head and pinched the bridge of my nose. I was already cutting it fine on my original schedule. I wanted to spend as much time as I could after the ceremony with everyone. These aren't going to work. I'll be lucky to stumble into the venue while Marissa is walking down the aisle. "Then you're going to need all the help you can get." Ash's jaw flexed as he crossed his arms. "I've got my laptop in the car. I'll get to work while you do whatever you've got to do to get on the road." My throat tightened as I glanced at the people sitting around the room giving firm nods. And what did Ash think he could do? Hack the airport database? "I'll give it my best shot," he said mulishly when I voiced the thought aloud. "And we'll help with the rest," Auntie May said, tapping her walking stick for emphasis, which startled Billy from his doze in the corner of the living room. I ran my fingers through my still wet hair. "I don't deserve any of you. You know that, right?" "Rubbish," Cheyenne snorted. "Now, what do we need to do to get you packed up?" It took some doing to rattle off the list of things that sprung to mind that needed fixing. I needed to pack, make arrangements for Gus while I was away, confirm the schedule at the shop with Megan and Bill, and come up with a way to explain where I'd run off to for days before taking my leave of absence from the store. Figure out where my truck was, loop back in with Amelia, rid myself of the fatigue clouding up my brain space. It was a lot. But with my team around me, anything was possible. Well, maybe possible. Cheyenne elected herself to cat-sit Gus, which my familiar was pleased about from what I could gather. The pair were still trying to pin down Cheyenne's unique brand of magic and what telekinetic powers she was capable of. Billy assured my feline familiar that he would allow no other animals to claim his territory while I was away, and that he would keep an eye on the house just as soon as someone saw fit to deliver him back to his swamp. "It is getting rather dry here," the water spirit observed, "and I have already partaken of all the beer in the cold metal box." The latter caused Travis to make a face, and I added a case of beer to the list of things I owed the man. "Okay, we'll get you home soon. I'll need to pack some stuff up." "I'll take you," Travis offered. "I don't think he's going to fit in a car anyway. We had a hard enough time with the ute." "I can mix you something," Zoe offered. "You must be bone-tired. Maybe something to get you going and then another to take on the plane so you get some proper sleep?" "You're a lifesaver," I said with a smile. "But the store?" "Bill will be worried." "I'll sort out Bill." Auntie May stood. "Don't you worry. Men never ask questions they don't want the answers to. I'll make sure everything's in order so you can enjoy your holiday, even if I have to water the plants in the nursery myself." I took the elder's hand and gave it a squeeze. I'd just have to face my employees when I get back and place my faith in Auntie May's abilities to keep the plates spinning. "But my truck. I need to. It's not going anywhere. It's still in Bill's shed and probably already fixed by now. Besides, I'm running you to the airport and picking you up when you get home." Travis grabbed his keys. "Come on. Time to get this show on the road." And that it was. We left Ash, who had already set up his laptop in the kitchen. Zoe jumped in their car muttering about potions, while Cheyenne and Auntie May wrangled Gus out of the house. My kitty familiar balked at being parted right away, and I took him from Cheyenne's arms for a smooch as he clawed my arm gently. "You must assure me that you are not concealing any lingering malady," he said. "I could not sense you at all when you were gone. I fear that perhaps not all of your soul has made it back safely. If this is the case, the bunyip and I must continue to—" I planted a kiss on top of my familiar's head and smiled. "I'm back, Gus. I promise. All of me. Now, unless you want to go through kitty quarantine again and accompany me back to Tumbling Springs—" "Never again," Gus hissed. "Hand me back to Cheyenne at once." I smirked at that and got Gus settled in Cheyenne's people mover parked in the driveway. After everyone cleared out, Travis headed to the end of the driveway to look both ways as if checking if the coast was clear. Of course. Billy. I wondered whether Travis had brought him over under the cover of darkness, and again what his neighbors might be thinking of all the weirdness I'd brought into his house. "All right. I hope you're not the type to spend hours packing, because we really don't have the time." He checked his watch again. I snorted. "Do you really think I'm that kind of gal, Travis Larkins?" His teeth flashed in an impish smile as his eyes settled on me. "The girl who stood me up for dinner to chase down leads about Beverly's Fall? Who jumped in that ambulance without a second thought or even your handbag? No, you're not the type to waste time preening in front of mirrors. You're too busy trying to save everyone. Now let's go wrangle this bunyip into my ute." The words might have sounded like an admonishment, but the tone didn't, and I caught myself smiling. I must have made for an exasperating girlfriend. An exasperating friend. The reminder sobered me a little as I turned to follow Travis inside to fetch Billy. Once I was done with the wedding and everything was put right again, I was going to make it my business to give the man my unwavering attention for long enough to make up for this whole situation. On my word. Chapter 23. I wedged my phone between ear and shoulder while shoving clothes into my suitcase. "Look, I appreciate the concern, but I really don't need Dr. Ballantyne poking around in my head right now. I feel fine. Kat." Amelia's tone carried that familiar mix of exasperation and concern. 3 days in a dreamscape isn't something to brush off. "How's Minerva doing?" I switched topics, cramming a handful of socks into a side pocket. A pause. "She's okay." The medical team is monitoring her closely. It will take time to determine if she'll make a full recovery, but she's receiving excellent care. Tell me that you're going to make sure her cousin Simon doesn't sell her grandmother's house while all this shakes out. She doesn't deserve to come to only to find herself homeless. Our people have made sure that the court dates have been blown out, the Inquisitor said dryly. Indefinitely.
Good. I grabbed my toiletry bag from the bathroom. And the investigation? Did you sort everything with the local police?
Already handled. We've modified all memories related to the murder investigation. As far as any mundanes in Myrtle Glen know, Minerva Flagstaff was never found dead in your house. My hands stilled over the open suitcase. So Kelly and Bill won't remember anything? About finding her? About me staying at Kelly's that night? Clean slate. It's protocol. Don't start complaining at me about it. I sank onto the bed, staring at the pink bridesmaid dress hanging on my closet door. The fabric caught the light, mockingly cheerful against the weight settling in my chest. Kelly had been so kind that night, and Bill's gruff concern when I'd shown up at work the next day. They were worried about me, I said softly.
And now they don't have to be. It's better this way, Kat. Cleaner.
Maybe for the Inquisition's paperwork. But erasing those moments of genuine human connection still felt wrong, like painting over a mural to hide the art beneath. I need to finish packing, I said. My flight leaves in a few hours. Kat, I'll check in when I land in Arkansas. I ended the call before she could protest further, letting my phone drop onto the bedspread beside me. Now, where's my passport? After scrabbling around for everything that I figured I'd need for a couple of weeks, and other things which I probably wouldn't, I zipped the lid of my luggage. Whatever I'd missed could be remedied once I was back in Tumbling Springs. Through the screen door, I spotted Travis and Billy sharing beers by the truck. The bunyip perched on his haunches, massive claws delicately cradling a bottle while Travis leaned against the hood. Neither spoke. Not that Travis could hear telepathic words anyway, but it looked like something passed between them in that comfortable silence men seem to have perfected over shared drinks. I have missed this human beverage while I was upriver. Billy's thoughts drifted to me as I wrestled my suitcase outside. I hope there is more in the metal box. If you're fishing for a refill, I'm afraid I don't have time to run to the store. I'll ask Ash to drop some off while I'm away, I responded. Billy let out what could only be described as a satisfied burp. Travis straightened when he saw me struggling with the luggage. Here, let me help with that. I smiled graciously as Travis hefted the suitcase into the truck bed. The feline has been marking my territory again. Billy's mental voice carried a note of irritation as he tipped the bottle back toward his gullet. Much to attend to. His scent is unacceptable. Sorry about Gus, I said. He gets cheeky when he thinks nobody is looking. So it would seem. Billy set the empty bottle aside and stretched his massive paws into a dog-like bow. Safe journey, little witch. I watched the ancient creature lumber toward the shore of the swamp, then turned to Travis as he secured my bags. So I just spoke to Amelia. She told me as far as the murder investigation goes. The memory wipes? His voice held an edge I couldn't quite read.
My stomach clenched. You know about those?
Yeah. Travis slammed the lid to the truck bed closed with more force than necessary. Your Inquisitor friend gave me quite the talk about not complicating things.
I'm sorry. The words felt inadequate. I never meant to make you complicit in all this.
He shrugged, but tension rode his shoulders. It's not your fault. I opened my mouth to respond, but my phone buzzed. A text from Ash to keep me updated on his progress. He said he wasn't sure if he could outright keep a flight grounded, but was working on some errors in the system, which should take time for their tech people to figure out. I relayed the information to Travis, and the pressure of time bore down on us both as the mood shifted, leaving all the unspoken things hanging between us. Travis checked his watch. We should get moving then. I nodded, climbing into the passenger seat as he rounded to the driver's side. Travis started the engine, and I watched Billy's massive form disappear into the swampy shadows. At least some things were back to normal, even if those things included a beer-drinking bunyip and a talking cat who liked to annoy him. "Ready?" Travis asked. No, I wasn't ready. Not for the wedding, not for facing my family, and definitely not for whatever was brewing between Travis and me. But time waited for neither witches nor weddings. "Yeah," I said. "Let's go." The afternoon sun glared through the windshield as Travis sped down the freeway. I checked my phone, just shy of 3 hours until takeoff. Even without traffic, we're cutting it close. Travis drummed his fingers on the steering wheel. "You've got to get through customs." "Ash will buy us time." I gulped down the fizzy green energy potion Zoe had pressed into my hands during our quick stop. The liquid sparkled through my system, chasing away the bone-deep exhaustion from my dreamscape ordeal. He doesn't like the term hacker, but he's one of the best. That's one way to put it. Travis's mouth twitched. He could be charged with domestic terrorism for something like this. That's supposing he got caught, and because it's magic, he'll answer to your people instead. Travis made a face as he pulled out to overtake a truck. That should have caused at least an uncomfortable twinge in my belly, but Zoe's potion instilled me with a weird sense of optimism. Everything would work out. I'd make my flight, survive the wedding, patch things up with Mom. Then my stomach dropped. Oh no. What? The dress. I twisted in my seat, as if I could see all the way back to my house. The bridesmaid dress is still hanging on my bedroom door. Travis's knuckles whitened on the wheel. We don't have time to go back. It'll cost at least 40 minutes. Marissa will kill me. Actually kill me. I can't turn up to be her bridesmaid in jeans. I grabbed my phone and stared at it, mind racing. Could I text Ash? No, he was already juggling the airport systems. Zoe? No, their place was on the other side of town. Cheyenne? While I was sure she would help, she was probably in the middle of something at the salon. I could arrange to have it couriered after I get back, Travis suggested, but even as he said it, we both knew how ridiculous that sounded. To Arkansas? In time for the wedding? I shook my head frantically. There's got to be someone closer. I scrolled frantically through my contacts, muttering names under my breath. What about Bill? Travis asked, checking his mirrors as he accelerated. By the time he gets it to us, we might as well have gone the whole way ourselves. My knee bounced faster as panic set in. I can't believe I'm going to ruin Marissa's wedding because I forgot the stupid dress. She'll never forgive me. Then it hit me. Kelly, your neighbor? She works from home. I'll bet she can run right over and meet us somewhere. My fingers trembled as I pulled up her contact. God, I hope she answers. I hit dial, bouncing my knee as it rang, silently begging her to pick up. Kat? Kelly's voice bubbled through the speaker. Haven't talked to you in ages. How are you? My chest tightened. Of course it felt like we hadn't caught up recently. Absently, I wondered if she would happen upon the research she did on the Flagstaff will, and wonder what it had been about. But there was no time for that. Not now. I forced cheer into my voice. Hey! Listen, massive favor to ask. There's a pink dress hanging on the door to my bedroom. I'm running late to the airport, and I was hoping you could grab it and meet us back at, let's say, the gas station just off the Myrtle Glen turnoff. For your cousin's wedding? Kelly didn't miss a beat. You silly goose. Of course. I'll run over and grab it now. I relayed information about the spare key under the doormat to her, and she promised to hurry. As I ended the call, my phone buzzed with a message from Ash. Airport systems glitching nicely, but their IT dept better than expected. I'll keep trying, but not sure I can keep it up. I typed back. There's been a hiccup. I need longer. Working on it. We don't have room for any more hiccups, Kat. Roger that. I folded my arms and squirmed in my seat as Travis took the next exit to turn the truck around on the road back to Myrtle Glen. Everything would be okay. So long as we could just make it to this damn plane in time. Kelly waved from beside her car as we pulled into the service station. Draped over her arm, the pink dress in its bag fluttered in the breeze, its fabric shimmering as Kelly hurried toward us. Here you go. She passed the dress through my window. I made sure to grab the shoes, too. They were right underneath. You're a lifesaver. I hugged the dress to my chest, breathing in the faint scent of my closet. I can't believe I almost forgot it. Well, you've seemed distracted lately. Kelly's brow furrowed. Everything okay? My throat tightened. Just days ago, she'd been frantically pulling at strings in the Flagstaff family will, sitting in my store like she was some kind of PI. What had replaced those memories? Yeah, just wedding stress. You know how it goes. Don't I ever. My sister's wedding was a total nightmare with the catering. She laughed, then checked her watch. Oh, you better get moving if you're going to make that flight. My phone buzzed. Ash again. Systems coming back online faster than expected. You've got maybe an hour max before they sort it. Thanks again, I called, as Travis pulled out of the gas station. Kelly's cheerful wave made my chest ache. You okay? Travis glanced over. Yeah. I smoothed the dress across my lap. It's just weird. Having people forget. Yeah. His eyebrows furrowed. Must be. Before I could respond, my phone lit up with another message from Ash. Kat, they've got a specialist working on it. Clock's ticking. I typed back one-handed. On our way. Don't let that plane leave. Travis pressed harder on the accelerator, the engine growling as we merged back onto the highway. Trees flashed by in a green blur as we sped toward the city, the clock ticking relentlessly against us. My hands twisted in the fabric of the dress. We'll make it, Travis said, but his white-knuckled grip on the steering wheel betrayed his uncertainty. I watched the kilometer markers blur past, each one bringing us closer to Melbourne, and to whatever chaos awaited at the airport. Between Ash's digital sabotage and my mad dash through security, I just hoped I wouldn't end up explaining myself to yet another branch of law enforcement. Magical or mundane, I'd had quite enough of both lately. Chapter 24. The radio crackled through another traffic update. Continuing delays at Tullamarine Airport as technical difficulties persist. All flights currently grounded while staff work to restore. I jabbed the power button, silencing the newscaster. At least we know Ash's work is holding. Traffic crawled forward another meter before grinding to a halt. Beyond the sea of brake lights, Tullamarine Airport signs signaling cars to move into short-term or long-term parking spaces loomed. So close, yet impossibly far. Travis drummed his fingers on the steering wheel, scanning the gridlock. This is ridiculous, his jaw set. We're not getting anywhere like this. He cranked the wheel, guiding the truck onto the emergency lane. Get your stuff. We're walking. What? But your truck. We'll still be here when I get back. He killed the engine. Come on. I grabbed my dress and purse while Travis hauled my suitcase from the bed. Other drivers gaped as we started our trek up the shoulder, my boots crunching over asphalt, while Travis steered the wheeled suitcase behind us. A horn blared. You can't walk there. Watch us, I called back, not bothering to turn around. The dress bag flapped in the wind like a pink battle flag. We pushed forward, dodging roadside debris and ignoring the occasional shout from passing cars. A slight drizzle had started, wet enough to be bothersome, but not enough to soak through. The terminal grew larger with each step, and that was all that mattered. You know, Travis said between breaths as we tackled the steep airport ramp, I wasn't expecting to be literally running to the airport today. What? You mean hauling my luggage up a highway isn't your idea of fun? I tried to laugh, but it came out more like a wheeze. You're going to get a ticket for abandoning your truck. He shrugged, adjusting his grip on my suitcase. I'd much rather face that than go back to watching you sleep and wondering if you'll ever wake up again. My heart twanged, and then my phone buzzed. Ash's message made my stomach drop. Had to pull out. Their security caught on. Systems will be back up in minutes. Hurry! Ash is out, I panted, picking up speed. We need to move faster. Travis broke into a jog beside me, the suitcase bouncing wildly. Almost there. We burst through the terminal doors into blessed air conditioning, surrounded by crowds of stranded passengers. Screens flickered to life overhead, departure times updating as computers came back online. Look. Travis pointed to the United Airlines check-in counter where the mob hadn't yet resumed an orderly line. I elbowed through the throng, dragging my suitcase behind me. Travis followed, using his broad shoulders to clear a path to the counter. Hi, I'm checking in for flight UA437 to Arkansas, I gasped, trying to catch my breath. The attendant's fingers flew across her keyboard. Passport? I fumbled it out while Travis stood guard, arms crossed, scanning the airport like he was planning to mow over anyone who got in our way. The printer whirred, spitting out my boarding pass and luggage tags. Let me tag these bags for you. She wrapped the priority tags around my suitcase handle and dress bag. Lucky for you, our baggage handlers have been twiddling their thumbs for hours with all these delays. I winced. Sorry about that. Not your fault, love. Systems crash sometimes. She hoisted my suitcase onto the conveyor belt behind her and placed my dress bag carefully on top. I watched them disappear through the rubber flaps, whisked away to some mysterious bowels of the airport. They'll go straight to the plane now. Gate 15, boarding immediately. She pointed toward security. You'll need to run. I grabbed my carry-on and boarding pass, glancing at Travis. Come on. We sprinted through the terminal, dodging frustrated travelers and abandoned luggage carts. Updated departure times flashed across the overhead screens. My phone buzzed with another message from Ash. Systems fully restored. Clocks ticking. This way. Travis grabbed my hand, pulling me through a shortcut past the food court. The signs for international departures loomed ahead, and with them, the security checkpoint and immigration control, where we'd have to part ways. We skidded to a stop at the line where only ticketed passengers could proceed. Security officers directed travelers through the maze of rope barriers, checking boarding passes before letting anyone through. I guess this is it, I said, suddenly feeling the weight of our goodbye. Travis pulled me aside, away from the bustling crowd. His eyes were intense, determined. Kat, I can't wait until you get back to say this. Say what? My heart stuttered. He took a deep breath. These past few days, watching you lying there, not knowing if you'd wake up, it made everything clear. He took my hands in his. Your life is crazy. There's magic and danger and things I still don't fully understand. But I want all of it. All of you. Travis. When you get home, he continued, his voice dropping to that low rumble that always melted me. I want to take you out. A real date. Start fresh, but with everything out in the open this time. No more secrets between us. Tears pricked at my eyes. After everything, the lies, Sorsha, the dreamscape, he still wanted me. Warts and all. I reached up, threading my fingers through his hair, and pulled him down for a kiss. He tasted like coffee and promises, his arms wrapping around me like he'd never let go. For a moment, the chaos of the airport faded away. Finally, he broke away, resting his forehead against mine. You need to go, he whispered. Otherwise, you'll never make that plane. I don't want to go. He gave me a gentle push toward security. "Your cousin needs you, and I'll be here when you get back." With one last lingering look, I turned and rushed toward the security checkpoint. The line stretched ahead, but I saw an officer waving passengers with imminent departures to a priority lane. "Flight UA 437 to Arkansas," I called, waving my boarding pass. "Boarding now." The officer nodded, ushering me through. I tossed my carry-on onto the conveyor belt, kicked off my boots, and emptied my pockets in record time. The scanner beeped as I rushed through, and I held my breath, praying nothing would flag. Clear. I snatched my belongings and sprinted barefoot toward immigration, cramming my feet back into my boots as I joined the queue. Cutting it close? The immigration officer barely looked up as he stamped my passport. "You have no idea," I muttered. A garbled announcement crackled overhead as I raced through duty-free shops and past food courts packed with delayed passengers. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but Gate 15 appeared ahead. I skidded to a stop at the counter where the gate attendant was already preparing to close the door. "Wait! UA 437 to Arkansas." I thrust my boarding pass forward. The attendant frowned. "We've completed final call. Please, my bags are already on board. I'm a bridesmaid in my cousin's wedding. I promised her I'd be there." My voice cracked. "I've been through hell to make this flight." She sighed, glancing at her watch. "The airport doesn't deal in excuses." I held my breath.
But today has been something else. And your bags are priority tagged. She scanned my boarding pass. Straight down the jet bridge. Don't stop.
"Thank you," I gasped, already moving. As I rushed down the narrow passage to the waiting plane, I felt my phone buzz one last time. Travis's message lit up the screen. "Text me when you land." And Kat? "I'll be waiting." I slipped into my seat just as the flight attendant was closing the overhead compartments, my carry-on barely squeezing in among the other bags. The cabin door sealed with a hydraulic hiss, and I sank back against the headrest, finally allowing myself to breathe. The plane pushed back from the gate, and I watched through the small window as Melbourne's terminal slowly receded. Somewhere out there, Travis was heading back to his abandoned truck. Ash was probably covering his digital tracks at home with Zoe. Gus was likely hanging out with Cheyenne at her salon. Auntie May would be looking after the shop. And Bill. My found family. The people who had stood by me through the unbelievable chaos of the past weeks. People who knew about my magic, my history, my struggles, and chose to stay anyway. Now I was flying across the ocean to the family I'd been born into. The cousin who'd grown up alongside me, who was about to start her own new chapter. It was weird, but it didn't quite feel like heading home. I was simply visiting for a happy occasion. As I went to switch my phone to airplane mode, I noticed a messenger notification from Marissa that made me grin. "Can't wait to see you. The wedding's going to be perfect now that my favorite witch is on the way." I tucked the phone away as the engines roared to life and touched my lips. The ghost of Travis's kiss lingered there, and it occurred to me that I was the luckiest witch in the world that day. Family behind me, family ahead of me. For the first time in longer than I could remember, I felt whole. The wheels left Australian soil, and I closed my eyes, this time ready for a deep sleep without dreams. Or maybe just a couple. One's featuring a hunky landscaper with a heart of gold, of course. I hope you enjoyed Kat's Adventures Down Under. If you're looking for more audiobooks, be sure to subscribe to my channel so you can keep up to date on all my new releases. Until next time, happy reading.